a huge battleship suddenly appeared in the sky, and a real apocalypse came to Earth. And 90 living beings were infected and turned into terrible monsters. Fear, war, betrayal. The whole world has turned into a ruthless game of survival. In any case, our main character has nothing to fear, because you can kill and get magic crystals, and this is easy for the hero. Our hero's name is Mike, and he has a huge experience in survival and combat, and this will allow him to become a god in the world of the apocalypse, and all because he experienced all this for 10 years. Mike was fighting a bunch of zombies alone, and unfortunately he was losing, and he was alone in the fight because he was set up. And to be honest, our hero would never have thought that he would die because of betrayal. After all, Mike is not able to survive in this crazy apocalyptic world. Let's go back a little, just 10 years, when the apocalypse had just begun. Then countless roulettes descended from the sky. Gradually people discovered that the crystals from the zombie's head can be used to spin the roulette, in which you can get incredible things. You can knock out absolutely everything: materials, weapons, even drugs that allow you to awaken supernatural abilities. And of course the surviving people began to fight for these roulettes. The world became a cruel and merciless game of survival. Therefore, in order to survive, our hero could only accept and obey the new rules in order to survive. He discarded all human principles. And after 10 years of training and hard work, Mike finally made the team, and he thought that his life would get better, and he would have a bright future. Mike thought if he tried his best he could survive. That was how it was supposed to be. But damn, he would die in the end because of his comrade's betrayal. This is where our hero's game ends. Opening his eyes, Mike suddenly wakes up next to the girl who died, and finds himself in his house, where he lived 10 years ago, before the apocalypse. Mike must have been reborn. Looking at his watch, the guy became even more nervous, because today was the 10th of September, and if he remembered correctly, it was on this day that the apocalypse began. However, Mike was not happy about the rebirth. He was worried that he would have to go through it all again, and this thought made him break out in a cold sweat. But suddenly it dawned on him. Rebirth is a chance for Mike. His precious 10 years of experience are his strongest weapon, and this time he must succeed. He must not give up, Mike told himself. Then Mike got up and got dressed. The girl also woke up and asked where he was going, but Mike ignored her. He went to the box and opened it. Map. Why did he rise? This is an inheritance from his parents. In his past life he did not dare to spend this money. But now he must do it, because after the apocalypse the money will become useless. The girl got angry that the guy ignored her, and then she shouted. She asks him where he is going. Mike turned, looking gloomily at the girl, and said that he knows perfectly well that she and June are together, and she is dating him only out of pity. Hearing all this, the girl covered her mouth in surprise and broke out in sweat. In her past life, after the apocalypse began, Mike did everything to protect her. But in the end, the girl decided to go to June and dump the guy, so Mike decided to put an end to it right now. The girl started screaming, who gave him the right to slander her and June, and said that Mike was just jealous of his beauty, money, and power, and called him a clown. Mike replied that since they had met before, he would give her advice. Don't mess with June anymore. He's not the kind of person you can rely on. Mike had a point when he said that, because he traded her for 3 cans of food back then. Even though Mike warned her, she would hardly listen to him. But that's all he could do for her. There was no more time to waste on her, because there were more important things to do. The guy got dressed and was already leaving, while the girl was screaming that she was breaking up with him. She was the first to break up with him. But the guy didn't listen to her. He wanted to prepare medicines, food, and equipment for the beginning of the apocalypse. Mike went into a taxi and handed him large bills, asking to take him to the nearest hospital, and as quickly as possible. First of all, the most important thing is of course the medicines. Mike just burst into the hospital warehouse and started to get all the necessary pills. Then a nurse came in. Seeing Mike, she was surprised and asked who he was. Mike took the bag with the medicines and ran away. The nurse screamed that he stole the medicines and called the security to stop Mike. Mike told her that he put the money on the table. Medicines are a very rare and valuable resource during the apocalypse. There is also another unexpected use. Then our hero went for equipment. While the guy was paying for the clothes, he noticed the machete he used in his past life, which was pretty good, so Mike bought that too. Then he returned to the taxi and told the driver that if he got to the area with villas in 5 minutes, he would pay another $300. The taxi driver of course started to speed, no worse than the racers from Fast and Furious. The equipment is collected, only the tape measure remains. This apocalypse tape measure is also called a trading tape measure, since it is the only source of resources for survival. Water, food, equipment, even special abilities. All this can be obtained from the roulette, and Mike decided to get to it first, so he came to this area, because somewhere here the first roulettes first appeared. The security guard stopped the car, saying that the taxi could not go any further. Mike told the taxi driver to continue driving anyway. he would take responsibility. The taxi driver's greed was of great help to our hero at this moment. The taxi driver drove ahead and broke the barrier. The guard started shouting that a taxi had entered the headquarters. Then he asked for reinforcements. Mike told the taxi driver to stop and go back along a route where there were fewer people. Mike managed to arrive before the aliens arrived. Of course, the guards came running to Mike and shouted at him to stop the taxi that had broken the fence. Then he scolded Mike not to pretend to be a fool and not to think about running. But Mike just pointed up and told the guard to look there. The guard looked up with distrust. A huge alien ship was already in the sky, frightening everyone with its terrifying power. The apocalypse is starting, just like 10 years ago. Mike got nervous and wondered why they brought roulettes to this world and made people fight each other. If history repeats itself and a game of survival begins, then Mike will not miss the chance given to him and will become the strongest. The guards were shocked. One of them even started filming the ship. He thought they were filming a movie, and the king was a special effect. Even Mike, who saw all this, was also very scared. But the guy got ready and started to run away, because he knows that the gold battleship is a spaceship, and now it will start to attack. The attack will last about 5 minutes. And in just 5 minutes the world would turn into hell. Mike ran to the house and pressed the doorbell. He introduced himself as a courier. They opened the door for him, and Mike ran into the house to wait out those 5 minutes. The first roulettes will appear after the battleship stops attacking. The girl came down and said that Mike is not a delivery man, and ordered him to get out, otherwise she will call the police. As soon as she came down, explosions were heard outside the window. One after another, the alien attack began. Mike and the girl almost fell. The aliens threw some huge capsules onto the earth. These capsules opened and greenish smoke began to come out of them. The people who stood next to these capsules inhaled this smoke and turned into zombies, and they began to attack the people who had not yet managed to escape. The whole city was shrouded in smoke, houses were burning, and people were screaming for help. Mike looked at the city with sadness. The girl was scared and asked what was happening outside. There was so much screaming. The girl again ordered Mike to get out. She even started calling the security guard. But Mike saw the tape measure in the kitchen and immediately ran after it, not paying attention to the girl. And there really was a tape measure in the kitchen. Only it was huge. The girl asked what kind of thing it was, and Mike was glad that the tape measure appeared here, as he expected. The guy approached the roulette. In the middle there was a gray crystal, which meant that this roulette was of the first lowest rank. The girl asked if this was what he was looking for, but why it appeared at her house. Suddenly Mike saw the bottle and was delighted, because it was a drug for genetic modification. It could increase physical strength 3 times. This is the most valuable prize of the first rank roulette. If only Mike had 5 rank 1 crystals, he could exchange them right now. The guy put his hand on the roulette and it lit up. But the news is not good. To spin this roulette you need 7 rank 1 crystals, 2 more than usual. There must be something more valuable in it. Mike began to examine the roulette. He was clearly worried. The girl asked what was wrong with him, why he was not answering. The girl was already completely confused and grabbed Mike by the shoulder, asked what he was talking about. What kind of roulette was this? Mike looked at the girl and said that this card could give her some advantages. This girl didn't turn into a zombie, which means she has some resistance to poison. Maybe she will be a good support. The card can enhance the 5 senses or just give a pet. This did not convince the girl. She asked Mike if he had played too many games, to stop joking. What other pet? Who would even believe this? Then Mike told her to listen. The screams outside stopped. The girl listened and agreed with him. The screams of people really did die down. The girl asked what happened there, and ran to the door. Mike thought, what a stupid woman, she wants to go out and die. The girl just said that this area has the worst security, which allows anyone to come in, when suddenly a zombie appeared right at her door. The guard turned into a zombie and opened the door and tried to kill the girl. She tried to resist and screamed for help. But fortunately for the girl, Mike was in her house, who took out his machete and easily killed the monster and saved the girl. Then of course he pulled the crystal out of the zombie's forehead. The girl watched him and wondered if he wanted to collect the crystal from the zombie's head. This crystal looked like the one from the roulette, the girl noticed. 2 more zombies burst into the house, and Mike stood in front of the girl, ready to kill them too. Mike managed to kill them just as easily as the first one. The girl looked at him and then asked who he was to kill so easily. Then Mike introduced himself and helped the girl up. He asked her name. The girl said that her name was Margot. Suddenly Mike's confident expression changed to shock. The guy immediately regretted that he initially thought that she was not the type who could survive in this world, because in the past, she was a 9-star mercenary who was rumored 10 years ago. The girl asked what was going on here. Mike replied that someone had invaded the Earth, and as she could see, they had turned most of the people into zombies. Mike lifted the zombie's head and pulled out another crystal, and said that some of the poison didn't work on them, and they remained human, like him and her. Margot asked what they should do. Would the government or the military come to save them? The government and military collapsed in just a few minutes. Now people live in a zombie world. Mike thought again how a seemingly ordinary woman could become such a cool mercenary. If she was one, she must have something special, especially since he needed an assistant. He asked her to come with him so that he could tell her what she needed to know about the zombie world. Mike pointed to the roulette and said that most of the resources and equipment in the new world were obtained from it. And if she wants to get some item from the roulette, first she needs to fill all these notches. Margot went to the roulette and asked, "This shape is the same as the crystals that Mike tore from the zombie's head." Mike inserted the crystals into the holes and said that they were gray crystals. After she filled all the recesses with them, she would be able to spin the roulette once. Margot asked if she needed to kill 7 zombies for one spin. The more valuable the reward she can get, the more crystals she needs. Margot asked if that meant there were other roulettes like this, and each one had different rewards. Mike replied that it was, but it was only a first-rank roulette. Mike realized that Margot was very smart, and suddenly she stood up and asked how Mike knew all this. Mike did not want to tell her about reincarnation, because it was difficult to explain. "So the guy decided to cheat a little," Mike asked. "She probably wants to try spinning the roulette." The girl nodded her head. Mike managed to distract her attention. Then he told her that he would go zombie hunting, and that she should close the door and not open it no matter what happened. The guy went outside and started killing zombies one by one. Even with a regular machete, Mike easily destroyed the monsters, and immediately pulled out the crystals. Suddenly another girl ran up to him. "Why in this world are all the girls in short dresses and barefoot?" She asked Mike to help her. Mike grabbed the first zombie and cut off the arms of the other one. Mike has already killed several zombies, so he can already go back. Suddenly, the girl who had previously run to Mike for help also turned into a vile zombie and attacked the guy from behind. But Mike calmly hit her in the face, then killed her too. Then Mike returned back to the girl's house. The guy managed to collect as many as 11 crystals. Margot was happy, and said that if they add 3 more to the ones they had already obtained, they would be able to spin the roulette twice. Mike offered to show her how everything works. The girl agreed. The guys went to the roulette and inserted all 7 crystals into it. The crystals disappeared and the roulette wheel started spinning. The guys were waiting impatiently to see what would come up. Mike was hoping for that very drug. But to Mike's great disappointment, canned fruit fell out. The girl said that it really appeared during the apocalypse. Canned food is a very valuable resource. Margot approached her cold one and said that they didn't really need them, because when he went hunting, she moved all the food from the house, and it would last them a long time. Mike was completely disappointed. Sad Mike handed Margot the rest of the crystals and said that now she could try too. The guy admitted that his luck, as usual, was complete crap. The girl put the crystals and turned on the roulette. It began to spin, and Mike thought that during the apocalypse, every spin is very valuable. It can instantly increase combat power. Margot got the elimination card. Mike said hesitantly that he never thought that she would get it. The girl asked what kind of card it was. Was it good or bad? Mike replied that of course it was good, although the card wasn't that useful now. It would be needed in the future when weapons or the ability to increase the chances of other items dropping were needed. Margot said that she didn't expect her luck to work on the apocalypse roulette either. Mike asked if she was always this lucky. Margot replied that when she took water, she often won an extra bottle. When she took the prize egg, she always got the biggest prize. She chose the organic edition prize box the first time, and once she won a live cow in a supermarket lottery. Margot said, "Even in survival, luck is important." Mike was shocked, because he is one of those who never got an extra bottle, never won even a medium prize, and always got one phrase, "Thank you for participating." Since Margot had incredible luck, Mike decided that he should take advantage of this luck to the maximum. The morning of the second day, Mike got dressed and was about to go out. Margot came up to him and asked where he was going. Mike replied that he was going to collect crystals. Margot was surprised that he was going to leave so early. Mike replied that his goal for today was 100 crystals. Margot thought that this guy was pretty reliable. Then Margot decided that she too couldn't just sit at home and do nothing. Margot was going to cook a meal worth hundreds of crystals. Mike came back from hunting and he didn't look happy. Margot ran up to him and said that he was quick. Mike asked if he had 2 pieces of news, good and bad, which one to start with. Then Margot hesitantly asked for the good news. Mike started saying that the good news was that the area was full of zombies, and he killed them all. Margot didn't understand what the bad news was then. Mike said that he killed all the zombies in the area, but only got these crystals. Margot tried to cheer him up by saying that they would also be enough for several spins. Mike went around absolutely everything in the area and collected only this. Then Mike said that he was hungry and asked if there was anything to eat. Margot became noticeably nervous. And all because Margot was not at all confident in her cooking. She apologized and explained that she cooks very rarely, so he doesn't have to force himself. If Mike can't eat it, there's still other food in the fridge. But Mike calmly started eating it and said it didn't taste that bad, even though it looked bad. Margot even had a few cuts after this cooking, but Mike seemed to like her food. Mike thought how good it was to have food, considering that in the past, he had to eat human flesh to avoid starving to death. Now after Mike had eaten his fill, they decided to get down to the main thing. But this time he immediately entrusted the roulette spins to Margot. He hoped for Margot's luck. Luckily, Margot's luck worked this time too, and they got weapons, 2 useful weapons at once. There was one more time left, and Margot suggested that Mike should try too. Mike replied that it was not worth it, because he had very bad luck. Then Margot took Mike's hands and said that she would share her luck with him. The guy became embarrassed and blushed. Then he nevertheless approached the roulette. The items that they came across in the roulette will no longer appear again. Now there are only 6 awards left. Mike was unsure, since the chances of getting the drug for genetic modification were very small. Margot came up and suggested that maybe they could use the elimination card to remove the cookie package. But she accidentally pressed the roulette wheel, and the card immediately burned. Mike was horrified at the loss of the card. Margot began to apologize, and said that she did not want to use it at all. It happened by accident. Mike replied that it was okay, but eventually the box disappeared, so now the chance of getting the drug was 1 in 5. Mike pressed the button, and they both began to pray for the drug to fall out. And this time, luck really smiled on them. They got the very drug they were praying for, a regular strengthening drug that improves physical abilities, and thus increases combat power at least 3 times. In the first battles, this is the most important thing, Margot asked. After Mike drinks the drug, his body will immediately become stronger. Mike asked her not to hurry. First, he would show her something interesting. Mike did not think that the heparin that he took from the hospital would have to be used right now. Mike poured the drug and heparin into the bowl. Margot asked if this would allow them to get 2 bottles instead of 1. Mike answered that it was true, and added that this roulette was not the only one. There were many more like it, and each one had different rewards. Mike said they could use the bottle they received to trade with other people for other drugs or fortune cards. Margot asked how Mike knew so much. Mike didn't answer her again and shouted that he almost forgot to tell her that it was necessary to carefully monitor the temperature. The fire needed to be reduced a little. Then he told Margot to remember the process and the required temperature well. She would make the next bottle herself. Margot nodded and promised to remember everything. Margot asked again how he knew so much, but Mike told her to be quiet, and suddenly they heard something. Then Margot whispered and asked what that sound was. Mike grabbed Margot's hand and they started running. Margot asked why they were suddenly running. Mike replied that something more troublesome than zombies was coming. Margot asked what it was. Were they monsters? Mike replied that the drilled beetles were approaching, and the door began to break under the pressure of these beetles. An ordinary bedbug, after being infected, became a monster bug that eats people individually. They are not so strong. But unfortunately, these creatures always walk in groups, gathering into entire armies. They burst into Margot's house and immediately headed to the 2nd floor. The boys ran into the room, and Mike asked Margot to help her move the closet. Margot asked what kind of bugs they were. Mike answered, they were drilled bugs. The apocalypse affected not only people, many living creatures, such as plants and animals, mutated. They also attack humans and eat human flesh for survival. Suddenly mutated bugs tried to break into the room. Margot threw herself into Mike's arms and asked what they should do now. Mike told her that she shouldn't be afraid because he was here, and for some reason his words calmed Margot down. Mike told Margot to hide inside and not come out until he said so. Margot asked what about him. Mike came out and said that she shouldn't worry. It would be over soon. The guy went out and got out a vial. It was time to use it, even though Mike hated the side effect of this drug. The whole house was already filled with these creatures, so our hero had no other choice. He drank the drug completely, but it seems something went wrong. Mike fell and even began to choke, and the monster had already grabbed him. The monsters had already grabbed Mike and started dragging him, but Mike wasn't going to give up. He grabbed a machete and chopped off several monsters' heads. It seems Mike was really angry, and most importantly, the drug started to work. Mike grabbed his machete and cut all the monsters in half. Mike was able to kill these monsters, and thought that if the bugs appeared, their queen must be somewhere nearby. If he does not kill the queen, they will continue to reproduce. And as soon as Mike thought about the queen, she appeared right there and immediately decided to attack the guy. The queen of bedbugs spat some kind of liquid on Mike. The liquid that the queen spat out turned out to be deadly, because from one touch with it the nightstand simply melted. Mike asked her if she wanted to avenge her children. Mike jumped on the back of the monster queen. From his past experience, the queen's weak point is the back, so Mike attacked that place without thinking. The queen was defeated. Mike got up and decided to go back to Margot. He was irritated because of the side effect of the drug. The more power, the stronger this effect, so his whole body hurts terribly. Mike opened the door and just said that she could come out. When Margot jumped into his arms, Mike asked if she was crying because of something. This is the apocalypse after all. And during the apocalypse, crying is the last thing you should do. Then Margot quickly wiped away her tears and said that she wasn't crying. It was because of the stench, Mike teased her. But Margot turned away and suggested that they close the topic. The boys went out into the living room and Margot asked if there were so many bug corpses here. What to do with them? Mike replied that it was good that there were so many of them. Margot asked why that was good. Now they can still find food in houses and supermarkets. But a year later, food will become very rare and valuable, Margot asked. Because of the mutations, they will not be able to grow food or livestock. Margot was right. There would be 3 food sources in the future: the remaining canned food, the roulette reward, and these bugs, their dried meat. You can tell from Margot's face that she is not happy about this. Mike told her it was better to eat these bugs than a person. Margot made a couple of bugs, but these creatures continued to move even in this state. Mike said that she was pretty good at cutting up meat. Margot asked why he was saying that. He knew how disgusting it was, and seeing that the guy had put on his backpack, she asked if he was going to go out again. Mike replied that this time he needed to go further. They needed to collect more crystals and information. Margot wasn't happy about it. She was even sad. But she said that then she would start drying meat and continue making this elixir. The guy tried to calm Margot down. Mike asked her to believe him and promised that he would definitely come back. Margot was still sad to say goodbye, but nothing could be done. Mike was running down the street. Suddenly, he heard a girl screaming loudly. He turned the corner and saw a girl asking for help. Then Mike covered her mouth and told her to shut up. He didn't want to die because of her. He said this because the screams might cause zombies to come running here. And that's exactly what happened. The zombies started running towards the guys and grabbed the girl by the jacket, but Mike grabbed her too and dragged her to him. Mike took out his machete and started chopping up the zombies. Then he pushed the girl away and told her to run because there were too many of them. The girl stood up and ran into one of the buildings, opening the door. She shouted to Mike to go in there faster. Mike quickly ran to this building, and the zombies continued to run after him. The guys failed to close the door behind them, so the zombies also entered the building. Mike and the girl began to run up the stairs, but the zombies did not lag behind. One of the zombies grabbed the girl by the leg, but Mike immediately noticed it, and lifting the girl, cut off the monster's head. But suddenly everyone froze because the whole sky darkened, and then a bright red light filled the sky. Mike thought it was the key to the dungeon, and it really appeared. The dungeon key is one of the rarest items in the apocalypse world, and it is the only way to enter the dungeon. A mysterious land filled with hope for salvation. Mike was happy. In his past life, even high-ranking veterans wanted to get this key. Mike hoped that in this life this key would belong to him. But the monsters weren't going to stop. They continued to attack the guys. The girl shouted at Mike to turn around. Mike punched one zombie, then cut his throat with a machete. The narrow stairs are perfect for protection in the shape of the crystals. There are about 10 zombies left. It's time to finish them off, Mike decided. The girl began to feel sorry for herself, because just a couple of days ago she had everything she wanted: fans, popularity, money, education. She was God's favorite, but then everything changed dramatically. Her dad turned into one of the zombies, so the girl lost everything. The girl started crying and thought she was going to die there. But suddenly Mike shouted at her to stop being stupid and just sitting there and ordered her to run upstairs. Mike managed to kill all the zombies. The girl was amazed that the guy killed so many zombies alone. Mike stood up and said if she didn't want to die, she shouldn't sit still. The girl thought that she would die today, and Mike was already thinking about how to get this key. The girl realized that Mike was very strong. Mike said that this roof was connected to the building across the street. Maybe they could get out through it. Mike thought that if he went down the street, in just 2 blocks, he would be near where the key fell. But the guys were in for a big trouble. The entire passage was filled with these vines, and they were still moving. The vines grabbed the girl, but our James Bond of this time cut these vines and freed the girl, then grabbed her in his arms. The girl cried and blushed, thinking that the guy risked his life to save her. Maybe such a strong man was fascinated by her. But Mike quickly dropped his hands and the girl fell to the floor. Then Mike came to the door and shouted irritably that he hated mutated plants, because they were so annoying, and cut the vines. The girl was surprised that the guy was cutting the vines like ordinary weeds. It took longer than Mike thought. When he finally cut the vines, he tried to open the door. The girl asked what was wrong. Mike replied that the door was closed from the other side. The girl asked what to do then. Mike replied that he would just knock down the door, which he did. It turned out there were several people on the roof who were already armed. The man shouted who they were and why they had come up here. Mike replied that it was unsafe down there. That was why they had come up here. Then asked why they were hiding here. Then the man started to swear that why the hell he broke the door. That if zombies come up here, Mike replied that they don't have to worry about it. Mike said there were no more zombies there. He killed them all before he went in. But the man kept shouting that even if we assume there really aren't any there, who knows when a zombie might suddenly come up here. 2 men lifted the iron door and brought it to the exit. One of them said that it couldn't be fixed. They could only prop it up with a shovel. The man pointed the bat at Mike, and he said that it was all Mike's fault. If the zombies got through here, they would all die. Another man came up to him and asked him to cool it. He didn't know they were here. The girl pointed to the side and said that there were people there too. The guys were told that those people, like them, had come up here to hide from the zombies. The blonde said that there must have been a misunderstanding, but asked what they were going to do now. Mike replied that he needed to get to high school. The man laughed and asked if any of his family was still there, but the street was full of zombies. How did he plan to get there? Mike replied that the safest route could be seen from here. He had seen something bright fall from the sky in that direction. The man replied that something had indeed fallen there, and added that Mike was not a timid person, since he wanted to go to such a dangerous place for this. Mike asked if there were other ways to get off the roof. The man replied that on that side the roofs of the buildings were quite close to each other, but you still had to jump, and that was very dangerous. The opposite building is 1 floor lower, and the distance between them is about 5 meters. The man advised Mike to forget about it, because he could easily break his legs. Mike wasn't stopped by this. He said that he would jump from here, but as soon as he was about to jump, the girl grabbed him by the sweatshirt and said that she would go with him, and asked him not to leave her. Then Mike said that she would have to carry the bag. The girl agreed. The blonde asked, "The guy is already going to jump with her, and he also wants to take the bag. They will crash. Hey you. Yes, you. The very best person who is watching this video now. Know that you are the most beautiful, the strongest, the luckiest, and the most wonderful viewer of the SSS rank. Enjoy watching. Don't forget to leave a comment and subscribe. I am very sad that 85% of the viewers of my channel watch the video without subscribing, which means I am a blogger of the FFF rank." The blonde offered to take the bag and said that she didn't get it all wrong. He was just supporting her, and when she jumped, he would throw the bag to the girl. But the girl held the bag tightly in her hands. Mike asked her to put her bag on. The girl put it on. Mike tied them together, and the girl grabbed Mike really tight. But the blonde stopped them. He asked if they had climbing equipment in their bag, didn't they? He ordered them to leave the bag, otherwise he would break Mike's arm. Mike just laughed and called the man an idiot, then just jumped. The guys managed to jump to another building. Mike took the rope off them and asked if she was okay. The girl was shaking and crying, and in a trembling voice said that she was okay. The nasty bastard from the other building looked at the girl and said that he found interesting prey. What with the apocalypse, some men are more dangerous than monsters. The men were arguing over a pack of cigarettes, but the other man immediately replied that there wasn't even any wine in that garbage dump, and that he had found those cigarettes on that dead man, so he wouldn't give the cigarettes to anyone. Another asked if it wasn't normal to find wine in the school cafeteria. If you really wanted to drink, you could look in the principal's office. The Muscle Mountain walked up to these men and asked what the bastards were talking about. The bald one said there was a crowd of zombies outside and they wouldn't be able to get out. He asked if they were really going to stay here. In just one night everything changed. Zombies and demons filled the world. This is the apocalypse, said one of the men. But the muscular monster did not agree with him. He laughed and said, "Does he see that they do what they want and play with whoever they want? Now in this world the strong write the rules. Whoever is stronger is right. And do they think that this is the apocalypse? No, it is not like that at all. It is a real paradise for people like them." The boys were running down the street at this time. Mike was looking around before letting the girl come out from around the corner. The girl cried and asked him not to run so fast, because she couldn't keep up. Mike irritably said that he was stupid for saving her, and was angry at his carelessness, which caused him so many problems. Mike said in a disgruntled tone that he had slowed down and ordered the girl to catch up with him, which she tried to do. They ran up and the girl was glad that there were so few zombies in this place. But Mike replied that this couldn't be. The school was a crowded place. The girl said that she does not hear or see any zombies. Mike replied that this is all because the monsters are gathered somewhere in one place. Mike was right. A few kids were trying to hold the doors back from the zombie horde. The guy said it was useless. Even if the zombies didn't kill them, they would still die of hunger. The girl was standing by the window and noticed the guys. She started waving at them to get their attention. And it worked. The girl said that there really were people here. Mike said that the girl couldn't even defend herself and advised her to mind her own business. The teenagers continued to scream and ask for help. The girl continued to look at the teenagers, but Mike told her to hurry up. Their screams would only attract zombies. It would be dangerous if a large crowd of zombies came running here. Then the girl sadly lowered her gaze and followed the guy. However, the girl was still tormented by her conscience. She asked if they really couldn't save those guys. Mike shouted that the zombies had driven them into the classroom, and she didn't know how many zombies had come running to their screams. Mike said that he couldn't save everyone, and if she wanted to save them so much, let her do it alone, then added that it was the apocalypse. It was time to wake up, and he hoped she wasn't stupid and wouldn't do anything reckless. The girl followed Mike and thought about why he came to school. Maybe here you can hide from zombies. and only now decided to thank him for saving her, and added that she still doesn't know his name. Mike decided to tease her and asked if she shouldn't be more sincere, if she really wanted to repay him with one word for saving her, since he risked his life. The girl asked hesitantly what he wanted. Mike turned away abruptly and said that he was going to use her as bait for the zombies. Mike advised the girl not to think that she is special, or that someone should save her just because she is beautiful. In a crisis situation, a pack of noodles is more useful than her. The girl became a little sad, then said that her name was Lily. Mike also said his name. Lily was surprised and thought that although he was rude, he was not a bad person at all. Suddenly, the kids from the school started knocking on the windows and shouting. The kids noticed. Mike immediately thought that they could see where the key fell from this place. So Mike yelled at Lily to hide somewhere, and he ran into the school and started climbing up the pipe into the building. Mike burst into the school and immediately killed the zombie that was attacking the children. When the zombie died, the teenagers immediately ran into the teacher's arms, and she thanked Mike for saving her students. The teacher sadly said that one of the students was dead, then went to the others and asked them not to cry. First, they needed to get out of here. One girl said that they couldn't get out because there were a lot of zombies outside. Then the teacher turned to Mike and asked if he could get them out of there then. She said that her other students had already left, and she was left with these girls. Mike honestly told them that he came to school for one thing. If they told him where it was, he would protect them and ensure their safety. The teacher asked what he was looking for. Mike asked if they had seen a beam of light in the sky and where it was falling. The girls turned their heads and said no. Then the teacher said that she saw it, but she had conditions. First, he had to get out of here safe and sound. Only after that she would tell everything. Mike asked how she could prove that she saw it. The teacher said that this light appeared in the sky. It looked like a meteorite landed somewhere in the school. The boy realized that she had seen him after all and asked where he had landed. The teacher asked what if he left them after she told him. If they stayed, they would only die. If they told him where he fell, the boys at least had a chance to survive. The decision was theirs, Mike said. The teacher asked if she would tell him to take everyone out. Mike replied that there were too many zombies in the school. He wouldn't be able to protect 3 of them at the same time in his current state. The maximum he could take was 2 of them. The girls got scared and asked if it was really impossible to take one more person. They weren't asking for the impossible, so why was he doing this? Mike replied that this world is cruel and unfair. Only the strong survive, while the weak die immediately, and pulling out a machete, he asked who he should save. The children got scared and started hugging the teacher again. Mike asked again who they were choosing. The teacher said that the choice was obvious. They needed to save her students. Mike promised that they would be safe and asked her to tell him where the light fell, but the girl still did not believe him, and said that after he took the children out, she would write the place on a piece of paper and drop it to him. Mike thought that this woman was very smart, worthy of being a teacher. Mike said he hoped her sacrifice was worth it, and told the kids it was time to move on. The kids were still hesitant. The teacher reassured them that everything would be okay. Then Mike listened and realized that there were 3 zombies behind the door. He turned to the teacher and said that when they came out, she needed to quickly lock the door and block it, and most importantly, not to make any noise. Mike opened the door and the zombie immediately rushed inside, but Mike kicked it with all his might. The monster flew back, then shouted at the children to run. The teacher closed the door and told herself that she was so scared and still tried to look like a hero. But she was a teacher. It was her duty to protect the students. The boys kept running and Mike was already tired. He thought that there were too many zombies in this direction and it was so tiring to protect these 2. It was quiet on the landing. Apparently the zombies had gathered somewhere on the upper floors, which meant it should be safe downstairs. But suddenly Mike sensed something and told the girls to step back. The girls asked what happened, if he saw anyone. Mike replied that he didn't know yet, but he felt danger. They were standing by the stairs. The girl came up and said that she didn't see any zombies, and asked if he just imagined it. Mike was still worried. Mike thought that it must have been just his imagination. He needed to hurry, so they continued to descend. But someone was really watching them. Suddenly Mike stopped. The girls hit his back and one of them asked why they stopped again. Mike pointed his finger to shut her up. Mike looked up, but there was no one there either. The guy thought again that he was too tense. Even his intuition was confused. They were going down, but Mike still felt uneasy, and he was right. Some kind of terrible monster was standing behind the guys and had already opened its mouth. The girl turned around and a huge mouth appeared in front of her. This monster was already preparing to bite off the girl's head, and was shouting, "Meat! Meat!" Mike reacted quickly. He threw the machete but only hit the monster, but the girl was now safe. But the monster was now heading towards Mike. The monster was huge, so Mike's blow didn't hurt him at all. The mutant zombie with metal arms was too strong. Mike tried to kick the monster, but the monster didn't even blink. Then the monster grabbed Mike by the leg and threw him onto the concrete stairs. The girl fell and was shaking all over. She turned to her friend and said that she couldn't get up and asked to help her get up. but her friend turned away. Mike was able to get up and shot the monster. Luckily, he took the gun he got from the roulette with him, but his condition is not the best. The monster finally died. Then Mike told her to get up quickly if she didn't want to be eaten by the zombie. But now there's another problem. The sound of the gunshot attracted the zombie. But it wasn't zombies that appeared on the stairs. It was Lily. Apparently, she was looking for Mike. Lily ran to Mike and hugged him. The girls exhaled that it was a person, but the long-haired one asked what if she was bitten. Mike asked what she was doing here. The girl started crying and said that Mike had been gone for so long, and she thought she was going to die. Mike said irritably that the building was crawling with zombies and asked if she was tired of living. Then Lily replied that a bright light had just come on in the window of the building, and all the zombies went there. Since the light attracted the zombies, she decided to take a risk and go look for Mike. Mike asked. She said that the light attracted the zombies. Lily replied that she saw the zombies walking towards him. She was really scared to be alone down there, so she went up. Then Mike stood up and took his machete. He said that she was lucky not to run into a zombie. Mike thought that he knew only one thing whose light could attract zombies. This apocalypse roulette. Mike took Lily's hand and said it was time to go down. The girls followed them down. Lily looked at the girls and decided that Mike, out of the kindness of his heart, saved these guys. The girl told Sana that she had just been very scared, so she hadn't helped her, and asked if she hated her. Sana replied that she should forget about it. She hadn't done it on purpose. The boys finally came out and Sana screamed when she saw Teacher Penny. The girl Lena told her to be quiet or she would attract zombies. The teacher smiled that the children were saved. She thought if she didn't drop him a note, Mike might come and save her. But then she shook her head. She shouldn't do anything rash. The children were still with him, so the teacher threw a note. Lily said there was someone else left. Mike said he was a great teacher. Then Lily asked why he didn't save her then. Mike said the teacher was trying to boss him around, so he taught her a lesson. Mike opened the note and was happy, he said. So this is where the key to the dungeon fell. Most people won't notice this place. And Lily looked at him and thought that she couldn't understand this guy at all. So, there are two places you need to go. The first is the construction site where the key is. The second is where Lily saw the light. There is a high probability that this is another roulette. Mike doesn't know these kids and can't take them with him to look for the key. They can't be trusted. So the only place left is the one Lily mentioned. So Mike asked Lily to show him the way to that place to check what that glowing thing was. Lily replied that there were a lot of zombies there. Mike replied that it meant there was something worthwhile there. Mike told the girls that they were going to go somewhere and asked them to follow them. Lily suggested that maybe they shouldn't go after all. There were a lot of zombies there. Sana shouted, "Why did he bring them here? He wants them to die here." Missy was also unhappy and asked, "He got the thing he wanted from the teacher, and now he wants to use them as bait." Mike ignored the girls and told Lily not to worry and asked her to look after the girls, then turned to the girls. He asked if there was a place during the apocalypse where there were no zombies. Mike said that he was not so pathetic as to use them as bait, so they should just wait for him to return. Mike entered the building and Lily was worried about him. She didn't understand why he wanted to get there so much. Maybe there really was something valuable there. Missy sighed, thinking that she was afraid he was going to use them as bait. But then she immediately got angry. She thought, so what if he has a gun? There are a lot of zombies inside, and if he attracts them all, will this gun help him? Missy took Sana by the hands and pulled her along with her. Missy told Sana to follow her, but Sana wasn't sure. Missy still asked if she thought they should find a safe place and hide. Sana asked what about those two? Missy asked rudely. Who cares? There are zombies inside. This Mike will definitely die. But this did not convince Sana. He said uncertainly that he had saved them. Missy shouted that if the zombies got out and attacked them, Lily heard this and asked what they were doing there. Missy replied that she had a stomachache and that Sana would go with her. Sana didn't respond, and Missy simply grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Lily kept thinking about Mike, and he was really having a hard time. The guy took out his machete and gritted his teeth. He said that he was lucky. There were no mutated zombies here that were difficult to deal with. But still, the battle would not be easy. Let's remember that in the battle with the terrible monster, Mike hit hard and dislocated his shoulder, so Mike had to set the bones. In his past life, he did this many times. But it still hurts like hell. Despite the searing pain, Mike prepared to attack the zombies that had already started running towards him. Mike still had to take out his gun and shoot. Missy started swearing that Mike shot and told Sana that they needed to leave this damn place immediately and hide. Sana asked where they should go. In the teacher's dorm, when the zombification started, there were no people in the dorm. It should be safe there, and they can find food there, Missy suggested, and grabbed Sana's hand. Sana asked what about the girl. Missy replied that she needed to think about herself and not about others. But Sana let go of her hand and ran to Lily. The girl ran up to Lily and grabbed her hands, saying that they had to leave here immediately. It was too dangerous here. Missy watched them and got angry, because the more people, the less food. and if she knew, she would have run away alone. The girl began to regret that she took Sana with her, and called her a fool. Lily turned away and said that she was not going anywhere. Sana countered that once the zombies broke out of the building, she would not be able to escape. Sana didn't understand why she didn't want to hide, and Lily asked how long she thought she could last alone. Without Mike, Lily confidently stated that Mike was very strong. In the current situation, leaving him meant dying. Then Sana mumbled that he couldn't even protect himself. Why was she still waiting for him? Lily asked why he couldn't. Lily was right, of course. Mike did it, and he was right. It was this unusual three-colored roulette that attracted the zombies. After the apocalypse began, regular roulettes appeared, with various items for survival. The rank of these roulettes varies from 1 to 9. The higher the rank, the better the items. But there are also special roulettes, for example, 3-color, because it has 3 colors, of course. There are 5, 7, and 9-color roulettes. They are called colored. Unlike regular roulettes, you can get professional skills in them, for example, combat skills, such as sword or bow skills, killing techniques. There are also auxiliary skills of a doctor, alchemist, cook, and the like. Only after acquiring these skills, people will be able to fully utilize the items from the roulette. For example, if a warrior gets a sword, he will be able to easily kill others, just like in the movies. But only 1 in 5 roulettes is colored, so they are very valuable and difficult to find. Mike did not expect to find a 3-color roulette here. However, this roulette has one unpleasant feature when the black color comes up. It simply explodes, and our hero's luck is not the best. Although he might still get lucky, since Margot seemed to have shared her luck with him. But is it worth the risk? Meanwhile, the girls continued to argue. Sana told Lily that the building was filled with zombies. Mike would not survive there, and Lily should go with them. But Lily continued to say that she believed in him, and if they wanted to, then let them run. But she reminded them that they shouldn't make loud noises if they didn't want to attract zombies. Then Missy came up to them, grabbed Sana by the hand, and told Lily that Mike had gathered all the zombies inside. There were practically none outside. Then she told Sana that there was no point in wasting time on her, and that they needed to hurry. Missy kept saying that she shouldn't act like Lily, because Mike wasn't some kind of invincible savior of the world. Let that idiot wait for Mike's corpse to come out to her. Lily got angry and hit Missy in the face and told her to shut up and reminded her that it was Mike who saved them. Lily couldn't take it anymore and hit Lily back. The muscular monster continued to watch the girls and ordered his dogs to grab Lily and bring her to him. The guy told him that there was no point in making so much noise, because there was still a crowd of zombies down below. The muscular monster replied that all the zombies had gone into that media center. It was safe down below, and again ordered him to go down right now and bring her. Sana continued to doubt and asked Missy if they were really going to just leave. Missy replied with displeasure that she still dared to object. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been hit at all. Lily continued to be angry. She said with displeasure that if it weren't for Mike, they would still be sitting in that class, and she didn't think they were so ungrateful. Suddenly, Lily heard screams and turned around. But at that very moment, the bully grabbed the girl. Lily started screaming for him to let her go immediately. The second bandit was there too, and said that Lily was such a beautiful baby, better than the one they had played with before. Lily screamed what they were going to do. The pervert came up to her and replied that, of course, to enjoy her. Lily continued screaming for them to let her go immediately. Then she threatened that if they don't let her go, she will call for help. The guy will come and deal with them. The pervert said that this guy is already dead, and asked if she still relies on him and called her stupid. At this time, Mike was collecting crystals one by one. Mike said with displeasure that it was so tiring. Collecting crystals so slowly, he complained that it would be possible to do everything like in the game, so that all the crystals were collected automatically. The schoolgirls were running away from the zombies. Sana was screaming and asking for help. Missy screamed back at her that no one would save them, and she needed to shut up and just run. Missy tripped and Sana quickly helped her up. But suddenly Missy pushed Sana right towards the zombie. Betrayal could already be expected from this girl, but not so rude. The schoolgirl ran back, justifying herself that she wanted to live. She had to survive, and saw 2 thugs dragging Lily away. Lily tried to resist, but these freaks didn't give her a chance. The first idiot said that when they came back, he would be the first to play with her. The second nasty guy noticed Missy and shouted that he would grab her. The second one shouted back at him to hurry up. Lily took advantage of the moment and bit the bastard, so she broke free and ran away from the idiot. But unfortunately, Lily didn't have time to run far. The idiot jumped on her and she fell to the ground. The freak grabbed her, and Lily continued to scream for help. However, our hero appeared in time. He stuck a machete into the bastard's hand and snatched Lily. She was glad that Mike was alive and well and hugged him. The bastard stood up and started screaming. Does Mike know who they are and how dare he touch him? The freak started threatening Mike with his own machete. Of course, Mike showed this bastard who was boss here with just one blow. The pervert even started foaming at the mouth. Mike asked where the schoolgirls were. Lily pointed to the side. Mike immediately found Missy and examined Sana's body. She was mauled by a zombie. Missy was sitting on the ground and crying, apologizing to Sana. Only Lily looked disapprovingly at the schoolgirl. Lily told the schoolgirl that she had been saved for the second time, but she did not listen to her. Missy cried and apologized to her, and promised that she would never disobey again. Then Lily asked what Mike would do with these freaks. Mike looked at the bastards with disdain and replied that the zombies would take care of them. Mike told the girls to go to the media center, which he had already cleared out, where it would be temporarily safe, Mike added. The girl immediately perked up when she heard that all the zombies inside were dead. She realized that Mike was really strong. It's no wonder why this girl is sticking to him. And then Missy decided that if she follows him, she can survive. Apparently, remorse did not bother her at all. Mike told the girls to go there and wait for him, and he needed to bring someone here. This surprised the girls. The teacher, as Mike had told her, locked the door and blocked it with several chairs. But suddenly, someone started breaking into the office. The girl took the shard and said that the zombies came for her. They killed many students. Now it was her turn. The teacher cried and asked herself if there was life in this world. The teacher thought it would be better if she killed herself than be eaten by zombies. At least 2 of her students were saved, she said. Mike knocked down the door and finally entered the office. He said that this door was quite strong. It took some effort, then asked if the teacher was okay. The teacher started crying and threw herself into Mike's arms, crying. She said that she thought zombies had come for her. Mike replied that everything was fine now. He had come to save her. The girl said that she thought he would not come back for her. Mike became embarrassed and asked the teacher to stop crying and let him go. At this time, the girls were collecting crystals from the zombies' heads. Mike asked them to do this. Lily simply did not understand why they should do this, and Missy was angry. The schoolgirl was complaining that it was disgusting. This guy wanted them to pick stones out of zombies' heads. So disgusting. When suddenly the teacher waved happily and called her over. Missy was happy to see the teacher. She hugged the teacher and said that she was glad to see her. The teacher asked what happened to Sana. Then the girl started crying. The teacher took pity on her, saying that they had been through a lot. Missy said that it was her fault. She couldn't help her friend. Apparently she wasn't going to tell that she herself threw Sana into the hands of the zombies. The teacher felt sorry for her and said that she must have been so scared. Lily was still angry. She said that if they had believed Mike and not run away, they would not have run into the zombies, and Sana would not have died. Missy replied that if Mike had taken the teacher with them, then none of this would have happened. He would have been able to protect everyone. But he forced them to choose. The schoolgirl called Mike a villain. The teacher tried to calm the student down, but Lily started screaming that they should be grateful that he saved them at all. And how dare she say such a thing? The girl didn't stand aside. She shouted that Lily didn't have to try to look like good people. Mike didn't save everyone, and because of that Sana died. Why should they be grateful? Lily replied that she told them not to go anywhere, but Missy didn't listen and took Sana with her. Lily blamed Missy for Sana's death. The schoolgirl replied that these were all excuses, and it happened because Lily was to blame, because she wanted them dead. Mike couldn't stand Missy's nonsense and slapped her across the face. He told her to think before she spoke. Of course he saved her, but that doesn't mean he can't bring her back. The whole world is teeming with zombies. The more people there are, the higher the risk of running into them or attracting them. Mike told her to remember one thing, that she can ask for help, but no one is obliged to save her. The teacher patted the girl on the head and said that Mr. Mike was their savior, and they should be grateful to him. Lily thought that this teacher understood what was what. Lily asked why they were collecting crystals. Mike asked everyone to follow him. He would tell them everything along the way, and the guys came to the roulette. The girls handed Mike the crystals. He scattered them and put them in the roulette. It is important to say that for the spin of the colored roulettes, it is not the exact number of crystals that is counted, but the amount of their energy. Mike wasn't sure that 26 pure crystals would be enough for at least one spin, but the roulette wheel still started spinning, which meant that Mike's efforts weren't in vain. The roulette stopped on red. Red is supposed to be a symbol of an incredible fighting profession. Apparently Mike is hoping for Margot's luck. But luck ran past Mike. The guy opened the box and it was written there. The profession level is 0 out of 100. The auxiliary profession is a great craftsman. There are abilities, collection and processing, improvement, forging, magical enchantment, and so on. From the roulette you can get professions, which are usually divided into main and auxiliary. The main ones include, for example, a shooter. Such professions are very important in battle. They significantly increase combat power. Support professions like a craftsman can help in battle but not directly, for example, improve weapons. Also, professions are divided into 4 levels: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, higher. All our heroes' efforts were in vain. Mike was upset and again admitted that his luck was complete shit. The girls looked at him. not understanding his sadness. Missy asked what he got there and told him to give it to them to look at. She thought that her efforts were in vain. Mike handed the sheet to Teacher Penny. While Mike was looking at the strange icon, the girls read the description. Missy said that it looked like a game. Lily added that the profession was a craftsman. He had creatures, and even enchantment, 5 in total. This caught Mike's attention. He asked to return the leaf to him. Mike read about collection and processing, improvement, forging, magical enchantment, inlay. Now everything fell into place. That's why the icon has 5 colors. They represent abilities. Mike was happy. Perhaps after the revival, his luck still increased. There should be a couple of zombie bodies nearby. He needs the girls to bring them in so they can get professions and have a better chance of survival, Mike told the girls. Lily and Penny raised their hands in joy, but the schoolgirl was not delighted. The guys were being watched by that muscular asshole. He admitted that Mike was strong because he killed so many monsters on his own. The man didn't understand what they were doing. He thought that maybe they wanted to use the media center as a base, so they were removing the corpses. But then he noticed that the crystals on the zombies' heads were gone, and he ordered his subordinate to gather everyone, because they had work to do. Now he knew their little secret. The girls dragged a sufficient number of corpses. Lily said tiredly that she was so hungry. She had not eaten anything all day. Mike immediately handed Lily a bag of food, then said that he checked the toilets. There was water in them, which meant the school water tanks were still intact. Then the guy took off the bag and also handed it to Lily. He said that there was food in this bag. It would last for 3 days. There were also some medicines and tools. Mike asked Lily to hold the bag for now. These resources are incredibly important. This is a life-saving treasure, and she must take care of it. Lily was surprised that Mike would leave her something so valuable. Suddenly, Mike said that he trusts Lily, and now the media center is their refuge. They continue to collect crystals, and he will go look for the key. Lily asked if he was going to go alone again. The schoolgirl and Teacher Penny also came up. Missy asked if the guy was leaving them. Mike was making something and replied that they would only be a burden. He would go look for resources and return quickly. Missy asked what if zombies attacked? Who would protect them then? Then Mike replied, as he had already said, he was not obliged to protect others. The guy broke the mop and used his abilities. So the guy created a thin wooden spear, medium attack power, can be used for defense. Then he said that if zombies come, they will have to defend themselves. Otherwise, only death awaits them. Penny said Mike was right. It was time for them to stand up for themselves. Then she explained to Missy that the world had changed. Everything was not the same as before. And Missy can no longer live under the protection of teachers or parents. As before, they all need to become stronger. Mike gave the spear to the teacher. Before Mike left, Lily told him to take care of himself and come back safe and sound. Mike replied that she shouldn't worry, and added that she should take care of herself. Mike almost reached the place where the key fell, and here it is, the construction site of the new school building. The key should be somewhere here. Just when Mike thought that there shouldn't be anyone here, the girl fell right into the guy's arms. The girl quickly jumped down and grabbed Mike by the hand. Mike shouted in displeasure what she was doing, because he had just saved her. The girl asked who he was and why he came here. But Mike managed to free himself. The guy immediately pressed the girl against the wall, grabbing her by the throat. He said that she would tell who she was and what she was doing here. The girl screamed at the guy for daring to attack a police officer and ordered him to let go quickly, which Mike did. She asked if Mike had done martial arts. He had good reflexes. Mike answered hesitantly that he had been practicing for about 10 years. The guy thought that in his past life he had been in many battles, although in the beginning he was simply beaten. Suddenly, bullets started flying at the boys. They quickly ran around the corner, and Mike asked who was shooting at them. The girl replied that they wanted to kill her, and she tried to hide from them at the construction site. Mike asked if she was from the police. The girl replied that that was exactly why they wanted to kill her, because they were criminals. In Mike's past life, there were groups of people who roamed freely around, and many of them were criminals. They were incredibly cruel. There were no rules or even attempts to stop them, so they killed people like ants. Then Mike decided that they could not expect mercy from him. He asked the girl where they got the weapons. The girl replied that they cleaned out the arsenal. Their boss ordered his subordinate to take her out of the corner, and he could just finish off the guy. The freak was delighted and shouted that it had been a long time since he had killed anyone. Just as he was shouting that a shot to the head was the best thing that could happen, he himself received a bullet to the head, saying that he got what he deserved. Then the two pulled out another cannon and started shooting to suppress them with continuous fire. But as soon as they approached the corner, there was no one there. Their leader shouted where they had gone. Mike replied that he was here. It turned out the guy was already upstairs. Mike immediately shot at this boar. Then the girl managed to run to the second one and hit him before he managed to shoot at her. The blow sent him falling to the ground and he began to bow to her, asking for forgiveness and mercy. But as Mike had told us earlier, the bastards could expect no mercy, so he shot him. The girl asked that he surrendered voluntarily, so why did he kill him? Mike asked if he wasn't a criminal, and added that he was just finishing what they, the police, couldn't do, which was kill such bastards. Or did she, Madam Officer, naively think that the criminal would start a new life after they simply let him go? Mike asked. The girl irritably asked what he meant. Then Mike approached her and said that she should know better than anyone that now, when there are no laws and rules, such men will only continue to rob, rape, and kill. Then he said with a stern look that Miss should not give them the opportunity to continue their dirty deeds because of her kindness. Mike remembered that in his past life his girlfriend was raped and killed by exactly such scumbags. That's why Mike will never show the slightest mercy to these bastards, Mike said. And the girl thought that although it sounded cruel, it was not at all unreasonable. The girl followed Mike and thought that he was still so young, but he shot the criminals without hesitation. What did he have to go through to become so cold-blooded? Another subordinate ran up to the muscular monster and shouted that as for the two he sent him for, when he arrived they were already gnawed to death by zombies. The man with the weird haircut continued that the guy was skilled in martial arts, and asked why they didn't just avoid the guy. But before he could add anything else, a muscular mountain punched him in the cheek, screaming, "What nonsense is he talking? If they kill him, then the girls, the weapons, all this will go to them. They will start ruling here." Then he asked if the others had gathered. He replied that everyone was waiting for him in the hall. Then the muscular man entered the hall, and everyone greeted him. He shouted that some brat dared to behave arrogantly on their territory. 2 of them had already been killed by him. Then he hit that guy again, but on the other cheek, when he said that they were mauled by zombies. The man said that it doesn't matter how exactly those 2 died. What's important to know is that in the past they were just hiding. But now that zombies are roaming everywhere, no one can stop them. They are free. It's time to show their strength. They can't let a common brat destroy their paradise. From now on, whoever dares to provoke them will be killed. A bunch of idiots cheered up and started screaming. Muscle Mountain told everyone to get together and go kill him together. And today is the kid's last day. The beaten guy asked what about him. What should he do? The muscular boar answered that he had a more important task for the beaten guy. Mike at this time continued to look for the key. The girl asked what he was doing. Mike answered that he had lost the key. Very important for him. He had to find it today. The girl asked what the key looked like. Mike hesitantly replied that he had never seen a key, but that this key was very special, and when he found it, she would immediately understand everything. Then the girl said that she would help him, but this place was just huge. She asked if they could find the key before it got dark. Mike thought that in the dark it would be even easier to find it, since the key emits light. Suddenly the policewoman said that she found the key. Mike was delighted and said, as expected from a policewoman so quickly. But turning around, the guy was in for a surprise. The girl asked if it wasn't him. He looked normal. Mike immediately changed his joyful mood and said that he really looked special, but it was not the right key. The girl got upset and threw the key back. The keys rolled on the ground and stopped in front of some creepy dog. The policewoman told Mike about this, who didn't notice anything. The girl replied that she had good eyesight and pointed to the dog. Mike said again that he couldn't see anything. Then the girl said that there was definitely a dog there. They worked with police dogs, in training. They are very obedient. Mike will need them. But when the smoke cleared and it wasn't a dog that appeared there, it was a big monster, perhaps some wolf that had mutated after infecting the planet. Mike took out his gun and tried to kill the wolf, but the wolf calmly turned away from each bullet and jumped on Mike and opened its mouth. Mike trembled with fear. But suddenly the wolf cub began to lick Mike like a real dog. The girl was right. The dog could still be useful in the future. Mike asked what was wrong with this dog. The girl answered, "It seems the dog is trying to please Mike." And so it was. It seems not only the girl loves Mike, but the dogs too. Then the guy noticed something. Mike remembered how in childhood he saw some freak bullying a small dog. The bastard threw a bottle at the dog. The poor puppy was lying on the ground and tried to get up, but the freak stepped on his tail. Then little Mike ran up to the dog. The boar asked what the brat was doing there. The boy lied that he fought off the dog with his hands and some germs were transmitted to him, and his hands turned red for several days. She also has a lot of fleas and lice, and she's dirty as hell. It's better not to touch her. The man stepped back, and Mike continued to say that she has so many fleas that when she walks they fly in all directions. When the man left, Mike was glad that he was able to protect the dog and did a good deed. The dog came up to Mike. The boy sat down and stroked it. Mike felt sorry for the dog and gave him a cookie. Its little tail was lying on the ground, but the baby was still happy and started eating the cookie. The dog is of course cute, but Mike's parents will not allow him to have a dog. But throughout his childhood, Mike and the dog continued to be friends. Mike remembered his dog named Yoke. The girl said that it meant his dog. She was able to recognize Mike even after the mutation, surprisingly. But the name is somehow strange. Mike used to feed this stray. He looked like a little yellow ball, so he named him Yoke. The girls were sitting at the table and apparently having dinner. Of course, Missy was unhappy as always. She asked Lily if there was more food in the bag. Lily answered no. Missy got angry and stood up. She yelled at Lily that she was taking them for fools. She saw the cans of meat inside and asked why Lily didn't share with them. Lily replied that Missy should be glad that she at least gave her a cookie. If she didn't want to eat it, she could return it. Then Missy grabbed the bag and said that if Lily didn't give her food, she would take everything herself. But Lily snatched the bag and said that Mike asked her to look after the bag, so she has no right to touch it. The girl replied that he is not here now, so she does not have to try to scare her with his name. Missy shouted again for Lily to give her the food. The teacher told Missy that there was no point in arguing. Lily was not taking all the food for herself, and moreover, she shared it with them. Then Missy let go of the bag, and she shouted that this bitch, like a dog, guards her dog food. Lily thought that this girl was too arrogant and evil. It was not worth sharing with her. Teacher Penny tried again to calm her student down by saying that it wasn't even their food, but they were still given some, so they should be grateful. Missy finally sat down on the chair, but she was still angry. She thought that Teacher Penny was too kind, and they could have taken everything for themselves, and this Mike was risking his life, and who even knew if he would come back. Meanwhile, the guys continued to look for this key. It was already dark. The girls said that they were lucky that they had a flashlight. Without it, they would not have been able to see anything. Mike replied that it was not necessary to use a flashlight. The darker it was, the easier it would be to find this key. While the guys were looking for the key, a monster was slowly approaching them. Suddenly, Mike saw a glow and began to quickly dig up the key, and finally saw the key to the dungeon. Mike happily picked up the key. As expected, the key was glowing brightly. The girl said that it took a long time, but now he looks happy. Suddenly, the policewoman felt movement, and when she turned around, she saw a huge open mouth. The monster even managed to grab the girl with its disgusting tongue. But Mike arrived in time and used his machete, which the guy had improved with the craftsman's skill. With this machete, he easily cut the tongue of this monster. The monster started screaming and bleeding. Luckily, Mike had improved his skills, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to handle its physique. The dog also came up and started biting the monster's paws. Mike ran up and stabbed his eye. Blood flowed like a fountain. But to fight such a huge monster, you need a lot of endurance. Yoke stood in front of Mike, ready to attack the monster. Mike was worried about the dog, so he asked Yoke to run away faster. But it seemed the dog was not going to do this. The dog jumped on the monster and bit him. The monster got angry and hit him with his tail. Yoke fell to the ground and Mike ran to save his friend, but the monster swept him aside. The monster turned to Mike. He opened his mouth and then a policewoman came running. She stuck a long piece of iron into the monster's mouth and stuck it all the way to the monster's head, so she was able to kill the monster. Mike fell tiredly to the ground and said, as expected from a policeman, such a merciless murder. The girl turned around, but said nothing. Yoke ran up to Mike. The guy stroked him and praised the dog for how bravely he fought the monster. Yoke happily licked Mike, and the guy asked him to stop licking him, because it was so disgusting. Then Mike stood up and pulled a crystal out of the lizard's head, and held it out to the girl, and said that this was the most important resource in this apocalyptic world. A magic crystal. The girl extended her hand and asked if there was magic in this thing. Mike closed his palm and answered, something like that, but even more amazing. The policewoman asked what use he was. Mike asked if she wanted to know. The girl replied that of course she did, and asked her to tell him everything. Then Mike said that first she had to accept one of his conditions. The girl immediately refused. She thought that the guy dared to force the policeman to agree to his condition. The girl decided that she herself could explore and find out the secret of this magic crystal. Mike was shocked. It seemed that it had just dawned on him that not all girls are the same. What a surprise. He was sincerely surprised that the girl refused him. Naive. Now that he had found the key, the girl told him he could leave. Mike deflated and asked if their friendship would end like this. Then exhaled and admitted that he actually had a favor to ask. Mike addressed the girl as you and said that, as she could see, the situation was terrible now. There was chaos all around, mutants, and also a lot of terrible men. So, unexpectedly, the modest guy suggested to the policewoman that why don't they team up to help each other. The girl thought about his proposal for a while and said that although his actions were risky, she thought he was not a bad person, so she didn't mind. She extended her hand to him. Mike shook it and said his name. The girl also introduced herself. Her name is Millie. Now there is one more person on the team. The man found a gun and picked it up. He shouted happily that he had a real gun. The other man covered his mouth and whispered to him to shut up or they would get caught. They crept up on Mike and Millie. The scarred man whispered to him not to make any sudden movements. The fool pointed a gun at them and shouted for them to stay put. The one with the scar said that if they wanted to live, they should raise their hands. The second one yelled at him and said that they were ordered to kill this bastard. Then the man with the scar said that today the bastard would pay for killing his brothers. Millie asked who they were. Mike said criminals. The man yelled die and fired, but nothing happened. He told his partner he couldn't shoot. The man with the scar said the idiot didn't take the safety off. The man asked what the safety was, and said he was a security guard, and had never seen a real gun before. His partner asked if he had ever watched action movies, and said the safety was to prevent the gun from firing and harming innocent people. Then he shouted that if he didn't know how to use a gun, why did he take it at all, and ordered them to give him the pistol. But then Jeltok ran up to the criminals and bit off his hand. The man began to ask his partner for help, but he replied that he had been bitten by a zombie, and if a zombie bites a person, he is doomed. He did not even notice how the policewoman ran to him. Millie hit him in the jaw, then lifted him up and threw him on his head. The man lost consciousness from the blow. Mike became nervous when he saw the policewoman's skill. He thought what an amazing martial art she should not be provoked in the future, Mike decided. They were tied up. Mike asked who the leader was who sent them here to kill him. The guard called Mike his older brother and asked him to stop the bleeding first. Mike got angry and asked if he didn't want to die from bleeding, so he ordered him to tell about this leader, and maybe he could stop the bleeding. At this time, their leader was with one of his subordinates, who asked him why they did not sleep at night, but pulled dirty garbage out of the zombies' heads. The leader asked if he knew what they wanted this loot for. The guy with the weird haircut said it looked more like trash than loot, and for that, the guy got it from the leader again. The guy went silent, and the main bandit thought that these things don't just grow on zombies' heads. Most heads don't have these things anymore, but they definitely have a use that he doesn't know about yet. The girls had already gone to bed at this time, but the schoolgirl could not fall asleep. She stared with a crazy look at the bag that Lily was clutching tightly. Missy stood up and picked up the shard of glass. She clutched it tightly, and was so immersed in her thoughts about how she had to get resources to survive that she didn't notice that she was already bleeding. The girl decided that Lily was using Mike's name to put pressure on her and was picking on her every time. She wanted to kill Lily. But suddenly Penny woke up and asked what Missy was doing. Missy replied that she was going to go to the toilet. The girl washed herself and swore that the teacher was too naive. And how could she trust others so easily? This is the end of the world. How can you give resources to other people? Besides, this Mike and Lily began to suspect her. In order to survive, she can rely on herself. She will not be as weak as Teacher Penny. Suddenly she heard some noise and ran out to the girls. She asked what the noise was. The teacher said that someone was trying to break down the door. Lily said that everything would be fine. Zombies couldn't get in here. But the door started to be knocked down even harder, and it didn't seem like zombies. The door was knocked down anyway, and a bunch of freaks lifted it up. The teacher asked what they were doing there. The freaks came in and broke Lily's spear, and one of them came up and said he liked the teacher. The old bastard shouted that the short-haired schoolgirl had escaped and ordered the others to catch up with her. The blonde said that the boss had told them to kill the guy, but he didn't say anything about the girls. The bastard replied that there was no leader here, so he was in charge here. And besides, all these women were accomplices of that bastard. The fat bastard said he would catch her. The old man shouted at him not to try to take advantage of her alone. The bald man asked if the teacher didn't recognize him, and replied that he had been a student at this school, and even in her class before. The other freaks grabbed Lily, and one of them shouted that she seemed to be a celebrity. He had seen her video before. Mike and the policewoman tied up and hanged the two guys. Millie asked what his next step was. Mike replied that if someone wanted him dead, he would find them. Miss Millie suggested that this guy had a lot of henchmen. Maybe they should go back to the station to get equipped, plan everything, and then find them. Mike said, "Miss Millie, don't be naive. There's chaos everywhere now, so hiding and avoiding is not his style." Mike decided to head straight to their base. Millie said that she would go with him then so they could cover each other. Then she asked what use the key was. Mike replied that the dungeon key could open the future. The girl said that it sounded somehow mysterious. Mike replied that she had already seen zombies, monsters, crystals. The world had changed so much that it was hard to imagine. Then Millie asked when they would use this key. Mike replied when they were strong enough. The fat bastard kept running after Missy, shouting that he would break her legs and arms so that she would not be able to run away anymore. The girl ran to the door, but it did not open. Then the fat freak was already behind her. He asked why she did not run away. The fat man shouted that she could run away, and began to whine that every time she saw him, the girl despised and ridiculed him, avoided him and ran away, so she was a mystery to herself. But now the apocalypse has come, and he has a chance to make it so that she cannot leave him. Missy replied that she will not laugh at him, and will not leave him. The schoolgirl began to manipulate, saying that she was different from other girls, and he was not at all disgusting, but very handsome, and if he let her go, she would do whatever he wanted if they were alone. The fat man grabbed Missy and said that she had a good appearance and spoke beautifully, but he could not betray the main one. Missy again asked to let her go. They returned to the room and Missy saw that the teacher was lying on the floor unconscious, with bruises on her arms and blood on her mouth. The fat man said so cruelly even her clothes were torn. She was just a poor teacher, and he began to laugh. The old man replied that this teacher was quite furious. She bit and kicked, so he could not do anything and got it. Now he is bleeding and in no mood, pleasure is not in the cards for him. Missy ran to the teacher and called her. The fat man said that he didn't expect the teacher to be so strong. Then he walked up to the old man and said that he had brought a schoolgirl and she wanted to join them. The old man said that the girl was smart and knew when to change sides. The fat man said that he would not dare to hide anything from him. The fat man shouted at Missy to stop crying and come over to them. The old man asked her if she really wanted to join them. Missy replied that she would do whatever she was ordered to do and asked to be accepted. The old man said that she could prove her loyalty. He pointed to the girl and ordered Missy to beat her to convince him. The old man pointed out to Lily that it wouldn't be difficult for Missy. Lily screamed at her, calling her a traitor, and repeating that Mike saved her. The schoolgirl, without thinking twice, hit Lily on the cheek with all her might. The crazy old man was delighted and shouted at her to continue hitting her. Missy, with crazy eyes, replied that he could not worry. Missy complained that she had some kind of grudge against this girl, before that she dared to slap her. Lily looked at Missy and called her a monster. The girl continued to beat Lily for a while, and then the old man told her that it was enough and that she was now worthy of joining them. The old man told the fat man that she was his now, and he needed to take care of her and try not to cause trouble. The fat man hugged Missy and said that now her brother had acknowledged her, and they could be together. The old man then asked them to come over and said that they were allies of the fourth brother. But after he became a zombie, they were forced to join the fifth brother and become his minions. The men began to say that the fourth brother was from a gang of thugs and knew martial arts. But the fifth brother was just crazy and took everything they risked their lives for himself. The fifth one ordered to kill people, and then he disappeared. The men complained. Then the old man said that the apocalypse had come. Everyone can be a ruler, and asked why they should live under someone's command and obey him like dogs. From today on, they will not obey the fifth brother. From now on, they will follow him. The men began to shout and support the old man. It seems a coup is beginning. The old man and one of his subordinates came to their old base. The canteen seemed empty. Apparently the fifth had not returned yet. The old man said that this was a great chance. They could set up an ambush. But as soon as the old man entered the dining room, a bone flew at him. He shouted who threw the bone at him and turned around. It was Mike. It turned out that Millie and Mike had already arrived at school. Mike told the guys that they arrived just as he finished eating. It looks like they were very lucky. The old man got angry and shouted who the hell he was and what he was doing here. Mike stood up asking if they didn't want to kill him and said that he just saved them time and energy and came here himself. Mike said that his two brothers who wanted to kill him were killed themselves. Now it was his turn. The old man realized that those two failed to kill him. The guy shouted that the arrogant boy would now regret his words and asked the old man for permission to kill Mike. The pervert asked him not to rush and bring that girl here, which he did. The old man said to come up to Mike and asked if this was his friend, wasn't it? Mike immediately got angry. The old man pressed Lily's throat and asked where his confidence had gone, and now he was afraid, because his woman was in his hands. Mike replied that it was a pity, but he didn't have that kind of relationship with her, the old man asked, still self-confident, and added that he had seen them together. The old man got nervous. Mike said that he thought he wouldn't need his dirty hands and mouth anymore. Mike looked really creepy. With incredible speed, the guy stuck the bone into the old man's hand. Mike called him a clown and grabbed Lily towards him, her hand immediately covered in blood, and the old man screamed at Mike how dare he stab him. The old man shouted for his men to attack Mike and kill him. Mike pushed Lily to Miss Millie and asked her to take care of her. The schoolboy ran up first and tried to hit Mike, but of course he didn't succeed. Mike immediately attacked him, hitting him in the cheek. The guy even lost a tooth. Mike was surrounded by 4 freaks at once. Mike got ready and told the impudent scum to attack. The guy was of course confident in his victory. The guy attacked Mike, but of course he didn't have a chance. Mike turned him over and broke his arm, and he knocked the second one down. Mike went for the third one, but the fat man pushed him away and took out a knife. Mike hit him in the hand, then kicked him in the head and he fell unconscious. The old man took the teacher hostage and held a knife to her throat. He admitted that Mike was quite strong. They were ordered to get rid of him, but it seems they are not enough. He threatened that if Mike moved, he would smash her head on the floor. He had not touched her before. He was waiting for the right moment. Missy was standing behind the old man. The bastard asked, "Mike doesn't want this girl to die because of him." Mike told him that this teacher has nothing to do with him. But this didn't work on the bastard. He grabbed her by the hair and asked if the idiot was still pretending, saying that these women had nothing to do with him. Did he think that she wouldn't get hurt if he said so? Then Missy couldn't take it anymore and decided to save her beloved teacher. She pushed the old man away from her. The bastard got angry and started waving his arms. He swung his arms and cut Missy's throat. She stepped back and with tears in her eyes asked the teacher to help her. But it was too late. Mike attacked the old man, then tied up the rest of the bastards. The teacher asked why Mike didn't do it right away. She was her student. She also wanted to live. Then Mike replied that it had nothing to do with him. especially since if it weren't for him, they would all have died here. The teacher held Missy in her arms. Penny burst into tears and said, "The weak do not survive, and kindness is meaningless now. In this era, it is all useless." But she couldn't calm down and asked how Mike could be so callous. Didn't he feel anything? Lily came up to her and said that Penny was too kind. Such holiness wouldn't work in this world. Besides, she's still alive. And being alive, she can do much more, Lily added, and walked up to Mike. Millie thought that the girl understood the logic of the new world. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits and his strange assistant were spinning the roulette wheel. He said that now it was clear how this guy became so strong. The man squeezed the crystals and said that now they were all finished. And Mike, having learned that Lily had lost the backpack that he had entrusted to her, began to shout and scold her, forgetting that they had been attacked while they were hiding. Lily started crying and apologizing to Mike and explaining that when they were captured she lost him. Then she said she let him down and apologizing again and saying he would go and get the backpack back. Mike grabbed her hand and said that the school wasn't safe right now. With all the zombies and criminals, Mike was worried because the elixir was in his backpack. At the moment they are in the dining room, and important elixirs of strengthening and a 3-color roulette, allowing to get professions in the media center. The level of the elixir is not rare. He can still do. The problem is in that 3-color roulette. You can go there for the roulette, but it will be difficult with them, so you need to postpone it. Lily asked why he was silent. He was really angry. Then she apologized again. Mike sighed and said that they needed to get back to his temporary base first. Mike had a good reason to have a bad feeling, because the roulette was already spinning at full speed. And so the muscular mountain won the profession. He became a junior specialist in alchemy. But the man was not satisfied with this prize. He complained that after all this effort, he got the profession of an alchemist. As if they were in a video game, he hit his assistant and ordered to find out what else can be used here. The muscle mountain said that all 20 or so stones he had worked so hard for were gone. The man did not know that the number of crystals he had put in exceeded the number needed for the draw, and that the excess would not be spat out by the roulette. For the next draw, you just need to make up the number of stones needed for the next draw. Here is a strange guy, our backpack Mike. The man said it was a child's backpack, but took it anyway and found that inside there was a bundle of rope, several packets of cookies, several cans of food, and a first aid kit. And then he found a potion of vivacity. It quickly increases the body's energy, a significant increase in strength and speed. But there are also side effects. A person experiences severe muscle pain. A small number of people will not withstand this and die. The man immediately understood what kind of potion it was. The guy asked how he knew what it was. It turns out the man can see information about potions because he received the profession of an alchemist. He said that the kid drank that potion to kill a bunch of zombies by himself. So he opened the vial and drank the whole potion. After drinking the potion, the man immediately began to experience terrible pain. His eyes were covered with a purple film. The man screamed in pain. His whole body was paralyzed. The guy shouted that he would run to call for help. But as soon as he opened the door, a huge monster appeared in the corridor, the same mass of muscles as the man. The monster was about to hit that guy with his huge fist, but then the 5th leader came running and stopped his blow with one hand. He confidently said that he was now in better shape. Now he had the strength of a 1-star, and decided that he needed to test his strength. Mike came with the girls to his temporary base and told the girls that they would stay here and he would come to the owner of this house, who was also his accomplice. The guy went into Margot's house and started looking for her. He shouted to her that he was back, but she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly Lily shouted that he should look at it. Mike quickly ran into the kitchen. It was destroyed. Mike asked what happened here. Suddenly he noticed a sheet of paper attached to the refrigerator, and next to it was a bloody handprint, on which they wrote that the tape measure was in the supermarket. Muscular at this time continued to test his abilities. The guy next to him shouted that the boss had killed the mutant zombie. The guy said that the 5th brother was very strong, and now they would never have to be afraid of zombies again. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder and replied that the zombie was now his prey, and shouted at him to go look for other zombies. They returned to school and the guy said that the guys had gone out somewhere, otherwise they would have come out to greet him. But when he opened the door, they saw his comrades tied up. The blonde woke up and was happy about the main thing, and he immediately said that it was the guy he was going to kill who did it. He also killed one of them and took the supplies. The muscular mountain ran to the closet. Opening the closet, he saw that there really was nothing there. Don, that was the name of the leader, got angry and said that he would personally kill the guy. Mike suddenly shuddered. Lily asked if Mike was okay, why he suddenly got scared. Mike answered that he just had a strange feeling. The policewoman suggested eating and resting, because there was still a lot to do ahead. Mike said that his assistant Margot must be in danger, and composed a roulette message. They should follow the trail and start with the roulette in the supermarket. Lily was a little upset and asked if this Margot was his girlfriend, Mike replied no, she was his good friend. Then Lily immediately became inspired and said that then she would gladly go with him on the search. She hoped that if she helped him with the search, perhaps he would like her. Mike wasn't too happy about the help and asked her to stay out of the way and be useful, the current temporary team. Lily is smart and loyal to Mike and can be taught anything, Miss Millie, a martial artist, calm and competent, a good choice for a teammate and a teacher. Penny said that she was also a medicine teacher. She could help out and also be in charge of supplies. Mike replied that she could go, but the main thing was not to be a burden. He didn't have time to protect her forever. Then he asked if Miss Millie would go with them. The girl replied, of course. The guys gathered, Mike thought. It is unknown how long it will take to find Margot and a new roulette, and these supplies will only last for a few days. But it won't be easy to carry all this with you. Millie asked what happened. Mike replied that first they needed to take these supplies, and the rest would have to be left here for now. Millie replied that it was not safe to leave all this here. She had a solution. They went outside, and Mike was speechless when he saw this giant. Millie said that this was a treasure from the police station. The commander did not have time to take it. It is the undisputed king of military trucks, with armor protection, all-wheel steering, can climb hills and rough terrain, with a maximum payload of 33 tons and a speed of 87 kilometers per hour. Millie said that unfortunately it wasn't equipped with rockets, which was a bit of a shame. Mike beamed with joy and said that this truck would definitely help them, and thanked Millie. On the other side of town, a boy asked the leader Don what they were going to do now. Don replied that they would find the boy who took him and skin him alive. The boy asked what about the other brothers. Don replied that he had learned from those losers that they wanted to rebel against him, let them survive on their own, and that guy who single-handedly killed zombies, he would personally kill. The boys started their journey, and Mike said that with this car it is much safer to collide with zombies. These zombies are nothing compared to the truck of their army. Thanks to Millie, they have a military truck that they can ride in relatively safely, the teacher praised Millie, saying that one can expect from a police officer, much more capable than their ordinary people. Lily was a little jealous, and wanted to be helpful too. Mike said that Margot's note didn't have a clear address for the supermarket. They'd have to check each one in turn. There was a supermarket a little further on, so they headed there. Suddenly, Millie shouted for Mike to look around. Out of nowhere, a lot of zombies appeared. They didn't seem to be following them, but rather running away. And Millie was right. The zombies really did run away from this monster that looked like a gorilla. It turned out that this monster ate zombies. Mike became nervous and said, "A mutated white monkey, an evolved beast, powerful and cruel in nature. With his current 1-star strength, Mike won't be able to fight this mutant monkey, but having survived a battle with a white monkey in his past life, he knows it's Achilles' heel." Mike ordered the girls to hold on and be as quiet as possible, but no such luck. The monkey blocked their path with one jump. Then Mike tried to throw the monkey away with sharp turns, but the white monkey held on tightly to the truck, and then the guy asked Millie to drive the car, and he got out and kicked the monster in the face. But the monster grabbed Mike's leg with its tail and drove it into the asphalt. From such pain, Mike would not be able to get up for some time. The monster began to approach his body, screaming joyfully. Millie realized that Mike was in mortal danger, so she stopped the car and shot the monster several times. The monster turned its attention to the girl and was now running towards her. The monster started shaking the truck. Millie got out and started shooting at the monster even harder, but it seemed that only made him angry. The monster was furious and now he was about to turn the car over. The girls were still in the truck, but when the monster began to shake the car, the teacher fell out of it. The monster immediately noticed the girl and attacked Penny. Her back was bloody from the blow of the monster. Before the monster could attack the girl again, Mike stood up and whistled, calling his friend. Yoke immediately appeared in front of the guy, ready to fight. The dog immediately ran towards the monster. He climbed onto the monkey and began to bite him. The monster did not even have time to hit the dog, since it was quite fast. Then Mike ran towards the monster and shouted for Millie to throw him the gun. Millie quickly threw him the gun. Mike easily grabbed it and used his craftsman skills. When the strengthening technique was activated, the monster managed to fight Yoke off. The poor dog fell onto the asphalt, and the monster rose from his knees and raised his paws high. It seems he was preparing to kill Yoke. But Mike shouted, "White bastard monkey!" So he attracted the monster's attention and saved his dog, and shot at its weak spot. Excessively mutated and strengthened muscles force the backbone to extend beyond the body. The spine is its weak area. Luckily, Mike used the amplification technique to strengthen the bullets. Otherwise, even if he had hit the white mutant monkey's vital points, it wouldn't have been enough to kill it. It seems that he needs to develop more artisan skills, which include 5 types of crafting: gathering and refining, crafting, enchanting, inlaying. In the car, Lily was cleaning Penny's teacher's wounds. The wound is a little deep and Lily uses alcohol to disinfect it. She asked Penny to be patient for a while until she completely cleans the wound. Mike burst into the truck screaming that he heard the teacher was hurt, but he arrived at the wrong time, because Penny was half naked. She shouted at Mike to get out. Millie asked how Teacher Penny was. Mike replied that her wounds were not deep and she would live. Mike went to his dog. After all this, he was shocked to meet such a monster so early. Mike stroked Yoke and thanked him for his work. Luckily, the dog's wound is not serious, but it will affect his mobility. The wound will heal slowly. So Mike decided that he needed to find medications to speed up the process. Lily said that the teacher's wound was too deep. The bleeding couldn't be stopped easily. Miss Millie said that such wounds required stitches, but they had no instruments or anesthesia at hand. Mike replied that he could make suture tools with his craftsmanship, but anesthesia was a bit difficult. In his past life, he had already tried to do it without anesthesia, but Mike was afraid that Miss Penny would not be able to withstand this torture. So Mike said that there should be a private hospital nearby with all kinds of medicines to perform the operation. They had better go and collect medical supplies. Lily asked what about his friend. Mike replied that she was smart and would definitely survive. Besides, she was a future 9-star assassin, Mike thought. Mike said he was sure she wouldn't die that easily. Millie said there was always a chance to find her, so they should split up. He would take Miss Penny to find the cure, and she would go to the nearest supermarket to do some reconnaissance. She would only do some reconnaissance, and she would not act rashly. Mike was against it, he said. It is unknown what else will appear. Miss Millie said that he shouldn't underestimate her. She was a police officer. He himself had seen her abilities. She had the skills to protect herself. Then Mike agreed, and told her to remember that the roulette has a natural attraction for zombies. They will unconsciously flock to the roulette within a certain range, so she must be extremely careful. And these two bandits were riding a bike, or rather that frail guy was pedaling, and Don was just sitting there. He told Ben to go faster. He wanted to be as fast as the wind. Ben asked where they were going. Don replied that his brother had a plan. That boy was probably looking for something right now, and he somehow knew where Mike was going. Tired Ben asked where they were going. Don replied that in a few days they would eat up his supplies, and then they would go to the supermarkets to find new things. Supermarkets have all kinds of resources. It is necessary for survival. Ben happily shouted that Don is so smart. Don shouted that the biggest supermarket in the area is a little further. They arrived. Ben told Don that they should be careful. There could be zombies here too. But Don replied that he didn't care about them, and he would hunt them himself. Ben noticed that there was nothing there and said that the place looked like it had been ransacked. The shelves were empty. The guy went down to get some noodles and a zombie appeared on the top shelf. The zombie opened his mouth and started screaming. He jumped to the floor, but for some reason he didn't attack the guys. He just turned away and went somewhere. Don told his partner to follow him. Mike was right. The zombies were unconsciously heading towards the roulette. Several zombies were already standing next to the roulette. Ben got scared and said that they needed to run, but Don had a different opinion. He realized that they were very lucky. Miss Policewoman was running through the area. Fortunately, she knows this area. There is a supermarket ahead on the right, so she decided to check it first. Of course, there was nothing in the supermarket. All the shelves were empty. She searched the stores thoroughly, and none of them had tape measures. Mike told her that the roulette wheel attracts zombies. There are no goiters here, and it looks like there aren't any in this supermarket. It looks like there's only the biggest supermarket in this area, Millie said. She didn't know Don was there with his partner now. At this time, Mike and the girls were driving at high speed to the hospital. Lily said that the teacher had lost consciousness. Mike replied that they were almost there. As soon as they arrived, Mike ran out of the truck and ran to the hospital. Penny said that she was in pain. Lily pressed a rag to her wound and noticed that the bleeding had increased. Lily silently asked Mike to hurry because Miss Penny might not last. All the necessary items are in the injection room, but as soon as Mike entered, the monster blocked his passage with its huge tail. Mike wondered how they could even meet two mutant zombies so close. Unlike Yoke, the white monkey is a mutant creature. The turtle crocodile is even more bizarre and powerful. And in those 10 years he realized that the crocodile does not belong to the earth, but is an extraterrestrial creature that came with the apocalypse. These alien creatures are collectively known as guardian beasts, and guardian beasts often come with special rewards. This monster looks like a second-class guardian beast, but with its current abilities, Mike can't handle it, but he has skills. Mike ran out to the truck. Lily asked if he got everything he needed, but Mike didn't answer and took out a bow. Lily asked if there were zombies in there. Mike just asked to take care of Miss Penny. He ran back and got the tools. The guy said that it was good that everything was there, but he couldn't defeat the second-level guardian beast with what he had now. However, he could find a way to kill it with these items. First, he uses the enchanting technique and the craftsman skills to combine bows and arrows to enhance the penetrating ability. However, the amount of materials must be controlled in the process. All of his crafting skills are at the very basic level, so he needs to use the same basic materials and reasonable amounts of them to perform enchanting and crafting. The enhanced bullet he used to fight the monkey can bring double effect if both bullets are used together. This skill not only changes the shape of the material, but also magically increases its internal quality, a supernatural ability similar to some kind of magic. And now the bow improvements are complete. The next step is to create a large, strong metal mesh. In Mike's past life, he saw people using the inlay technique. An inlay is the combination of two completely different materials, while retaining the characteristics of each. Mike then uses a combination of iron wire and green eco-mesh to deal with the Guardian. The weight depending on whether the combination of the two materials can give full rein to his imagination. The preparations are complete. He is unlikely to win, but he must try to stun the monster, so Mike shoots 3 arrows at the monster at once. Thus, Mike was able to block the monster, but this will not hold this monster for long, so the guy immediately ran for the necessary medicines. Mike was lucky. He immediately found gauze, needles, antiseptics, and painkillers. With this, the operation should go smoothly, but the monster quickly managed to break the nets and free itself. Don at this time managed to kill all the zombies at once, in the supermarket, and all for the sake of the roulette that was there. Don was right. This is a new roulette. The man ordered his subordinate to collect stones from the zombie's head, and kicked him in addition. The man realized that this wheel was different from the previous 3-color one. This one also had a map and a necklace. Ben collected the stones and handed them to Don. Don got angry because after collecting all the stones from the zombies that were here, there would be only 9 of them, and for 1 scroll you need 10 stones. 1 stone is missing. Ben said that the roulette attracts walking zombies, and there will definitely be some who will come. Don hit the guy and yelled that he has the nerve to say that he can't help. While these two were arguing, or rather Don was beating the guy, Miss Millie ran to the supermarket. She thought it was strange that it was so quiet here. The crocodile monster broke free and growled loudly. Lily heard it. The girl became nervous and thought that Mike was in danger. Lily covered Penny with clothes and ran out of the truck to help Mike, not even thinking about how she could help him at all. The monster blocked Mike's passage. The second-rank guardian beast was really hard to deal with now that he had gone berserk. Lily thought she needed to find a way to attract the monster's attention to help Mike escape, and then she noticed 3 eggs in the corner. The net made by Mike broke. Well, what could you expect from the initial level of crafting? This guardian beast has such a strong desire to attack. Apparently it guards something important. And then Mike noticed Lily in the corner, and he couldn't say he was happy. The guy was wondering what she was doing there, why they came. The situation got even worse. Suddenly the monster smashed the wall with his tail. Lily ran towards the eggs that the monster was so desperately protecting, and shouted for the monster to pay attention to her. The huge, creepy monster that Mike couldn't handle immediately ran to the girl. Mike started shouting at Lily to run away from there immediately. The girl suddenly pushed the eggs away and they rolled in different directions. The monster, who was about to kill Lily, looked at his eggs in panic. Then the monster immediately abandoned Lily and ran in a hurry to his eggs, and cutely picked up each egg. These are the eggs of a female crocodile. Lily used them to distract the monster. Lily ran away from the monster. Mike grabbed her hand and carried her along. The boys came out and Lily exhaled and said that they seemed to have broken away. Mike replied that if they were far from the eggs, they would be safe. Then Mike grabbed Lily and started screaming that she wanted to die. And did she even understand how much danger she was in? Lily asked him to let her go because she was in pain, but Mike continued to squeeze her hands and scream at her if she realized that she was almost dead. Then Lily replied that she was just in a hurry to save him, and didn't think about anything else. Then she apologized. Mike told her that it was not necessary. He did not need her to save him. Lily apologized again, and Mike silently thanked Lily for running to save him. Millie went into the supermarket and saw a bunch of corpses. Suddenly Don came out from around the corner and said, "There is a girl in a police uniform. He would be interested in playing with her." Miss Millie stood her ground and said that he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Only the potion was still working and Don was much stronger than an ordinary person. Having obtained all the necessary medications, Mike immediately began the mini-operation after the effect of the painkillers wears off. There will still be some pain. Penny sadly said that it must have left a very ugly scar. Mike replied that she should be glad that she survived and added that now she can rest. Then Penny thanked him. Mike got out of the truck and Lily ran up to him. She was clearly worried about Penny and asked how she was. Mike replied, "Nothing serious. She just needed to rest and everything would be fine." Suddenly Lily's stomach loudly announced its presence. Lily said sheepishly that her stomach was growling. Mike smiled and said that after they had a snack, they would go straight to Miss Millie's. And Millie was doing a good job of dodging Don's blows, who was now twice as strong. Don hit Millie in the arm. The girl fell, but immediately hit him back with her foot in the shoulder. Then Don admitted that the girl was a good fighter, and that he liked it. He started swinging his fists again, and Millie managed to dodge them for now. Millie used her fighting skills and finally hit Don in the face, but Don said it was like a mosquito bite and said to show everything she had. This guy didn't seem to be afraid to fight, Millie thought. And maybe he was mutated. Millie still got into a stance to fight him. She hit him, but Don grabbed her hand and told her she could continue. Millie rolled over and hit him in the hand, and Don screamed that the more she resisted, the stronger he was getting. Ben thought that this girl was fighting so well that the brother who drank the potion could not defeat her. They found a roulette. They were very lucky, and then she came and disturbed their peace. The guy wanted to help the fifth brother deal with the enemy, and he can spin the roulette and become mega strong. If he does this, he will no longer be afraid of anyone in this zombie world. So the boy ran up and hit Millie from behind like a rat. Then Don took advantage of that and hit her in the stomach. Don proudly said that by drinking the potion he could defeat 10 of her kind, although he couldn't do it without that boy's help. The freak picked up Millie and laughed. The one who sent her was disappointed. The policewoman was the arbiter of justice, laughter and nothing more. Then he raised his fist, preparing to hit her. But Miss Millie smiled for some reason. And all because Mike appeared behind the freak, and he was furious, because this fool dared to hit his partner. Mike hit him and he walked away. Don looked at Mike and said that this was the guy he was looking for. The kid came to him himself. But Mike just walked past Don and asked how Millie was feeling. Millie was lying on the floor. She had a few bruises, and that's all she said. She was okay. Mike looked angrily at Don. Just as Don wanted to say something, Mike ran at him with his fists and shouted that he didn't care who he was. No one dared touch his people. Don dodged Mike's punch and tried to punch him too, but Mike grabbed his fist. Mike realized that his strength and speed were the same as his. So he drank the potion and also became a 1-star warrior. He was lucky, but all his movements were clumsy. Mike kicked him in the side. Don started bleeding from his mouth and jumped back. Mike started teasing him, asking him if he didn't think that after drinking the potion he would be able to fight him on equal terms, and added that all Don could do was talk. This angered the man, and he ran at Mike again with his fists, without thinking about any strategy, so Mike easily managed to dodge. Mike punched him in the kidney and asked if it wasn't very nice to have a broken kidney, was it? Don was furious and their dance of death began. He continued to attack the guy, and Mike managed to dodge every one of his attacks. Mike thought that although he was the same 1-star warrior, his physical strength and reaction were not much different from his. However, the real reason for the breakup was Mike's 10-year experience. The guy grabbed Don by the arm and punched him in the face. The man fell to the floor with a thud. Mike walked up to him, his stern gaze saying that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the man. Seeing Mike in front of him, the man panicked and immediately began to bow to him, and say that he was blind to joke with him. The once self-confident Don now begged Mike on his knees to let him go. He promised that if Mike spared his life, he would be glad to work for him. But of course, his words were just a pretense. Don asked Mike to give him a chance to prove his sincerity, then jumped at him with his small knife, but Mike grabbed it and broke Don's arm. The man ended up on the floor again, now with a broken arm, and Mike said he had seen many people like him, weak and mean. Don shouted at Ben to save him. The guy immediately ran to him and helped him up. Don said that they needed to get out of here quickly. Millie asked if Mike would just let them go. Mike replied, "No, these two good brothers would die soon. He didn't even have to do anything." As Don rode off with his boyfriend, Mike sat down and asked again how she was. Millie replied that he shouldn't worry. She just needed some rest. Mike said that she was lucky that she didn't break anything. Millie replied that it was difficult to break a police officer's bones. Apparently she was very proud of her profession. Mike picked it up and said that this was the tape measure that Margot was talking about. Don said that a good man is known in trouble, and it is so. From now on they will go through successes and failures together. Ben replied, "Of course, when the fifth brother gets better he will again conquer this world." Then Don shouted that he was useless when he looked at his hand, and added that they had a tape measure, but he would rest a little and get better, and then he would get it back. Ben, on the other hand, was not so sure and looked tired. Unlike Don, the guy said that there was one thing he wanted to clarify. He had been with him for so long, Ben said, and asked if Don considered him his equal. Why only Don had to eat meat while his brother couldn't even eat soup? Should an honest man be bullied? Ben shouted that he should not be a pawn all his life and threw Don away from him. The boy grabbed Don by the broken arm and shouted that Don was now useless. It was safer for him to collect stones alone. He will take care of the stones for him, and Don can stay here and recuperate, the guy said sarcastically, because zombies had already gathered behind Don. Don asked him to help him, and promised that he would give him all the crystals. But Ben asked how he could work with such a useless person, and pushed him towards the zombie. What another betrayal. Lily was in the car. She said she thought she heard screams. Suddenly she saw Mike carrying Millie in his arms and asked what happened to her. Mike replied that she was injured and needed to find a safe place to spend the night nearby. Lily asked if two men were leaving the supermarket, and if they were the ones who did this to her. Lily said irritably that if she had known, she would have definitely knocked down those two bad guys. The girls went to bed, and Mike and Lily were still sitting by the fire. Lily asked if they should hide this tape measure, in case someone used it. Mike replied that the roulette could not change its position. When they found out about it, there would be a war, but they won almost all the useful rewards. Strength potion enhances combat power and allows you to get the rank of 1-star warrior. Immunological pills prevent the occurrence of certain specific mutations. Necklace is a familiar item to enhance mental strength. With the increase of the time of use, it can be improved. Silver shield to protect against the attack of the second-level zombies. It was all thanks to all the hard work Mike had put into collecting the stones that Lily held up the necklace and said it was very beautiful. Mike reminded her that it was not a decoration, but an important artifact. Lily became embarrassed and put it down, asking if she could wear it all the time, only when she was fighting zombies. Lily looked a little sad, as did the other girls. Then Mike said that if they, as a room, could work together, they could at least ensure survival. And Mike, not a very good person in his words, wants the girls to help him save people. He needs them to trust him, and then prove their effectiveness. And he will give them the power of the future. Millie also sat down with them, and the girls asked what this power of the future was. Mike picked up the vial and said, "This is called a power potion. As they know, it is one of the prizes taken from the roulette. The drug can significantly enhance a person's physical capabilities, such as muscle strength, speed, and even the body's immune and metabolic capabilities," Mike said. Lily asked if it was super strength. Mike replied that it was an exaggeration. Now it is the main drug for increasing strength with roulette. It can increase the body's efficiency by 20 to 30%, which is more than enough to deal with a normal zombie. Lily sadly said that she would not be able to improve her physique by 20%. The best thing about this potion is that it takes their existing body potential and increases it by 20%, so don't underestimate your capabilities, Mike reassured her. Miss Millie asked if Mike had become stronger because of this potion. Mike asked if his physique could be compared to that of a professional police officer. Millie just asked, "Potions can only strengthen the body, but not combat skills and experience, right?" Now Millie also reached doubts, and she said that Mike knows a lot of post-apocalyptic information, and his combat abilities are even stronger than those of professional police officers. Lily thought that she had had the same strange feeling when she met him, because he seemed to have adapted well to the zombie world. Millie asked if Mike knew the reason for all this. Mike became nervous, and replied that he only knew what Margot told him, and they could find her if they wanted to know more. Mike was actually nervous. He thought he couldn't tell them he was reincarnated. Whether they would believe him or not, that was another story. But that was his ace in the hole. Lily said that meant Margot wasn't an ordinary person. Mike was surprised that they believed him so easily. Lily asked if the potion would really work, and if there were any side effects. Mike replied that the side effects are usually severe body pain, and in some people, bleeding to death due to rapid cell degeneration. This scared Lily, and she said that it could be dangerous. Mike replied that the risk could be weighed against the result. He would not force them. They could think it over carefully. Of course, Miss Policewoman was the first to say that she would take the potion. Mike handed her the vial and said that the pain from it was too great for an ordinary person, and that it was better to be prepared. Lily thought that she couldn't continue to be a burden on the team, and she should try to become stronger and be useful to the team. So she told Mike that she would try too. Mike said they could drink the potion tomorrow and they should take an early rest today. Then he buttoned Lily's jacket and said she should watch her clothes. They were too baggy to move in. Where he saw baggy clothes is anyone's guess. Millie irritably shouted at the guys to speak more quietly, because she was going to sleep. Mike suggested that everyone rest. Tomorrow was an important day. Mike himself went to the truck to see his dog. The guy fed Yoke a cookie, and he was happily eating it, when suddenly Mike heard a rustle. The guy immediately took out a machete, but immediately stopped, because it was just Lily. Mike asked what she was doing here. Lily threw herself into Mike's arms and said she was a little scared. Mike asked if she regretted her choice. The girl replied that she did not regret it, but if she died from the potion tomorrow, she would never see him again. Lily even cried and admitted that she couldn't sleep when she thought about it. Mike hugged her back and stroked her head. He said that then he would ask her again. Lily raised her head and looked into Mike's eyes. If she succeeds, it's not luck, it's her determination. He asks her to join them to fight for his goals. He asked Lily if she agrees to be on his team. Then Lily wiped away her tears and said that she understood that he had saved her life, and if he gave her a chance, she would always be by his side and would no longer be afraid. Mike turned around and asked Millie what was going on. It seemed like Millie had seen all this romance. She asked Mike if he could tell her what he was going to do next. Then Mike replied that it was nothing special. Tomorrow he would go first to the hospital, and then to Pearl Lake in the south of the city. Suddenly Millie said that she might have to leave. This surprised both Mike and Lily. The guy was upset, because Millie is a good girl and an excellent fighter. Mike said he promised Millie that he would give her this power, and the promise still stands. Millie replied that he shouldn't worry. She would be back soon. She just had a few things to take care of. If all went well, then they would meet at Pearl Lake. Then Millie handed Mike some bullets, saying that he might need them. Mike took them, and said that in fact, even if she hadn't offered to give them to him, he would have asked her for them himself. A new day had arrived, and all three girls were getting ready to drink the potion. Lily and Penny were worried, and only Millie was not worried. The girls drank the potion. Lily and Penny fell to their knees and trembled. Mike said that he would go to the hospital and they could rest here. They could try hunting zombies nearby if they felt in good shape. But a little later, the girls nodded. Before leaving, Mike reminded them not to get involved with too many zombies. When they see a white magic stone or a mutant, it's better to just run away. As expected, he returned. The monster was lying quietly in the hospital. In his past life, Mike heard about this place. They said that 3 mutants were found in the hospital, who killed many strong teams. And after, the powerful 6-star warriors killed these 3 mutants, and received the scheme and eggs, according to rumors. It was the scheme for creating a sword. After that, a man with the practically strongest sword appeared in the team. This time, the scheme of the sword and the egg will be his. Mike killed the zombies in the district so that there would be no incidents. Now we need to make final preparations. Last time he prepared a net and a bow, but the bow was very weak. This gun is not bad, but it is gray rank, which is extremely weak, but Mike can try to improve it. He still has the claws that he got last time. This is how the magic bullets appeared, which are long range and very powerful. Mike told the dog to wait for him here and not let the zombies in. Mike went down into the corridor where the monster was lying. He took off his jacket and took it out. The monster noticed it and ran to him screaming. The monster slapped its paw on the jacket, but there was no one there. Then it began to look around in bewilderment as the jacket flew away to the side. Mike was hiding in the corner and had already prepared his gun. It turns out that the alligator quickly gets angry when he sees the red color. Mike ran out and shot him in the belly. The monster got angry and started waving its paws. Mike stood right in front of the monster and took out his machete. Mike jumped on his tail. The monster threw Mike, but the guy only took advantage of this. He thrust his machete forward. The monster opened its mouth. Then Mike put the machete vertically and immediately took out a gun and fired, so the guy killed this monster. After a successful battle, Mike went to the eggs of this crocodile. He immediately saw a piece of paper. In it were indeed written instructions on how to make a sword. The 3rd rank is purple. It is a very rare thing, has 1 passive and 1 active skill. It turns out 2 skills. When the apocalypse began, the first 5 years such artifacts were very expensive, but after a while they became cheaper, but were still expensive. Although the weapons and items that have skills are quite amazing, but the purple rank weapons with 2 more skills, it is one of the most expensive and best. However, it requires 1,000 5th tier magic stones to create it, so Mike won't be making it anytime soon. Then first of all, he will make a 1st rank sword, a sharp moon, then a 2nd rank sword, and then moonlight. All this can be solved. Mike was reborn. Is it really difficult for him with his knowledge? And these are excellent items. With their help, you can strengthen the body and psyche, and also make the pet evolve, so Mike loudly called his dog. Mike broke the eggs and cooked them on the fire. The evolutionary pills lived up to their name, and his strength and mental abilities returned very quickly. The guy clearly feels that the strength of his body has increased twice compared to what it was after taking the strength potion. Then Mike asked the dog to raise his head and show his abilities. Yoke raised his head. The dog's fur suddenly stood up and suddenly needles flew out of it. His new skill is a needle shot, but unfortunately after that the dog went bald. Mike stroked him and said that he may have become uglier, but his skills have become even better. They got up and Mike said they had to go. The guy went back to the hospital and said it was not too late to make a 1st rank sword. Crafting skills in action, monkey turtle claws and teeth, plus a 2nd class magic stone. And now Mike's sword is ready. He decided to test it right away, and the sword as expected is very sharp. There are also materials left to create weapons for the girls to increase their strength. Mike returned to the girls. He also brought the girls an omelet made from crocodile eggs. Mike asked if Millie had left and how the girls were feeling. Lily said that the magic stones are here. It wasn't hard to kill zombies. Now that they have evolved, they can kill zombies with a stick. Penny caught her by saying that Lily threw up when she killed a zombie. Lily replied that it was the first time. It happens to everyone. Mike praised the girls for their work. He thought that such a quantity of magic stones was nothing, but the ability to adapt so quickly to this post-apocalyptic world was worth the investment he made in them. Handing over an omelet, Mike told them to eat. Lily asked what it was. Mike replied it was food that would make them stronger. Mike thought that later, during the trip to the Pearl Lake, he should get one thing. There was 1 more egg left, so we had to be careful to save it. The girls were eating the omelet, and the dog was wagging his tail, asking to give him something to eat. Penny felt sorry for him and threw him some meat and said that it had only been a short time, so why had he become so ugly? and Lily continued to worry that she would gain weight after all the food they had been eating lately. The teacher said she felt that this diet had helped them a lot in improving their physical fitness. Mike asked Lily if she was finished eating and asked her to come to him when she was done. Lily came to him and Mike handed her the gun. A new weapon for Lily. Mike asked her to try it and see if it works well. If everything is okay, then she can take it for herself. Lily took the handle in her hands and began to swing it, leaving large holes in the ground from the whip. The girl said that when she holds the handle of the whip, it is as if she becomes one with it, as if it was made for her. Lily happily said that she used to do a little gymnastics, and with this, she is sure she will be able to help him. Mike asked Penny what kind of weapon she would like. Penny looked a little sad and replied that she didn't know yet. Then Mike said that there was no need to rush and suggested just thinking about it, the guy thought. It's not surprising, because in peacetime no one used any other weapon than a kitchen knife. Lily was tying her hair and asked if they were going to Pearl Lake. Mike replied that everything they were doing before was preparation for the next act. Not only will they have to face powerful monsters and a sea of zombies, but they may also have to endure attacks from humans. Mike asked if they were sure they wanted to come with him. Lily immediately raised her hand and shouted happily. Yes. Penny was unsure. She asked if she could help them. If they thought so, then she would go. But if Mike decided that she was a burden, she could stay. Then Mike suggested doing it together. He only mentioned the dangers they might face, not to mention what they would get if they succeeded. They got into the truck and drove off, Mike thought. In his past life, he had only had the courage to leave the house after he had exhausted all the food and drink in the house. As soon as he left the house, he was surrounded by a crowd of monsters. They all started running away somewhere. Mike was in a panic and didn't know where to go. These zombies were crazy. They just ignored him and ran towards the light and that sound, Mike thought, and decided to go home and just watch. The guy ran back to his place and started looking out the window. The zombies continued to run to the side. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Only after this did Mike gradually learn from the survivors what happened that day. In the waters of the Pearl Lake, there is a strange roulette. There is nothing but a gold bar to spin it. Only a magic crystal is needed. After activating this wheel, whoever spins it will receive a task notification and will be informed of the task reward. Evolution potions, silver tier weapons, skill scrolls, and mysterious recipes. No one can say what the outcome of this battle was. The people who took part in the war were either destroyed, disappeared, or became incredibly strong. The guys finally arrived at the lake. Mike came out and said that they would get a lot there, something very strong, and perhaps they would soon become the strongest in the city. 10 hours later, several men were surrounded. The old man with the scar asked, Mr. Lin thought about it for a long time, and what did he think? The man in the suit asked if he didn't say yes, would he and his brothers have to say goodbye to this world today? He was very angry, the man thought. Despite the fact that he already had 3 one-star men and 11 guns on his side, this old man had soldiers. If they weren't there, he would have more time, this young soldier, looking at his aura. The man is afraid that he is already a 2-star warrior. The old man said that if Mr. Lin were to ask him to answer the question he asked earlier, he could answer him clearly. Yes, if he did not join them, then they would not allow any surprises that could affect their plans. The man approached Lin and offered to fight them, but was refused. Moreover, their work will not be in vain, and they will receive the promised reward, the old man said. He pointed to the stars and said that even if they didn't believe in him, they should believe in the uniform he wore. The boy asked the old man, after this Mr. Lin would become as strong as him. Why not? Mr. Lin extended his hand and said that they would work with them. Then the guy came up and shook his hand. He said hello and said his name was Will. Then Mr. Lin asked if they would finally say what they were going to do, and the old man replied that they had received a tip. A special roulette appeared in the city's Pearl Lake, for which everyone will want to fight. It turns out they found the very roulette that Mike and the girls came to. The old man has eyes and ears in the area. The guy radioed the old man that it was time. They told him they would be there soon, and he ordered him to guard the roulette. Mike was sitting in his truck looking through his binoculars at the tape measure. He said everyone was getting ready. He jumped out and asked the girls if they were ready. He asked Lily to take the radio when the operation began. They should hide there. If they found a monster about a meter tall with a gold bag, let her tell him. Teacher Penny should stay here and keep him updated on what she sees on the battlefield, as well as keep an eye on that little monster. Mike will set up an ambush near this building. If Teacher Penny tells about moving with the monster, he and Lily will meet in that place. It's relatively safe for the teacher, but if she encounters a danger she can't handle, they may be the first to retreat. If she had the opportunity to continue looking for a high point to broadcast the battle and the location of the little monsters to them, Penny pointed to the high-rise building and asked if that place would be suitable. Mike replied that she could wait for them there. He also said that if she found the target, she should tell him. This little creature has little power, but it is cunning, and it can summon many mutant creatures, so you can't go alone. Suddenly a bright light flashed into the sky. Mike told the girls that the roulette had been activated and they needed to get going. Suddenly, the military men who were standing on the shore noticed a small monster sitting on the roulette wheel. It looks like this is the monster Mike was talking about. One of the subordinates ran up to the military man and greeted him. The old man ordered to report everything. The subordinate responded. Lin's detachment was spotted 2 hours from their departure point and arrived at the indicated position, the 2nd Battalion at 5 o'clock, the unit at 7 o'clock in position. In addition, Tim's team disappeared at 12 o'clock and all contact with them is currently lost. Unknown forces were seen at 9 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and immediately behind, their numbers ranging from a dozen to several hundred. A large number of mutated creatures were spotted at the intersection of the streets, in the direction of Will's Street and in the direction of the supermarket. And most importantly, they were now surrounded by zombies. After listening to his subordinate, the old man shouted to his soldiers. He shouted that perhaps he led the guys to death. There are countless monsters approaching them, and if they retreat now, they might die here. The old man said that he knew many of the guys were worried about their families. The families are far away and they feel terrible. He doesn't know what is the point of staying here and wearing this outfit. He is just like them. His hometown is destroyed. He doesn't know how his father and mother are doing, and he doesn't know if his wife and children are safe. But are these the reasons why they surrender? Are they the reasons why they leave their faith? The military man asked. They are soldiers made for war. There is a war going on now. They must become stronger than these monsters. And if he is destined to die, he will die in these clothes. Mike watched the military and thought that a friendly team in the New World was an extremely rare phenomenon. But now Mike even envies them. At least at this moment, the will of the military is so hot. Mike wondered how things were going there. Suddenly, sparks began to appear in the forest. Mike thought they were approaching. The gates were opening. That little monster had opened a space channel with his horn. This horn not only summons evolved creatures and walkers from the surrounding area, it also summons powerful monsters from space. The monsters started coming out of the portals one after another. A gate also appeared on the roof. Ants ran out of there. Although they were only level 1, there were hundreds of them, so Mike was nervous. Mike wondered what level of monsters there could be from this gate opened by a small monster. How could so many terrible monsters appear here? Since the apocalypse began, not only have the wheels of fortune fallen to the ground, but also countless golden glows have been corrupting the surface. The crash sites are teeming with alien and dangerous monsters, and it can make anyone feel absolute despair. In such places, unknown plants, precious stones and resources are stored, and unknown treasures have been found there. A huge monster, a zombie monkey, came out of the gate, and this is very bad, because this monster is a 3rd rank. Mike thought it hadn't been that long since the apocalypse began, so why had a 3rd-tier zombie already shown up? In a past life, what was the fastest evolution of a person to 3 stars? It seems like about 3 weeks. Then what the hell is going on here now? This huge monster grabbed one of Mr. Lin's subordinates and squeezed him like a bug in his hand. Penny watched this from the roof of the building. Mike asked on the radio to report what was going on with her, where the little monster was now. Penny replied that he was now on the shore of the lake. Then he asked what about that Minotaur? Where is he now? Penny answered, to his left, behind the Ann Company building. Mike asked to report to him about his every step, to inspect the entire area and report on every change. Mike jumped over the roofs of the building. He ordered Lily to move closer to him. Penny reported that she saw that little monster. He was riding a fighting ant, and he was, walking along the lake. Mike asked if the black hole was gone yet, and Penny replied that it was still there. Looking back at its past experience, the treasure monster can only blow its horn once. But now, it can no longer blow its horn. So it's strange that the hole hasn't disappeared yet. Mike killed all the monsters on his way, and decided that such goodness should not be wasted, and began to collect crystals when he heard the screams of people. A rank 2 monster, 1 rank higher than Mike, but right now, the evil Minotaur is the easiest monster present. And his body, nicknamed the Goat's Treasure, and his yellow fur are worth quite a lot, so Mike decided to fight this monster. Mike ran towards him and jumped on the monster's back. The guy grabbed one of the monster's horns. People looked at Mike in shock, and the monster suddenly started jumping. The monster decided to throw Mike off, but it was no use. Mike immediately stuck his machete into the monster's back to hold on. People were hiding and still in shock. They thought they couldn't even pierce this monster's skin, and this guy just stabbed him. The monster was very smart. He began to jump from side to side and hit the asphalt, but Mike still continued to hold on to the monster's horn. The monster looked at Mike, and the guy said that the monster wanted him to get off of him, and he fulfilled his wish. The guy wounded the monster again, and jumped to the ground. However, the monster did not wait long and attacked Mike again, but the guy pulled himself together and also attacked the monster. The monster continued to fight, but Mike confidently told him that he was finished. Suddenly, the monster began to step back, and then fell. And as Mike said, The monster's body fell lifelessly to the ground. He managed to kill this huge monster. Then the people came out of their hiding place. The guy asked if he really killed that devil. The man asked how he did it. Did he have some kind of plan? Mike looked at them sullenly and said that if they had fled the battlefield, then they should not come back. He was not going to play friends with them, so they could get lost. The guys didn't like this, and the guy said that they didn't deny that he was the one who killed this monster, but he shouldn't deny that they also contributed. The impudent guys demanded half of the reward. Mike grinned and asked if their share was a reward for their invaluable fear of the monster, or for that non-existent scratch they were able to leave on the monster. Then the impudent ones started shouting that Mike shouldn't act so arrogantly, and that he should learn some manners before opening his mouth, which is a very useful thing during the apocalypse. The guy was yelling that they were all trying to survive here, and he was sure he didn't want to make any personal enemies. Mike just yelled at them to back off. The most cowardly one, who was shaking the most with fear, shouted that there were more of them here, and at the same time the kid was acting so arrogantly, he ordered Mike to be a good boy and get the hell out of here and leave all his things here, otherwise they would kill him. The man said more calmly that Mike might not have noticed, but there were 3 of them, and suggested that he think about it and not do anything stupid for his own sake. He pointed to his hand and said that he couldn't even move his hand and asked if he could fight against the 3 of them. The guy pointed at the guy with the bat and said that he was a real psycho. Yesterday he had already killed a couple. The world had changed. Now power was in charge here. It was strange that he was talking about power, while they had run away from the monster, and Mike had calmly killed him. But then Penny radioed him to tell him that a horde of zombies was running towards them, and that little monster was still riding on an ant and had run into a candy store. And one team of survivors is heading there. Mike thought that their main target is this little monster. They just can't miss it. Mike must quickly get to the goat's treasure and run to them. The freak told him that if he leaves, then he should leave his gun, radio, and everything else. Then Mike turned around and said, "Guys, you typical greedy pieces of shit." The guy decided to attack first. He thought that with the onset of the apocalypse, everything had changed. The one who always did not let him sleep peacefully, humiliated and scolded him in response to his complaints, would never bother him again. His boss, who undermined his authority, got down on his knees and begged after he broke his daughter's legs. This man has no authority. He's a loser. The idiot confidently attacked Mike, but Mike, with one swing of the knife, cut the bastard's hand. Mike said that in the apocalypse world there is a saying, if you want to kill someone, don't forget that you can be killed too. The guy kicked the freak and he flew back and fell on his own. They also fell and started whining that it hurt. Mike started cutting the monster and said that they didn't have to remember his words. They wouldn't help them anyway. Millie was with other soldiers. She was defending the street. The chief said that she was not herself. Millie replied that she was fine. Then Millie asked her partner if everything was okay with her. The girl replied that she was fine, just a little worried about her husband. The man told the girl that she shouldn't worry. There weren't many zombies there, and besides, the armory was nearby. Then he asked Millie why she was going to leave them. Millie remembered Mike and tried to find the right words. But then one man said that everyone should pay attention to the task. That sound was made by that huge monster. The monster started running towards them, and all the soldiers started shooting at it at once, but the bullets did not harm this monster. The boss ordered Millie to help him, but suddenly some terrible rats ran in and the guys started shooting at them. Suddenly one zombie ran towards them. Millie pushed the main one away, but the zombie managed to wound Millie's hand before the main one killed him. The man started shouting why she did it at all. Millie replied that she wouldn't get infected from it, but the man shouted that saying it wouldn't change anything. Then Kate suggested that Millie cut off her hand. Then perhaps she could still survive. It was better to be crippled than dead. But Millie freed herself from the grip and shouted that her body had become stronger due to evolution. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Then she showed them her hand, which was completely healed. She said that she would be fine since she had evolved, then took the gun and ordered everyone to prepare for the monster's attack. Normal bullets don't hurt the monster, so Millie raised her gun and shot it straight into the monster's eye, which actually hurt the monster. The monster got angry and grabbed the car, throwing it into the building. Millie shouted to her people to lie down immediately. "Let's get back to our hero," Mike asked where Lily had disappeared to. She replied that a group of idiots had been chasing him and had stopped him. Mike asked if she could handle them. Lily replied no problem. It would take time though. Mike replied that she should think about her safety first. If things get tough, Mike suggested she go to the teacher. Mike looked up and thought, judging by the sounds of this zombie macaque, she went into berserker mode. It looks like she was injured. The guy didn't know that Millie had injured him. Mike complained that it looked like his hand wouldn't be healed in a short time. But if he had a pharmacist or a healer in his group, it would be great. During the apocalypse, people mostly died not during battles, but from lack of treatment after battles or from diseases. Medicines were a very expensive thing. They were more valuable than water and food. Having one healer in the team, You can safely move into battle." Mike came to the street and said that this street leads to the road that goes straight to the shore of the lake. At this time, Lily was blocked by a bunch of bastards. The fat one took out a gun and said that they would not let her go, not because they wanted to, but simply because it was very dangerous around, and it would be safer to stay with them. Fatso thought. Despite the fact that the commander gave him weapons, people, and a drug for evolution, he dared to take the card that he personally knocked out of the Wheel of Fortune. This card clearly has some special use that he doesn't know about. This commander wants to use him as cannon fodder. But this girl is kind of weird. A strong warrior, an unusual weapon, and the person she contacted proves that she is a member of some group, and despite her strength, she is not their leader. The freak said that if she was ready to give up, then let her tell him how she was able to evolve like that, and where she got that whip from. Lily said that her previous life was boring and miserable. She was a victim among the beasts. But now, their world has changed, and all those people have become walking corpses, and she can die at any second. But despite all this, she has never felt so good. The girl started waving her whip. She said that she was very lucky. She met the man who saved her, who is strict with her, but makes her life better. The guy taught her how to survive and be strong. She is very happy that after so many years, she first met someone she can trust. And right now this person needs help, and they are in her way, so she will kill everyone in her path. Mike had already arrived at the military by this time. He was hiding behind a small kiosk, while the guy just watched. A bunch of ants started running out of the gate. The old man ordered to attack them. The military immediately started shooting at them, and reported that the attack was going well. Mike looked at them with pity, thinking that these soldiers were too naive to think that everything would go as they planned. They were making a big mistake, Mike thought. And he was right. The ants began to spit green liquid at the soldiers, and only when it touched the soldier's body did it begin to burn him. After seeing their failed attempt to kill the ants, Mike wondered if he should help the soldiers. And yet he made up his mind. He ran out of his kiosk. The old man, seeing him, only sighed. It seems because he knew that Mike would not get any further. It turns out that Mike was looking for the candy store that Teacher Penny had talked about, and when he found it, he immediately ran to it. But when he ran to the store, bad news awaited Mike. This little monster was able to call the portal twice. Mike was scared, because this had never happened in his past life. Suddenly, a terrible monster in chains came out of the portal. Seeing this monster, Mike was horrified, because this prisoner in chains is one of the strongest monsters during the apocalypse. Despite such a short time, he has already appeared. There is a green crystal on his head, which means this monster is already 4th rank. Very soon he will become the 5th, 6th, 7th rank, and after a year he will become one of the first 9 rank monsters. Last time, without the 9-star hunter, this monster could not be defeated. Even though he didn't have such a goal, just wandering around the world, he easily destroyed dozens of survivor bases. Even when the first 9 rank appeared, people learned of his weakness. It took 3 strong hunters to kill him. After this fight, Margot received the nickname Bloody Rose. Even though Mike is a 1-star hunter who ate the meat of a crocodile monster and changed his body after evolution, he is stronger than an ordinary 1-star. With his professional experience and knowledge of the apocalypse, killing a 2nd-rank monster is still possible. Mike ran towards the ant monsters and easily cut off several monsters' heads. Fighting one-on-one with a 4th-rank monster was unthinkable. The guy couldn't even touch this monster. Mike collected the ant's body parts and crystals, and thought, more importantly, he needed to catch the monster with the treasure. He needs to catch and steal the bag of this monster. He broke into the store and saw corpses lying on the floor. So he immediately told Penny that he was in the store now, but that monster was not here. But neither Penny nor Lily answered. Then the guy got nervous. Back entrance, soldiers shot at the monster, and Mr. Lin reported that they spotted the monster with a gold bag. The monster throws evolution potions at them. They answer that this monster is their main target. There are many useful things in this bag. The soldiers hit the monster in the shoulder. Mr. Lin shouted that the monster was wounded. Now we must pursue it and try to remove it from the ant's back. Then Mike ran in. He immediately attacked the first soldier, then the 2nd and 3rd, but did not kill them. Mike hit Mr. Lin and took the gun from him. Mike thought it was a military gun. It looked like their leader had invested a lot of money into this operation. Taking the gun, Mike ran towards the monster. He thought that he couldn't hide the value of this monster, and very soon everyone would find out about it. So he had to get the bag before that moment. Mr. Lin picked up the radio and said that this monster was here and that he should hurry. Otherwise the treasures would be taken by others. Mike finally found this monster with a gold bag. He was sitting next to his aunt and eating his lunch. The monster regenerated so quickly, despite being shot, that the little monster noticed Mike and shouted something to his aunt in his own language, and he immediately ran to Mike. This battle ant is 2-ranked, and the commander, as Mike knows, battle ants have the 1st rank. But among them there are ants of a higher rank, ants of the 2nd rank, other species of the 3rd, and as for the queen, no one has seen her. So the queen's rank can be 4th rank and higher. The ant spat out its liquid on Mike. Mike, of course, dodged the attack. Then the ant wanted to fly away from him. But Mike quickly came to his senses and cut off its wings. The ant fell to the ground, and Mike immediately plunged a machete into its head and took out the crystal. Then approached the monster, who became nervous and even dropped his lunch. All you have to do is cut off his head and then the bag will belong to Mike. Suddenly, the monster threw a simple scroll at Mike. The initial scroll is summoned. It is a skill scroll. It was one of the most popular types of skills. Great thing. Mike happily took it. The monster got scared again and threw another scroll at Mike. A profession improvement scroll, and in the past Mike risked his life for it. But now he doesn't even lift a finger, and this monster throws away such scrolls like trash. Mike wanted more and told the monster that he liked him more and more and ordered him to give him everything he had or he would kill him. The monster panicked and started throwing useful things at Mike, one after another, and suddenly Mike got a profession scroll, but he got the profession of a gardener. Millie's teammates asked her why she wanted to leave them. She replied that it was fun there, the leader asked, and that was the reason she wanted to leave them. Millie thought that the potion, the gun, the bullets, her payment that she deserved for her assistance, her help did not justify all these things. Then Millie replied that some things are beyond imagination. If there is a chance, then she will let them in on the details. The monster ran towards Millie. The girl shot and wounded the monster again, this time in the knee. People started shouting that he might have been wounded, and that they needed to shoot him in the wound, that his knee was damaged, and that he wouldn't be able to run. The man in the suit said that the one who was shooting now should follow him. The general asked him to convey the order to them to join his group. The boys continued to stand and did not move. Then Millie ordered them to hurry up and attack together at the right knee. The man asked if they hadn't heard him speak, and seeing Millie's weapon he tried to grab it, saying that it was an unusual weapon, but he got it in full. He ordered Millie to immediately explain her misconduct, whether she had illegally obtained this gun, why she had not allowed him to inspect it. Millie got angry and replied that she was trying to save their lives here, and she asked not to interfere with her in this. She was staying here, and she was not going to any general. So he shouldn't piss her off or she'll kill him too. The man tremblingly shouted how dare she disobey the order and promised that she would be punished. And for these words, the man received a bullet. Millie shot into the wall right next to his head. The man tried to show off again, but Millie shouted at him that if he didn't leave, she would just cut him, and then he quickly ran out of the building. The two teammates said that Millie was being too thoughtless and how she planned to stay on their team. Apparently they wanted to scare her, but she just smiled and said that then she would no longer stay here, except for comrades like them. She no longer had a reason to be here. The man asked how she could talk about it so calmly. Millie asked if this place was not as good as the teacher thought it was. Does he think he even knows what they are fighting for? What they will get out of it? She said that she heard what the commander's group was talking about. They are just bait. The leader's group now has better equipment, and the reward in the form of treasures is hundreds of times better. And they sacrifice their lives while their captain wants to get evolution potions for himself, his wife and son, to join the ranks of the army, in the hope of salvation. Mike got the profession of gardener. Gardener is similar to blacksmith. These professions have more than one skill. Compared to blacksmith, this profession has 2 skills, cultivation and activation. Cultivation helps to grow plants better, starting from the seed and ending with its germination. Activation allows you to control plants. The effect can be different, but one thing is for sure, this thing will help you cope with any type of task. In his past life, Mike saw a sycamore tree of unknown origin. Whether it was a 9-star hunter or a monster king, he did not dare to go close to that tree. Mike would be better off growing vegetables and fruits. During the apocalypse, they will be worth a lot. Mike told the monster that he wants more. However, this time, the monster almost killed Mike, but he managed to jump to the side, and a strange monster appeared nearby. This monster doesn't even have a core. Usually monsters have a crystal on their head. The monster is also green and has high acidity. Mike decided that since he didn't have enough information, there was no point in trying to defeat him, so he just ran away, and the monster began to laugh contentedly. Luckily, Mike has an important skill. He stuck his hand in the fountain and summoned his water monster. The monsters started fighting each other. But the water monster is very weak. It will last for a minute. So Mike should hurry. The monster saw Mike running to him and ran away from him in fear, but other hunters were already waiting for him at the exit. Mr. Lin shouted that he would not give up what belonged to him. He ordered to kill them. The soldiers began to shoot everything around. Mike managed to run to cover. Mike thought he would have to stay longer. He was weighing his options. He could just wait and steal the bag. But the guy still decided to take a risk. He shot at the soldiers and ran straight towards the monster. And now Mike has managed to grab the monster again. It is finally in his hands. In his past life, hunting this monster was pure hell, with the death rate always exceeding 60%. But suddenly, from somewhere, Mike and the monster were attacked. What a pity, because Mike could have just won this race. Suddenly, 3 awakened ones appeared out of nowhere. They were so ruthless. Apparently they adapted easily. The girl ordered Mike to get out. Then she would spare him. But Mike grabbed the monster tightly by his bag. Then they started attacking him. But there was a problem. Mike's right hand was injured. If his arm was okay, he would be able to do something. But fighting with one arm against 3 awakened ones is unrealistic. So he made one right decision. Mike pushed the monster aside, and it ran away, and Will was already waiting for him there. The man ordered his men to forget about the guy and quickly run for that bag, which is what they did. Unfortunately, Mike has already lost this hunt. Next time he will definitely wait and steal this bag. It's already evening, but this monster monkey can still move. Millie took out the last bullet that Mike gave to Millie. Changing the target would not do any good. Millie wondered if all this effort had been in vain. Suddenly Millie saw Teacher Penny. She thought when she left them, she was with Mike. If Penny is here, then Mike is nearby too. Then Millie jumped down and ran to Teacher Penny, who immediately greeted her. And Millie asked why she was there and where Lily and Mike were. 2 guys from Millie's former team decided that they had to go down and find her. The man got angry, but Kate asked him to calm down. Suddenly that man burst into the room. He asked where Millie was. She tried to kill him and also disobeyed the order. She should be scolded and punished immediately. Kate asked him if he realized what time it was, and he started talking as if he didn't understand. The man shouted that they needed workers now. It was not the time to ask people to take responsibility for their actions. Then he jumped out and ran after Millie. Kate just smiled and thought that she even envied others, but she was different from them. At this time, Penny was saying that the last time she saw Mike was heading towards this monster in chains. Penny said that now they should go and save Lily. She saw how the men attacked her. Millie asked, "Then what about Mike?" Then Penny shook her head and said that she was sure that he was preparing for something. He was looking for something and did not want to provoke this monster. First they should save Lily, then they will meet Mike. She should know that when they are around, they only get in his way. Millie agreed with Penny. Suddenly the boys called Millie loudly. Millie asked what they were doing here. Even the teacher came. Why? The man replied that he realized how much the world had changed, and that they had no place there. The guy added that they would follow her until the very end. Even the teacher said that the world is changing, and with it its rules. He realized that she was right. Millie thought that these guys are great warriors. I wonder if Mike will be happy if he sees them. Then Millie said that first they would go save their partner. The guy asked who the captain was going to save. Lily was still fighting the bandits at this time. She thought that killing people was not that difficult. The man shouted to his men to shoot her in the legs, but he needed her alive. Let them break a couple of her limbs and that's it. Lily grabbed one of the criminals and used him as a shield. The girl understood that if things continued like this, she could die. Luckily, the rescue team arrived in time, and the guys beat up these thugs one after another. Mike calmly watched the guys fight. That pumped-up guy probably has a profession, and most likely it is very rare and strong. That guy with the spear also has a profession. These 3 not only met 1 star wheels and evolved to the 1st star, and each of them also encountered a 3-color roulette and they knocked out a profession for themselves. But having a profession as a top star is not at all strange, because you can't know the exact number of these wheels, and you won't know when they will appear. And those who have seen wheels before will gain courage and intelligence, understand how to use them, and then they will instantly become much stronger. And this soldier who came out of nowhere, clearly a 2-star hunter, Mike again ran after the monster with the treasure. Despite his rebirth, he still has 1 star, and if he hadn't been lucky, he wouldn't even have a profession, Mike complained. Could they spin the 2nd rank wheel anyway? He knows where the 2nd rank wheel is. But will there be enough 2nd rank monsters there? If there are a lot of them, will Mike be able to kill them? The guy with the spear attacked Will, but Will didn't even bat an eye. He grabbed the spear and hit that strange guy. Will's blood glowed on the tip of the spear, and the boy said that the spear was now his, and they better not go near it. With these words, Will threw a spear at the girl. She did not have time to dodge and the spear hit her in the stomach, and Will said contentedly that this bag belonged only to him. But turning around, the guy saw that the bag was already with Mike. He finally managed to take this bag. Mike thanked the guy for helping him stop those guys and immediately ran away. The only question was where to run. The guy kept running after Mike, and even managed to hit him on the cheek once. But no matter how Mike ran and hid in the fog, Will found him. This guy is just a 1-star hunter, but he would have been in trouble if Mike hadn't been able to dodge his silver dagger. But then the guy suddenly tore his uniform. And then Mike saw the black skull tattoo, and now Mike realized that Will became a 2-star hunter because of the Dark Soul Eater. Meanwhile, the soldiers were getting worse. One of them told the captain that there were more and more of these zombies, and their brothers would not be able to hold them back for long. They lost contact with 2 of the 4 border commands. The general said they could no longer hold them back. They had to retreat immediately. The captain told them to tell everyone that they were moving to the left side, but there was that monster with chains. The old man thought that everything was fine. It was worth it. Will and the others would cope with their tasks. If he only met them, despite all the sacrifices, it would be justified. In his past life, Mike heard of a wheel that had a special black card, no description, just a picture of a skull. The method of use was the same as the other cards. If this card was used, it was able to absorb souls of the same rank as the owner, without a time limit and adding 1 star. It is said that 1-star hunter will absorb another 1-star creature. It will evolve to 2 stars. Then the 2-star, having absorbed another, will be able to evolve to 3 stars. But absorption also has its limits. The owner can only evolve twice, and as they say, this card has one serious effect. The owner cannot live longer than 10 years. Mike was sad that in such a short time, a 2-star hunter appeared, and admitted that this made his pride sing. Will ordered Mike to immediately put this bag down, and he would let him go. Mike then told Will that he had come as a surprise and dared to ruin his plan. But that didn't mean he had given up. Will wondered. This guy still had some kind of ace up his sleeve no matter. Plans are nothing, before a force superior to you. Suddenly Mike told him to look back. Monsters and soldiers were approaching them, and on the other side was that same group of hunters, Mike said. Apparently all the survivors were now gathered in one place. Mike said he heard his name from a subordinate. His name is Will, someone Mike used to admire, but now he sincerely despises. The soldiers deserved their respect, and even in the apocalypse, they must defend their honor, and he is no exception, including his captain. Mike started shouting. He said that their hearts were consumed when the apocalypse came. Mike asked what they did until today. They were all stroked by greed. The captain arrived in a tank, and Mike continued to say, since the beginning of the disaster, they were the only force in the city. But what they did, saved innocent people, helped the victims, killed zombies. No, they did absolutely nothing. They just killed zombies for their own benefit, not to save people. Instead of saving people, they recruit them, and for this reason they were able to evolve. The guys who helped them were nothing more than cannon fodder that they didn't care about, Mike said. Suddenly Mike ran up the mountain and told Will and the greedy commander, whose souls were mired in sins, if they wanted to, let them come and take everything. Mike opened the bag he had worked so hard for, and poured out all the things. The girls overtook everyone else and grabbed their prizes. Millie tossed one prize to Penny's teacher as she was lagging behind. One of Millie's subordinates found one of the rewards, but Will ran and threw a stone at him with all his might. The poor guy flew back. But Will also failed to grab the reward. Millie's subordinates began shooting at him, but he managed to dodge the shots. Millie noticed another reward, but the old man ran forward and pointed a gun at her. Then she stopped. But the old man also failed to get this reward. A guy with a spear blocked his way, and the man grabbed the ball, joyfully shouting that now it belongs to them. The soldiers were sitting in ambush. A man in a suit ordered to shoot. Another asked who they should shoot at. The fat man hit him on the cheek and shouted, "Are there guys here?" and ordered him to shoot at everyone in a row. Kate was tormented by doubts. She thought that the captain was cruelty itself. He ordered to shoot even at former teammates. The guys were still there. Suddenly a terrifying monster appeared on the horizon. Mike shot at the chain of this monster. The old man realized that Mike was trying to attract the monster here and try to kill them with its help. With his current capabilities, he shouldn't even hope to kill a level 4 monster. Mike wouldn't even be able to injure him. But if you compare it to the treasure monster, he can get even more benefit from this one. Namely, the chains that he is wrapped in. They were nicknamed Ghost Gold. This metal was so valuable during the apocalypse that it was sold by the gram and the prices for it were unheard of. It is said that adding a little ghost gold to a weapon greatly improved the weapon, and could even give it special powers. The captains started fighting among themselves. Penny and Millie hid behind the rocks. Penny asked what they should do now. Millie replied that let those guys fight among themselves, and they would go look for treasure. Penny asked what Mike had planned then. The huge monster tried to hit Mike with his club, but Mike jumped on it and grabbed one of the chains. It was very difficult, but he thought he had to bear any risk for the sake of this gold. All the suffering will be worth it, after he gets it. The chain gave a small crack. Then Mike began to quickly beat her, hoping that she would fall. But things were going worse for him. The monster started swinging his club, and Mike's right hand was hurting more and more. Thanks to his improved body, otherwise his fingers would have been broken by now, it was very hard to hold on to that chain. Mike doesn't even know how many more times he needs to cut her, but he's gone too far and can't go back. So Mike took out his sword and stabbed it into the monster's club. Then he activated his gardener skills. Suddenly a very insidious plant began to crawl out of it, which can only be obtained from wasteland monsters. They are very rare and valuable. Mike lowered his hand and then cut one of the chains with his machete. The boys looked at him from below in confusion. Finally, a small part of the chain broke off and fell. Will immediately ran to it, sarcastically thanking Mike. Will, of course, knew nothing about the chain, but seeing how Mike risked his life for it, even an idiot would understand that this thing is very valuable. Lily shouted that the thing Mike wanted was about to be taken away. Mike shouted to Millie to catch the chain, but suddenly yolk flew over Will's head. The girls ran to Mike, and the monster got angry and started shooting his horn. Mike told the girls to get out if they valued their lives. Some time passed. Mike heard a voice that told him, every time he catches her eye, she sees how he tries to create an image that others would hate. Why does he keep looking at people with such eyes? These few days she even shaved his beard. Mike slowly opened his eyes. It turned out it was Teacher Penny complaining, Mike thought. He thought he would wake up and be taken care of by Lily or Millie. But how come it was Penny, a woman who is a little unreliable? Penny said when Mike first appeared to her, she thought he was a hero after all. He made her make a choice. Mike told her in his mind that she was facing a cruel reality. Besides, he came back and saved her. This stupid woman still thinks he is not awake. It was a little embarrassing for him. He was thinking whether to get up or not. And Penny told Mike not to think that he was so grown up because he saved her. She was still a teacher. He is clearly a child because he is younger than her, so he should call her aunt. Although that would be weird. It would be better to call her sister. Penny touched Mike's cheek and told him that he should call her sister. And besides, he better wake up. They were in trouble. Every day you have to risk your life for food and water. Every day you are hunted. Every day you have to fight zombies, monsters, your own kind. Even she killed people. Mike thought that in the world of a zombie apocalypse this is natural. But he just found out that she killed, Penny continued. There is no peace in the team either. All these people are former colleagues of Millie, who are thinking about how to divide the treasure. Because they helped them during the battle a few days ago. Lily and they clashed several times, and each time Millie kept them at bay. Millie is in a difficult position now, especially since her director seems to have other ideas, which upsets Millie. There is Kate, who speaks fairly, but no one listens to her. Even Penny is tired, and she's sure they're even more tired, so little brother Mike needs to wake up. Suddenly Mike stood up and asked how long he had been sleeping. Penny dropped her bowl of water in surprise and asked when he woke up. Mike woke up. Lily was very happy. The girl Millie was talking to must be Kate. Penny said she was fair, Mike thought. Yoke came running and gave Mike a piece of chain. The guy was happy. The man came up and said that since he woke up, it was time to talk about the reward. He said that his boys had recently saved him from Will and his henchmen. Mike turned around and Millie confirmed that one of her former comrades had sacrificed himself for them. The vile man said that these past few days they had been going for food and water, fighting off zombies, of course not without the help of the honorable military. Lily countered that he didn't have to try at all. He sat quietly and did nothing. The bastard shouted for the whore to shut up. If it weren't for Millie, he would have finished her off long ago. Of course, this made Lily angry, but for some reason Mike stopped her, although he himself was angry. And the nasty man said that they were entitled to a reward for saving him. He heard that they took a lot of valuable things from that lake. What about a reward in the form of these things, as a reward for his salvation? Mike asked where their things were. Millie picked up her backpack and said that they were only able to take 3 items. One was taken by Millie's former teacher, and was not given back. The first thing is an alchemy recipe, low class, but also extremely useful. But there is not a single alchemist in their team. Space crystal. This is a high-level item. It is useless in battles, but is used to store things. This crystal is the size of an egg, but inside it, the space is 1 cubic meter. It will be possible to store various crystals in it. Carrying them in a bag would be problematic when it is in plain sight for everyone to see. The third item is a summoning card. Millie came up and said sadly that this was her teacher. When she left, she gave him the things for safekeeping. But she didn't expect it to happen like this. Mike told them that they couldn't give this thing away. The nasty man said that he didn't think he heard what he said and asked if he wanted to trick them. Mike raised his hands and said that of course he was grateful to them for saving him. But these things were obtained before their help, and they had nothing to do with them. And how about he give them any other thing? The nasty man replied. Sure, we can see what Mike can offer him. Lily brought him a bag and Mike took out a potion. He said that this potion will help them avoid infection and not become zombies. The man replied that this is not enough. Then Mike got out another thing, the first star potion. It would help them become a 1-star fighter if they drank it. They had already met such people and should understand how strong they were. The man said again that this was not enough. Lily got angry and shouted, "There is no need to be shameless. The freak does not know what the price of the evolution potion is now." Yesterday they had a fight between 2 groups of people over a bottle of evolution potion and dozens of people died. Greed must have limits. Millie also supported Lily. She said that it would be fair to say that they would pay with their lives for these immunity and evolution potions. But the man was adamant. Then Mike said that he also had the eggs of a monster that was a 2nd-tier mutant. When they first eat one of these eggs, it has the same effect as an evolution potion, but can improve their health, depending on their build, by about twice as much. It is useful and even better when taken by a 1-star hunter, although it is less effective when taken by a 2-star hunter. The freak pulled out his gun and said again that it wasn't enough. He knew Mike was a great man. He lived a good life. So he can make Will jump with anger. The freak admitted that he admires Mike, and asked how the life of a man like Mike could be worth so little. When he recovers from his injuries and gets back on his feet, he will have the rest of the useful things at hand. He ordered Mike to give a little more now to get a little more later. Mike replied that he would give him this card, and that would be enough for him. But the man said he wasn't that stupid. He ordered Mike to drop the backpack and that piece of black gold, or he would kill him. Mike said that the freak wanted all this from the very beginning. He didn't do it earlier because he still didn't understand this teacher's attitude, and was still a little afraid of him. At the time, he didn't know how much Mike would recover from when he woke up, and he was afraid that Millie would push him to take a step forward. But when Mike woke up and he found that he looked sick and his fear was gone, and he had just seen the attitude of Millie's teacher, knew that he had decided not to go with them, and his doubts about him disappeared. As for the other 3 women, although they were all developed, they would not have killed him, and he understood this. At the present time, they have an absolute advantage over the evolved. But the freak is too greedy. He wants everything he has. He was right when he said that very difficult times have come. There is a popular saying in the post-apocalyptic world that goes, "If you are greedy, you must have the strength to be so." As soon as Mike said this, the freak was shot right in the chest, and it was Kate, who everyone had managed to forget about. Yoke dealt with the rest of the soldiers. Mike told Millie's teacher that he had won and ordered her to hand over the card, and then he would let them go. In his past life, Mike would have preferred to kill anyone who dared to encroach on his interests, but Mike had changed. Millie was standing on the balcony. Mike came up and said that the teacher should not have gone far. She could send the meat and the bottle of potion. It would be easier to kill him, but then Millie would leave, so Mike could do himself a favor and win Millie over once and for all. He may have done some bad things, but he was a teacher after all, and with a potion and some meat he could survive, Mike said. Millie thanked him and ran to the teacher. Kate asked if he thought it was hypocritical to do this when he had already pushed him away. Mike asked if he was a hypocrite and threw her a potion. Kate asked what it was, a consolation prize for killing her comrade. And then Mike replied, "It's an advance. He's a man of his word, and he'll take her to her husband when he gets better." Mike laid out the rewards. The main loss this time was the weapon. Several second-rank magic crystals and a potion. This is what Millie's teacher was trying to take. This is the card that summons Cerberus. Mike used the space crystal and put the card in it. Mike picked up the bag, and it turned out that it was also made of gold. That day, in order to confuse everyone, he deliberately tore the bag to give them the opportunity to fight for the gold. The guy definitely tore that bag apart, so why is it intact? The bag is soft and gentle to the touch, but it's definitely not silk or any other textile that Mike knew. Mike took out a machete and cut it a few times, but nothing happened. The knife would have made a mark on the gold, but there was nothing on the bag. Then Mike threw the cloth over the eggs that were lying nearby, and suddenly the cloth began to glow, as if the life energy had been sucked out of the eggs. Mike realized that this golden fabric could absorb life force to repair itself after its own damage. This is a good material. Now it is clear why the monster carried this bag. He was not afraid of bullets. His wounds recovered in a short time, which was not his ability, but the use of the properties of this golden fabric. But here are the gaps. Mike did not know how to use this thing. He got the treasure that can directly improve his strength from these things. Mike swallowed the treasure and immediately regained his powers, turning into one of the Dragon Ball characters. He felt that his body and strength had increased again, and he was now 8 or 9 times more powerful than an ordinary person. Not only that, Mike felt that his mental strength had also increased. The guy put the monster's chain into the crystal. His main summoning skill is a skill that calculates the power and duration depending on the summoning and the amount of mental energy given. Not only that, he had enough mental energy to use the skills of the craftsman profession to work with such a large phantom gold juice right now. Mike went out and decided to use his craftsman profession. It was time to use gold. The second-tier magic crystals, plus the remaining claws of the monster, created a long sword. Moonblade, ghost gold gives an additional skill. The user swings the weapon with all his strength to produce a blade strike and fires a blade cut. This blade was already a full-fledged weapon, capable of resisting creatures of the second rank and even the third. And with the addition of gold, not only the quality improved, but also the skill. This is a professional skill that a swordmaster receives only after reaching the master level. The vast majority of people who survive the apocalypse have a profession level that is concentrated at the average level. People who have reached the transcendental level will be called by the god. People with the master level are called double god. The blade's additional ability is a roar, with which Mike feels he can cut through the skin of a chained 4th-rank prisoner. But Mike is still a beginner craftsman, and he can't take full advantage of the ghost gold without better materials and plans, so he might as well stop. Mike returned to the guys, and Ken, seeing the sword, asked to let him look at the updated sword. Mike joked that if he wanted to look, let him get it. Ken said that Mike said it himself, and let him not accuse him later of bullying the patient. But of course nothing came of it for Ken. The guy said that it was unfair because Mike was much stronger. Mike joked saying that there is no justice in this world. Whoever is stronger rules. Ken replied that he did not believe in that. Mike replied that when he would strike not with the aim of subduing the enemy, but with the aim of killing, then he would be able to fight him. The guys got out a map and Mike said they were going there. Kate thought it was a new area where her husband worked. She was surprised that Mike was actually going to keep his promise. Much time has passed since the end of the world began, and the outside world is completely filled with zombies and monsters. A loud noise attracts zombies from several blocks, so they have to go on foot. Millie said she could look into other places, but the last place Mike mentioned was a medical facility. Mike replied that hospitals in a post-apocalyptic world are weird, and that's something they should know about. Mike couldn't tell the reason yet because he wasn't sure. Now that Mike had set a goal for himself, he decided to go this route. Kate said she understood that he wanted to avoid this densely populated old area. But what's the point of going the other way if they go this way? Even if everything goes smoothly, it will take them more than 15 hours. Mike replied that he had promised to send her to her husband, but that did not mean that he should risk his life and the lives of his companions. Then Mike said he couldn't guarantee safety. Millie asked if that meant they were leaving. Mike replied that they had a hard road ahead. The man was bandaging his partner's hand when a guy with a spear came into the room and said that he had received another 35 pieces. This time it should be enough for them. Others have over 300 stones, which should be enough. The man complained that the 200 stones they received in exchange for the stolen silver items were wasted. The guy asked who knew that it would take more stones to spin it once. The girl replied that there was no point in complaining about this wheel, because without it they would have died long ago. In fact, they have a lot of time to get a lot of stones that they can spend on themselves. And the color roulette that spins twice and turns into a profession roulette is just amazing, the guy said. Suddenly Mike opened the window and burst into the room. He held a knife to the girl, then Millie and her partner burst in. A simple raid to take control of two people with a profession and an advanced person often happens in the apocalypse. Over time, all the survivors learned to be careful. The girl said that he could kill them or torture them, but he should not think that they would become obedient. Mike replied that he could kill her in 10 ways, then told the man that if he did not answer his question, he would kill them. The guy asked where the colored tape measure was. There was no answer, so Mike pressed the knife closer to the girl's throat. The man saw the blood and got scared. He shouted that the roulette was at Long's address and he could take them there. They all went to the color roulette. Ken was beaming with happiness. Then Mike asked what was so good about a broken knife. Ken defended the weapon, saying that the knife is very aesthetically pleasing. It is a unique knife, and it is very sharp, cutting zombies like paper. Mike asked him to shut up or at least be quieter. Ken came closer and asked, "Their knives are similar in shape, so it shouldn't be a coincidence." The two seemed to get along well together. Mike replied that he was a craftsman and made both knives. The guy asked if he would also get a profession. The hint was taken and Mike replied that he would distribute the professions depending on the type of occupation. Mike said that awards and professions are given to those who stay with him until the end. Ken somehow became sad after these words. And a pleased Mike thought, his reaction is quite normal. He expected that Ken might start to behave loyally, but he will not be on their team. The guys came to the roulette. There was really something special about it. Mike said that it seemed like they needed to stay there for a while. Mike created a bomb and thus destroyed a crowd of monsters. Then Ken said that he also needed to learn how to make bombs. Then Mike turned around and saw the smoke plumes and said that Lily had done everything right too, so they would be able to collect about 200 rocks this morning. After Ken finishes cleaning this side, he will go help Lily, and Mike will go and look at other places. According to the trio, the last time they used more than 200 stones, they failed. This time, for safety, there must be at least 350 stones, and for the last spin at least 500, so it is worth collecting better stones. In places like supermarkets where there is a high concentration of zombies, the zombies are likely to have hunted a large number of people and are naturally more advanced. So Mike was hoping to meet some rank 2 monsters here, but while regular zombies were appearing, there wasn't a single large monster on this floor. But Mike was wrong. There was one creepy monster here. It was a spider that sat on the ceiling, so Mike didn't notice it right away. The spider spat a sticky web at Mike, the ball too big for him to dodge, just in time to try out the upgraded Moonblade. Mike swung his blade and huge sparks flew out, flames burst out, and in an instant Mike cut the spider. Just as Mike was enjoying the good loot he had easily gotten, he was shot at by a new monster, the Whispering Lady and her pet. In a past life, shortly after the end of the world began, a beautiful and bloody legend circulated in many places. A woman of unrivaled beauty wanders the earth with her pet and meets a man she will love to spend the night with. Only after the night comes the bloodshed and murder. Men are cut into pieces and eaten. Later people realized that the legend was true. Just those young and beautiful women became zombies, and then completed their evolution and turned into a new special kind of zombie. They are able to control other mutants. They have the skill Spirit Seed, a skill of complete control, which not only makes the controlled mutant incredibly loyal, but also does not believe their original consciousness. The pet evolves with the owner. Mike said that he did not expect to meet such a monster here as she and her pet, mutants of 2 ranks. In the past life, there was news of a 9th-rank mutant woman in the East China Sea. Some saw such a mutant riding a giant snow-white snake. Although many 9th-rank mutants can speak human, the only ones who can speak with an accent are the Whisperers, and such high-level mutants have become less bloodthirsty and sometimes trade with humans. There are even suspicions that some of these women regained their pre-mutation memories and personalities after evolving to rank 9. But this girl is much more bloodthirsty than all mutants up to the 9th rank. She doesn't even think about him. She considers him ready-made food. The cat girl ran and started eating the spider that Mike had just killed. They just weren't afraid of Mike. That's why they started calmly consuming the spider's body. Apparently, she looks down on Mike. This post-apocalyptic world is not like the previous one. But Mike is not the same as before. Mike ran and attacked the girl's cat. She growled and the cat ran towards her. Then she transferred energy to the cat to heal him. That the skill allows them to transfer energy to each other when injured, speeding up the healing process. When they evolve, they will be able to transfer life to each other. For advanced beings like this lady, this skill is usually only acquired after they become rank 9, but this lady is already at rank 2. Mike decided that he needed to kill her cat before she could heal it completely, but the lady was too fast. Mike couldn't catch up with her. So now Mike better get back and bandage his wounds, otherwise he'll turn into a tantalizingly smelling pie that will attract 1,000,000 zombies. Mike ran out the window and straight onto the street, but something was wrong. He suddenly had a bad feeling that this would not end so easily. Monsters came from everywhere and each of them attacked Mike. Of course, this is the work of Lady. Although she can only control her main pet, she can pass on some information to other evolved creatures. Lady can even communicate with other mutated creatures, but she won't be able to kill Mike that way. After some time, Mike returned to the others. He was covered in scratches and deep wounds. He asked the girls to bring alcohol and gauze. Mike asked where Millie was. Lily replied with a trembling voice that she was looking for food, and asked where he got hurt so badly. Lily didn't know if she was doing it right, so Kate offered to help. Kate thought that Mike's wounds were of different shapes and sizes, cuts from sharp objects and bites from fangs. Mike told the girl that she better hurry, otherwise the smell of blood attracts zombies. Kate was embarrassed and quickly bandaged everything. Millie and Ken came back and said they had found food. Mike went to the tape measure and told them to start eating first. Mike spun the roulette and received a profession scroll, Apostle of Light. Mike had never heard of this profession before. This is actually a core profession, similar to a combination of a healer and a light mage, except the profession's skills are more focused on the keeper skill. Mike held out a scroll, inviting the boys to look at it. A profession that can heal, protect, and help in the attack. It's a dream come true. It's a pity that to get this profession you need to be without a profession, and that once you become an Apostle of Light you can't have any other profession. So Mike asked who wants to take the scroll. Ken shouted out what he wanted, but then became embarrassed, because he had been with Millie for too little time, and he was not a developed person, so pursuing a profession was a waste of time. Mike asked Millie if she had a profession. Millie replied that she didn't want to have only one profession. She wanted to become as strong as Mike, since he has more than one profession, and he is so strong, which means she needs several professions. Lily said that she didn't need this profession either. It didn't match her personality. Then they all looked at Penny, and Lily started screaming, "Why is she so stubborn? They are asking her to fight. She doesn't want to. This profession suits her perfectly." Then Penny said that she wanted this profession. Mike said that he could give her this scroll, but again warned that after learning this profession, she would not be able to learn others. Lily handed over the scroll and told Penny that she could trust Mike. Penny took the scroll and it dissolved, thus she received her profession. Penny pointed her finger at Mike and said, "Bless him." Mike's wounds miraculously disappeared in an instant. He asked how many times she could use this. Penny replied 8 or 9 times. This is truly the only profession she can get in her entire life that is either expensive in terms of the mental expenditure on skill, or enviably low in terms of the amount of mental energy that the skill expends. Penny said she had another skill. Mike asked if she wasn't a disciple level. The girl replied that she didn't have a disciple but an apostle of light, then a messenger, a saint, a holy maiden, and also an angel of light and a goddess of light. She has a diamond shield. She can put it on Mike. His defense is automatic. The shield automatically reacts to the duck and moves there to protect. There are 2 sectors left, black and yellow. The shield's defensive power definitely increases with the level of the Light Apostle's job, so Mike is looking forward to what will happen when Penny levels up. He put down the second-rank stones and the roulette wheel spun and got the profession of Wind Dancer, which suits Lily. Wind Dancer is a profession that uses ribbons as weapons, such as whips, long ribbons, and so on. Only women can master this profession. The user is required to know the basics of dancing to perform the appropriate movements. The first skill is Shadow Square Dance. which allows for chaotic attacks. The girl congratulated Lily on her profession, because this profession was created for her. Ken also wanted a profession. But Mike replied that they didn't have any magic stones, and if they wanted to spin it some more, they would have to stay a couple of days. Mike ordered everyone to pack their things. The man shouted for Mike not to kill them. If Mike let them go, he would tell him something. He can swear on the honor of his parents that what he says is true. He knows one guy who has a profession in his hands involving the use of a knife. There's a small shop 2 blocks away where a group of people, 6 or 7, have gathered, and they've received a profession scroll from somewhere. Since there were too many people to share it, they announced that by exchanging evolution potions or other things for the scroll, Mike could go to them. The boys went out and Mike told the girls that they needed to practice while they collected the magic stones. Ken said Mike was really good, even took away those 3 stones. Mike replied that we need to leave some for later. The black sector on the color wheel is the death sector. If the pointer lands there, it means that everything will end for them. There was an explosion. Those 3 died. Mike said that this was the last time he was so kind to the enemies. It was a pity they didn't know about the black sector. Kate was not pleased with the petty act. Mike said that they became kinder only because they were stronger. If the roles were reversed, they would have done the same. They think he's being cruel now, but only because they haven't yet realized how cruel the world is, Mike said. If they live to see the day when they experience something unimaginable because of their foolish compassion, then they won't think like that. Because by that time they would already be a dirty corpse like her. Mike pointed to the girl's corpse. It's the end of the world, and the only ones who need compassion are the corpses. The rest of the time, it's better to remove pity. They knocked on the nasty fat man's door and said that a group of people from outside had come to see them and wanted to spin the wheel. 6 people and 2 men with weapons. The fat man said that everyone should gather at the roulette, and went out. Our guys came. Ken said that those 3 weren't lying. There really is a roulette wheel here. The fat man asked if they wanted to spin the roulette wheel. Did they know the rules? Mike asked if the fee was magic stones, right? Mike threw the bag down and said they needed to spin the wheel 10 times, then told Ken he always shouted about his luck, so he would spin it. Ken scrolled and said that his hands were lucky. There were now 4 bottles of evolution potion, and asked if he could have one. The fat man pointed a gun at them and ordered them to give them the potion and get out. Mike grinned and replied that he knew it would happen. So he's going to use them for training. The girls ran to attack, and Penny protected each of them with a shield. After a successful raid, Mike suggested going to the supermarket and exchanging the evolution potion for the profession scroll that the man had. They walked away and Ken asked what they should do. Mike replied that Ken had just used an evolution potion. He and Millie would clear the area of zombies, and he would go to the supermarket and check, but everyone immediately told him that it was too dangerous. Mike replied that they didn't have to worry. The fact that they want an evolution potion means that at least most of them haven't evolved yet and don't pose a threat. Lily asked him to take at least Yoke with him, which he did. A cat was sitting on the roof of the building and watching them. Mike met that mutant woman. She was with the bone demon. Mike didn't want to fight them, but there was no choice. He asked Lady if she didn't have a higher intellect than other mutants. She should know that he would kill her today. Although it is called a bone demon, it is actually a type of mutant zombie that evolves towards mentality, and its most famous ability is the skeletal illusion. But at rank 2, the most he can do is a skill called Burning Ray, and Mike managed to cut off the demon's arm. However, the lady was already behind him, using the psychological scream skill. Psychic Scream is a psychic-type skill that deals direct damage to life consciousness and is extremely dangerous. But she's just a second-tier mutant zombie. How could she master the 3rd skill when she already has 2 natural skills? The lady had already started to run away, and Mike decided to catch up with her. The demon tried to attack him, but Mike killed the demon. She needs to be gotten rid of, otherwise she will constantly attack him. But suddenly Mike heard people talking in the store, and he thought, the only goal now is to exchange, to get that scroll and increase his strength as soon as possible. Then Mike came up and knocked, saying that he was here to make a deal. He had evolution potions. Mike told Yoke to go back to the guys. He would return after the exchange. Suddenly they asked him how he found out about him. It was a man, Mike answered. From the Trinity. He is alone and there are no zombies nearby. The man told Mike to enter slowly and with his hands raised. Mike showed them the potion and said he needed to go get their goods. The man nodded and the other showed him the envelope. Mike asked to look, but he was ordered not to move. The man demanded 6 bottles, but Mike replied that it was too expensive, so they began to bargain. At the beginning of the post-apocalyptic world, the value of evolution potions was very high, as each bottle cost 10 or even 100 stones. In this world, it is very important to be able to obtain evolution potions and become an evolved person. A profession scroll is good, but if you are not evolved, it is a waste. Mike put on his briefcase and said that they should know how hard it was to get evolution potions these days, and 3 bottles cost a lot of resources. The man said that 3 bottles was the highest price they had been offered in the last few days. Mike asked why they needed 4 bottles. The uncle replied that 2 members of his family were in very poor health and terminally ill, and if they did not become developed people, they would not live long. The evolution potion improves all aspects of the human body and has some healing properties. It does not affect incurable diseases. Then Mike took out an egg and said, "This is a second-rank mutant egg." He took one. It may have some effects of the evolution potion. Although it is not as powerful as a potion, it can be consumed multiple times and will have an effect each time, of course. It works best the first time. Mike said that this was his last offer, and if they didn't want it, he was very sorry, so his uncle agreed. The deal went well. Mike went out and told his uncle that in a few days it would be unsafe here and they had better leave. Then he asked if he could tell him where they got it. With all due respect, they don't have the ability to spin the wheel with professions, Mike added. Uncle replied that they had found 2 strange-looking but very strong monsters fighting in one place, and they had found this scroll nearby right in the monster's nest. After that, Mike left. His profession as a master craftsman with the prefix master is also very strong. And now he has the profession of a sword master. It is worth testing how strong this profession is. With just one swing of his sword, Mike created a real explosion. The fire flew far, far ahead. This Klicken is twice as powerful as the one he used in his past life. Although he was also a swordsman in his past life, he was a 6-star then, but now he is only a 1-star. The swordmaster profession is essentially 2 professions combined into one. The seal master uses his minimal energy to manifest it outside of his body as a seal in a special way, using various abilities. Mike is now a sword master and has 2 branches in this profession. The first branch is singing, which now manifests as a technique. It is a function of karma, which has the effect of giving the ball as a carrier of the power of fire. The second skill branch of the blade master is blade technique, and he only has 1 skill at his disposal, slash. With his current abilities, if he uses the seal and slash together, Mon will only be able to do 2 swings. And the better the knife as a carrier, the more powerful the seal can be, by the way. He owns the profession of a craftsman. The girls fought Will. The shields broke because Penny was too weak, and she had to create new ones again. The guy said he wanted to see how many more times she could give her a shield after she healed her. Ken was wounded and couldn't move, and Lily was fighting the old man. The shields were gone. Apparently the ability had run out. Will ran at Millie with a knife. Penny protected her with her shield, but it didn't help. She had already used the healing technique once on Millie, and on Yoke when he came back, and had used the shield technique about 5 times on everyone. Will almost killed Millie, but luckily Mike got to the guys in time and used the flame blade seal. Mike cut off the bastard's hand and he ran away like a coward, just like the other soldiers and his old man. Then Mike said that they should run away too. Lily asked what was wrong with him. Mike replied that this technique consumes a lot of energy. The guys went up to the roof. Mike was already asleep, while the girls were cooking, and Ken and Millie were training. Mike woke up and said he was fine after a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, he used his fire sword twice last night and was too exhausted to kill this Will. They sat down to breakfast. Ken said that he could fight Millie and asked to be allowed to use the moonblade. Mike asked if it wasn't just a knife. Ken replied that Mike hadn't seen Will's face yesterday. Although their high level of evolution gave them an advantage, they didn't dare touch the blade of the moonblade. Then Mike agreed to make him a moonblade. He came up and melted the iron door and created a sword. Everyone was shocked. Mike proudly said that his second profession is a craftsman. Mike said that Ken should be grateful. It requires a 2nd-level magic crystal to make, not to mention other materials. The boys had strayed from their intended route, so Mike pointed to the street and suggested they follow that path. 2 bandits entered the room where several men were sitting. The main one asked how the old men were doing. The uncle didn't answer. Then he said that he was here to tell them that they were running out of food, and they should go and find it. Those who go will be given a full meal and a bottle of water, regardless of whether they find food or not. And if they do, they will receive a prize for 3 days. 2 guys volunteered, but the uncle was silent. Then the bandit said that he was still missing. The bandit called him a musician. Mike and Ken were in the room. Ken asked Mike if he was sure this was the place. He didn't see a single living soul here. Then Mike got nervous. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place. But he clearly remembers that in his past life the musician, according to rumors, left here. Lily said that someone is using living people to attract zombies across the road. The bandit beat those guys so that they would run out into the street, but they refused. Then the bandit simply beat them with a stick. Then they simply kicked them out, threatening them with a knife. Then the bandit asked what the hell they were doing. One of the guys said that there wasn't much food in this supermarket. Then the bandit hit the guy in the face and shouted that it wouldn't even last a day. That's all they got for wasting 2 baits. Another bandit said that most of the zombies outside were distracted, but there were still about 5 zombies. The bandit complained that he wouldn't be able to kill that many zombies. One jerk suggested using the musician as bait. The bandit said that he would cut him, but would not touch his legs, so he would escape. If he escapes, he will live and get food. If not, he will have a bad life. Then they cut his hand and pushed him into the street. The musician thought, He is a senior engineer, with an annual salary of more than 100,000, a research team, and a beautiful wife. But with the end of the world, the appearance of zombies and monsters, everything changed. It was the first time in his life when he had the courage to fight someone. He thought, when you die, there really is light at the end of the tunnel. But suddenly his hand was healed and Mike grabbed it. Mike told him that he didn't need to say anything now. He just needed to follow him. The guy was glad that the future father of magic weapons was with him. In his previous life, the post-apocalyptic world he was familiar with had many opportunities for people to survive among zombies and so on. Some strong people can fight him with their skills, professions, and so on, but there were few of them. As for weapons, there is very little to be gained from roulettes. The real reason so many people survived was the invention of magical weapons. Victor is a man who invented weapons made from magical stones. He extracted the energy contained in the stones using technical means, and then released it in a complex manner. The guys came to a safer place, and Victor asked why Mike saved him. He is useless. He can't kill zombies or get food. Mike thought that he hadn't killed zombies directly, of course, but indirectly he had killed more than he could count. Mike told him that he knew him. He had seen promotional materials for one tool that introduced it in detail, and he always admires people who work in technology. Victor sighed and said that it was all in the past. Now he was a simple guy. Then Mike asked Millie to talk to him alone. Then Mike offered him something to eat first. He gave him a bun and even a bottle of wine he found. Then he showed the crystal and said he had an idea. There was energy in this thing, and if they could extract this energy and process it so that people could use it. Victor replied that it was a good idea and asked to give him the crystal. The man began to examine the stone. Mike said if he didn't mind, he could stay with them, and at least he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. He will try to make the process of studying the stones as easy as possible for him. Victor asked to do one thing for him, and after that, his life will be in Mike's hands. The bandits thought that the group they met today was obviously very strong, so why would they save a loser? Before they could even start eating, Mike burst into their buildings. Mike asked if it was them. Victor replied, yes. Then Mike grabbed the guy who threw the musician out into the street and threw him on the ground, then said that the musician could do whatever he wanted with him. The musician picked up a brick and started hitting the guy with it. It wasn't a pretty picture. Millie thought that Mike wasn't a good person according to traditional moral standards. But as long as it doesn't affect his interests, he is not a man who kills indiscriminately. But what about this man? Kate couldn't stand it and grabbed his hand, saying that that was enough. But the musician didn't think so. He was rude to her. Ken burst in and said they had found people in the next room. They all came out and came to the door. Then Mike told the musician to go inside himself. There were things he had to decide for himself. Ken asked who this man was, what business he had with these guys. Mike replied that the world was in chaos, but the murder of parents and the debauchery of wives still remained an unholy offense. The musician came out and said that he couldn't do it, and let fate punish them. Then they left. Several people came running and asked if they could go with him. The musician said that he needed help with his research. Mike replied that he could only take 5 people, his choice. They had a lot of important things to do, and 5 people was the limit. The guys returned to the roof, and Mike pointed to the map and said that they were very close to that area, and this was their last target. Having cleared this place, they will go in search of her husband and the farm, an ecological farm for breeding wild pigs. Ken was delighted and said that he wanted to eat pork every day. Mike scolded him and explained that they would go for the second-tier magic stones. Lily said that Mike had already killed more than one second-tier evolving creature. If they worked together, they could kill a less powerful mutant. Mike smiled and honestly said that the farm needed at least 50 like them, which greatly surprised the guys. A man on a farm was drinking wine and complaining about its taste, and he was dragging a man along with him. Then he threw this man to the wild pigs. It turned out that they also evolved. They began to eat man. When they evolved to the second rank, they will help the man find the second-level roulette so that he can become a 2-star warrior. It was Glenn, a graduate of a prestigious university, who was supposed to have a successful career. When he was about 30, his career reached its peak, and then he married a crooked woman and started a family. However, he was set up by his colleagues and superiors, and accumulated huge debts, and his parents died of illness after they wanted to help him pay off his debts. With financial support from his university friends, Glenn decided to start a boar farm, and discovered that he had a talent for farming that others could not match. However, Glenn's farm was on the brink of collapse when the purchasing company defaulted on the contract, and the chain of capital was broken, leaving Glenn in despair once again. It was then that the apocalypse came. Glenn discovered that his boars had mutated, becoming strong and bloodthirsty. But the only thing that remained unchanged was that they listened to him as their master. Suddenly he felt that one of his babies was dead, and another one. He got up and ran to the window. There can be no mistake. This feeling of slight fluttering of the heart, which he feels only when one of the babies dies, cannot be an illusion. And one more. Maybe they met a zombie mutant of the second rank. Then he whistled and all the pigs ran to him. Ken was sitting in a tree and reported that the man had gone away and left 7 boars to guard the house. 3 boars of the second rank and 4 of the first. Millie said the wild boar he had taken, plus the surrounding free-ranging boars, and a few more, made a total of 74 boars. Penny asked Mike if they should reconsider. Mike replied that the reward was always proportional to the risk, so what's the harm in taking a risk? Then Mike threw the radio to the musician and said that the operation was dangerous. He could stay here and be in touch. Kate was also staying here to protect him. Penny will go with Lily. If they see lonely and food-seeking boars of different ranks nearby, let them kill them as often as possible. Let Millie prepare the motorcycle. The second stage of the operation depends on it. And Mike will take care of the 7 wild boars on the farm. They will be able to develop 1 step faster than the rest of the world. It's good if they don't fall behind, otherwise they will soon die. Boar King Glenn was a 9-star in his previous life, and he was always accompanied by a group of extremely high-class mutant boars, 5 of which were 8th rank. Unfortunately, he was alone his entire life, except for the boars, and was eventually ambushed and killed by 2 9-star warriors. It was only after Glenn's death that someone began writing a serial biography of the most powerful man that Mike learned that they were from the same town, and that he had previously been a farmer. Mike needs to evolve, and he needs a lot of second-tier magic stones. This is the only place where he can quickly get a lot of second-tier stones. Perhaps today we need to kill the future 9-star warrior. This is the result of the blood affecting these boars. They have become very bloodthirsty. Mike was killing boars near the farm. Millie also managed to kill 10 boars in the forest. She reported that she was finished. The second stage could begin soon. Lily was not sitting idle either. The boar saw her and immediately ran towards her. Lily took out her ribbon and hit the boar. But the boar turned out to be stronger. But Lily was lucky. Penny created a shield and protected her. Lily was happy and asked Mrs. Penny come to her aid. However, there was no time to rejoice. The second boar also decided to attack Lily. Then she grabbed the building and rose, then shot at the boar. Penny reported that they were finished and ready to move on to the second stage. Ken was sitting on a military motorcycle. Glenn and her boars were running straight towards him, but that was part of the plan. Glenn saw Ken and asked who the hell he was. Ken said that if the idiot wanted to know, he should follow him and drove away. This made the man upset. He didn't understand what was happening and who had come up with all this. Ken reported on the radio that he had done everything and was ready to move on to the second stage. Mike replied that he had done everything too and was also ready. He ordered everyone to get ready to send the king of the boars to the next world. Lily and Penny came to Millie. Lily admired Mike, saying that it was amazing that one person dealt with 3 2-rankers and 4 1st-rankers in just a few minutes. Penny decided to tease Lily by saying that it wasn't him, but her. Lily asked if she didn't think about her brother Mike when they had missions. Then Penny blushed and said that she didn't mean it that way. She didn't mean the same thing as Lily anyway. She was hoping he would show up to save them. Millie was tired of their arguments and asked to get ready. Glenn was already approaching them. He thought that he had only 74 pets. Now a third of them were already dead. Glenn was furious, and didn't even notice Ken disappearing on his motorcycle. He promised that he would tear the guy apart when he found him. Suddenly they started shooting at the boars. The boars died one after another. Glenn realized that he had been ambushed. Lily was on the roof, then came down. She said that if they all don't die today, then one day she will sleep with Mike. She was able to attack several boars at once, and Millie covered her from the building, then shouted for her to go up to them. Lily managed to climb up the windows and return to the girls. She said that she was running out of mental energy. Then Penny quickly began to heal Lily. Millie said that the armor-piercing bullets that Mike gave her were also used up. Regular bullets are useless against these boars. Glenn burst into the girls' room and shouted that they had nowhere to run, and none of them would be able to escape. But he himself was in for a surprise. Mike appeared behind him and kicked him. The blow was so strong that Glenn was thrown out into the street. But that wasn't all. Mike jumped out of the window after him with his flaming blade. Mike burned all the boars at once with his blade. Ken said that he killed 72 boars in total. 2 were missing. Then Mike said that it was impossible to find all the boars, and it was good that most of them were killed. But he left these boars to Ken. Then he said that the tusks, bristles, and partially evolved body parts of the boar were all good material, which made Ken happy. Besides, didn't he want to eat pork? Ken lit up even more. Millie said that he would go first and pick up everyone else. They decided to go and find the others, and then work together to preserve all this pork. The boys brought the rest, and together they began to cut up the pigs, then canned the pieces and roasted them over a fire. Mike rested and thought, the combination of 2 professional skill systems is indeed very powerful, but it drains his mental energy too much. This type of mutant boar meat is also a good tonic, although for him it will no longer have an effect, but for Lily and the others, it can make a small leap in physical development. This time the win was 40+ 2nd-level magic stones. The next step is to look where there is a 2nd-level roulette wheel and spin it. The color of the magic stone on the dog's forehead begins to fade. It will evolve again when it wakes up and evolution occurs. Suddenly he heard Millie talking to someone and came out. They were two ordinary people. Mike asked who they were. They said that they were both from the new district base, which immediately caught Kate's attention, because her husband could be there. Millie suggested that we first sort out this situation. If this is a base, then its management is very strict. Kate walked up and asked who built the base. The man replied that it was created by the artillery battalion and the new district government, and gathered staff from the government building. Then Kate asked if they knew Sid from the new government office, but the men replied that they didn't know him, had never heard of that name. The girl immediately became sad, and Mike asked if they were hunting. The man replied that the new area had been created recently, so the creation of the base was forced, so they were significantly short of resources. Need food and some other essentials, Ken asked. So what are they doing here? The man offered them to move to their base. They are familiar with the area and can take them there and give them some tips once they are inside so they don't get robbed. Ken said they have arms and legs, they don't need an escort, the man replied. They don't know the new terrain, the base is now surrounded by zombies and mutants. It's impossible to get inside, there are other ways to get in and out. Mike asked to tell them more about the situation. The man said that now they have to make their way through the sewers to get to and from the base. People can be allowed inside, but the network of pipes is very well developed, and it is possible to get lost if you go there for the first time, so they could be their guide. For this, they would like some meat, Mike agreed. 2 pieces of meat per person, but they must stay and help them with the meat, and then take it to the base. First you need to cook the meat. They can't take all the meat, so they divide it into 2 parts. Here they will hide one part, they will take the solo part with them. Suddenly Mike heard his dog growl. If he evolved, it could take hours, but only 10 minutes had passed. They ran to the dog, who had already gone bald. Lily asked what was going on. Mike replied that in theory he should evolve, but this process is very stressful. But suddenly new fur appeared, and the dog successfully evolved into a second-rank mutant creature. Out of joy, he started running to everyone in a row. He was so excited. But the main thing is that he is healthy. Mike came out with the dog and asked him if he had any new skills, and the dog shot out his fur. In the past, his natural skill was known as Fine Needle, a group attack skill that many furred animals possessed, but it was not very powerful. But this time it seems he can control the amount and power of the attack. This is the evolution of talent. The soldier looked at the boys and thought, the strange man who had been running amok outside the base with a herd of wild boars was dead. His boars had become food for a group of people. The man approached him and asked what happened. The soldier asked not to call him captain. They are all in the same boat now, and they are all trying to survive. The man replied that then he didn't need to call him by his last name, just Ryan. Then he thought if he had a gun, he could start living well. The soldier came up and said that all the things were packed. The only thing edible was rice. There was a lot of soy sauce, and some scattered noodles. The military man got angry and asked what was the point of having oil if there were no vegetables. They had to get a lot of magic stones. But then he remembered the guys and asked if those guys who killed the boars weren't collecting food. If these people could join the base, wouldn't the base's strength increase enormously? These people have dozens of boar corpses and dozens of stones. He thought that if the base received such a large fortune, he would be able to obtain the evolution potion as the chief, and ordered to return to the base to report what was going on. The boys gathered all their things and followed the men. The road was discovered by his family before others found out about it. The new district base later became the site where the combat group was finally destroyed 6 months later. The man said that at the base where they can't see the other side, there are more mutants. Many of them have evolved to the 2nd rank. There's a dog there just as big as Mike's, with a white rock on its forehead, that attacks the base from time to time, and almost every time it happens, someone dies. Lily asked if their dog could protect all the meat by himself. Mike replied that the area was a wild boar area. There weren't many zombies there. They opened the hatch and told us to beware of the mutant rats and beetles that often appeared in these passages. The musician asked if it was so dangerous there. Why did they use that passage at all? The man replied that it was better than dying of hunger at the base. Mutants are afraid of fire, so it is better to have a torch. However, they don't need to worry about this. You don't need to give them much. If we are talking about the best food and weapons, then you can get by with a small share. Otherwise, you need to watch the mood of the guards. The turn in front is the western entrance to the new area. Turning the corner, the guys met several people. They asked what he had managed to get and tried to take the bag. Jin tried to grab the bag back and pushed the guy away, causing him to crash into the wall. The man, who was called Uncle, said that the boy was just watching, wondering if it was necessary to beat him, and called Jin an ill-mannered child. Jin's brother replied that his brother had just seen the meat he had found at the cost of his life being stolen, so he was very scared, and then he promised the man half of the meat. But the bastard said that he would take all the meat, and then he demanded a second bag of meat. That bastard stood up and said that this wasn't enough. They couldn't let those two get away with it. They ordered the boys to throw down their things too and give them to them. Lily said that she had enough and ordered them to return the meat and get out. The freak started to show off that he would kill her and ran at her with a club. But Lily calmly hit him in the stomach with her knee, then kicked him in the face. The other two freaks also wanted to kill Lily, but she dealt with them all and the guys moved on. Mike advised them to adapt in the future, as things like this will happen all the time. At least half the battle in this world is to protect your own. It may seem like someone else is just robbing something, but these things may well become your life in the future, so there is no difference between robbery and murder. Not to mention being seriously injured or even killed, Mike said, adding that Lily did a great job. To avoid trouble, Mike suggested that everyone leave all their weapons in his care. The guys took out their swords, and Mike put them in the crystal. The guys finally got to the base. Jin said that they just arrived and they have nowhere to stay. Why don't they go with them? They can accommodate them. But Kate said that she was not going to go. Kate was going to look for her husband. She hugged Millie and asked her to be careful. She whispered to Millie to leave Mike when she could. He was too cold-blooded, then told him she didn't agree with what he had been doing all this time. But he kept his word, and it was over between them. With these words, she left. Mike told Jean that he needed to buy some supplies and everyday necessities, and asked where he could buy them. Jin said that it was easy to find daily necessities here, and there was a small market not far from here, on the border with the southern district. Mike asked if there was any ammo there. Jean replied that he wouldn't find any for sale, but he had heard of a black market where ammo was sometimes sold. This surprised Mike, because the new area had only just appeared. He asked if Jean had ever encountered someone selling strange things, certificates, potions, and so on. Jin replied that he hadn't seen anything like that, but he thought he heard someone say that someone in the eastern part of the base was selling a recipe for something at a high price. Mike asked them to help him find the man, and as payment, he would give them 5 more pounds of meat, even if they couldn't find him in the end. Jin volunteered to help and told his brother to split up. First he would take them to the market, then home. They would see each other there. Penny saw girls selling themselves for food and asked to help them, Mike said as her friend. He explains to them for the last time. If they give them food, they must give food to other women like them. And if they give food to those women, they will be forced to give food to all the people in that market. Mike asked if she was willing to kill. It's not about killing one person. They need to kill a lot of people. She pays for the food, and yet she has to kill for safety. The man said that recently people were being killed every day, mostly because they had food in their hands. Mike saw 2 men and asked who they were. Jean's brother replied that they were bandits and they had evolved. A man approached a girl and ordered her to raise her head. The girl was in a terrible state and said that she would do more of this. But the bastard just started to drag her by the hair, while the poor girl screamed for the freak to let her go. But of course no one helped her, because people become real monsters in a bad situation. Mike said that evolved humans can torture to death, and these two must have done something similar. The man cursed the 2 animals and said that if they had not controlled all 3 roulettes, they would not have been allowed to behave like that. Upon hearing about the roulettes, Mike immediately became excited and asked where the roulette was. Mike squeezed the man's hand so hard, and he said that everyone at the base knew that there were 3 tape measures here, and many had seen them before they were protected. In any case, the stones on the roulette are the same as on the foreheads of the zombies outside. There are gray and white ones. Apparently this is a second-rank roulette. Mike thought that in his past life, he left the city when he became a first-rank evolved human, so he didn't know about this roulette. The guy almost missed the important thing. The food they eat now has no vegetables, and even developed people have problems with the body if they stay in this state for a long time. So after thinking about it, Mike took Ken and the 2 of them went out to buy some seeds, carried everything up to the roof, and Ken asked how they were going to grow their vegetables now. And then Mike began to use his professional gardening skill. He thought that he needed to feel as if the spiritual energy had become a part of his body, rooted in the ground. Every time Mike touches a cabbage seed, it becomes a knot in his mind, and every time he touches it, he lights up. He had planted the seeds less than 10 minutes ago, and they had already sprouted, but of course in that time his mental energy had been depleted by half. But it was worth it because it meant he would no longer have vitamin deficiencies and would never have to worry about food again. When the gardener profession rises to a high level, it means that Mike can feed a large number of people and have a power that others cannot. They all had dinner together, and the man was wolfing down his dinner. Ken said that it felt like he hadn't eaten for a couple of years, without even trying real food. The last words inspired the man. Suddenly Jean returned. He was somehow gloomy. He told Mike that he knew where to look for the man with the scroll. He was in the eastern part of the base. We see Kate. She finally found her husband. He was eating dry noodles. Kate was worried and asked how he managed to suffer so much. The man replied that she should not worry about her husband's affairs. Then he said that it was so delicious, he had not noticed it before. Kate thought that he had previously held a very high position and had no time for these semi-finished products, fortunately. Millie left her some meat and a bottle of potion. Suddenly, her husband fell down shouting, "My heart!" Kate ran to him, and then some guy kicked the door open and showed up to them. Then Kate's husband started to grovel at him. He said that it was his wife who came to visit him, so he forgot. Now he would wash his clothes. Kate asked what he was talking about. Her husband told her to fuck off and added that he would explain all this later, and the uninvited guest silently stared at Kate. Then he left, Kate thought. She had a bad feeling about this. She had to find Millie and the others as soon as possible to see if she could get a weapon for protection. The woman asked the bastard if he had seen that loser's wife, if she was as beautiful as they said. Today she saw her when she was looking for her husband, and realized that he might like her. The man said that she was very beautiful. He had heard about a beautiful wife before, but he never thought that she could be more beautiful than the rumors. Paul stood up and said he would not rush. He asked the second man what was the reason for everything they had now. He was a temporary worker, and he is a technician. Why can they now enjoy life here when two girls give them massages? Because they have evolved. They have more powers than others. They can kill zombies, mine stones, and spin the roulette. He doesn't know what situation the base is in now. It's surrounded by zombies on the outside. Who knows what day the zombies will break through? So what if they both evolved? Will they be able to handle thousands of zombies, so they need to continue to get stronger? Baldy asked what this had to do with the loser's beautiful wife. Paul replied, Director Vincent and Chief Jim are both developed to first star. So why can they run the base and they can't? It's because they have skills. They have people with weapons. They are very strong. They have the best chance of surviving in case of danger. Magic stones obtained from hunting are also under their control, and whenever the base finds something good, they are the first to get it. 5 kilometers from the base, on the mountain, a place guarded by zombies and monsters was discovered. The base is ready for a raid there. Chief Jim has an unusual love for women of a certain age. If they give him the loser's wife, he will be delighted. If they can capture that roulette, he will owe them a weapon, if not skill scrolls. The bald man suggested stealing it right away, but Paul replied that it was too late. They would steal it tomorrow and send it straight to Chef Jim. Mike and Jeannie came to that man. Jeannie said that this man's name is Lei, and he is not an evolved human, but he used to be a national-level shooter and he is very good at it. There are several people on his hands. They are also not developed, but with strong firepower, so he will most likely ask for a potion. There are many people who are interested in this scroll, such as the 2 base leaders, but the price was too high, so the negotiations failed. Lei's strength is not weak. More than 200 people and more than 100 guns. They are considered the strongest private unit in the base. So it would be impossible to capture the scroll. The guys finally came to the gates of Lei's base. There was a line of people at the gate. Jin said that Lei was probably the only leader of the forces at the new area base who was recruiting ordinary people. The guys entered the building and saw a man sitting on a chair. Next to him were 2 soldiers with machine guns. Lei immediately understood why they came and said that if they could afford it, the scroll was theirs. Mike asked to see the product and they showed it to him on the laptop. Mike's eyes lit up and he asked to name his price. Lei said that he had not seen Mike before and asked if he was a stranger here. The guy replied that he had recently arrived at the base. Lei stated his price, 5 bottles of the first star evolution potion and his scroll. No wonder they haven't been able to sell it yet. It's overpriced, Mike said. The man replied that it was because his product was good. Then Mike for some reason decided to make fun of him and asked if the scroll was so good. Why didn't he use it himself? This of course angered Lei. Because the recipe is too complicated. He can't get all the ingredients himself, so he has to sell it, Mike said. Lei said if they couldn't afford it, they should leave. Mike offered 100 first-rank magic stones. Lei didn't appreciate it and ordered his men to escort them out of here. Then Mike said that he owned one of the roulettes at the base. The man asked with displeasure. So what? Mike threw a bag of stones to Lei and said that this amount of magic stones would be enough for him to spin the roulette wheel. Lei thought about it and asked Mike to follow him. They came to the roulette, a wheel that only requires 6 first-rank stones to spin, since the best prizes had already been won by them. There is nothing special about the roulette except for the 1-star evolution potion. The reason why Chef Jim and the director let Lei control the roulette is obvious. The whole point is that the scroll was received and the roulette is no different from any other first level. The wheel spun and Lei thought why this guy was so lucky and he wasn't. He couldn't even get the evolution potion. Lei knew that there was something dangerous about Mike. His position seemed random, but he accidentally hid next to his partner, blocking his view. Mike got 3 potions, and Lei was in a desperate situation, so he agreed to 3 potions. But Mike cheated. He said that he could only give them 1 potion and 1 good weapon. Lei got angry and asked if he was kidding. If the guy thought he didn't have a good gun, then Mike took a gun out of his backpack. Then Mike shot at the wall and a huge hole appeared there. Lei certainly didn't expect that, because it was, as he thought, a simple gun. Mike said again, the evolution potion, plus this weapon, if he thinks it's good, let him take it. If not, then the deal won't happen. Lei immediately replied that he agreed. The guys ate, and for the first time in a long time they ate greens. Mike took out the evolution potion and gave it to the musician. He thanked Mike with tears in his eyes. Then Mike got up and said that he was going to his room to rest, and let them eat. They wouldn't try anything like this for a long time. In the room, Mike took out a scroll. At this stage, under these conditions, it is not surprising that Lei, neither the director nor the chef Chevelnu were interested in this recipe. The condition about the second-rank stones alone already scared them. But for Mike, this recipe is not difficult at all. You need to find a 2-rank roulette and there might be an evolution potion for the 2nd star. Kate Nick's husband came to Fat Jim. The chef said that he had heard about the former secretary. He had admired him for a long time. It was a pity the old man did not survive the apocalypse. He also heard that his wife came to the base today to look for him. A person could come from a city where there are a lot of zombies to a new base. It's amazing how she could do it. He has long admired the military police, and the fat man asked Nick to introduce him to his wife. Nick was furious, and the fat man added that he liked his wife and would like to meet her. Nick tried to calm himself down, because he understood that he could not compare with an evolved man. The fat man said that he would either force himself to meet with her and see with his own eyes how he rapes her, and then they would both die, or he would persuade his wife to stay with him for a few days, and he would give him a potion. Nick thought, an evolution potion that gives great strength when used. A potion that is the key to survival in this world. Every day at the base, dozens of people die for the sake of the potion. How many developed people are at the base now? They have power. They have a life that they can enjoy. And if he convinces his wife, he will become one of these high people who have the right to vote on the base. He will get food, a woman, and much more. Also, he will ask her to stay with him for only a few nights, and if she really loves him, she will agree, so he can make amends when he uses the evolution potion. Mike came to the 2nd roulette, which is located on the roof of this building. As he expected, the 2nd-rank roulette is guarded worse than the 1st. After all, no one had ever been able to spin it, so it didn't matter whether it was guarded or not. Mike easily entered the building, but unfortunately, he didn't find the jackpot. No professions, no skills, 2-star evolution potion, immunity potion, but suddenly he saw the attribute stone. Attribute stones are a great item to socket into weapons and gear to increase their power. But this stone has another ability that is even more valuable. This thing is edible. In the past life, it was discovered that the weapon with the attribute stone was accidentally destroyed during the battle, and the attribute stone was also broken and thrown onto the battlefield. Later, the starving survivor was unable to find anything to eat, and while in a trance, he ate attribute stones that had been broken to the size of rice grains as food. He never expected that he would come back to life and become incredibly powerful after eating the attribute stone. Only after this news spread, people learned that eating the attribute stone could also give a person the power of the stone itself. The price, which had been stable, instantly became a hit, and prices skyrocketed. If everything goes as in the previous life, the stone will remain unknown for at least another 4 to 5 years, and its true value will be unknown. Mike will be able to stock up on this material while others do not know about it. To create a puppet, you need to leave 5 stones, 2nd rank. With his current supply of magic stones, Mike can spin the roulette wheel about 6 times, which has proven to be quite useful. The bastard complained that women were weak and died quickly, and they had to go out in the middle of the night and throw out their bodies. The second freak said that nothing could be done about it. It was not cold yet, and the smell of blood could kill them, not to mention infectious diseases. Nick made excuses to Kate. He said that he was sorry for the situation that she saw. If the evolved ones, he would have nothing to eat, drink, and in the end, he would just die. Then the freak dared to tell his wife that she should sleep with someone so that they could survive in this world. The boss told him that he would help him become developed, and he promises that when he becomes a developed person, he will stop treating her twice as well. He will forget what will happen today. He will not despise her, and he will try to make her develop too. Kate, of course, couldn't stand this nonsense and asked how he dared to despise her. What she did wrong. Why on earth should he do this? Damn it! He makes her do something so disgusting and says he doesn't mind, Kate screamed. Kate said frankly that he was a bastard, a disgusting bastard, and she would rather go anywhere than stay with him, because he made her sick. Nick tried to stop her, but then the fat man came and said that it seemed that his persuasion was not very effective. In the end, he had to do it himself. Kate ran up and tried to kick him, but the bastard grabbed her and threw her onto the bed with one hand. The bastard husband grabbed her hands and shouted at the fat man that he would hold her, and that he should not forget about the evolution potion that he promised him. Kate didn't expect such betrayal. She hit the bastard and, jumping up, took 2 evolution potions out of her bag, asking if this was all he needed. He dared to sell his wife for this. Kate burst into tears and told her ex-husband to look at himself. What a worthless person he had become. The bastard asked why she didn't tell him that she had the potion. She doesn't want to give it to him, so why is she talking about it now? The freak dared to talk about honor when he himself was on the same level as shit. He shouted that before she didn't give a damn about him, and now she was hiding a treasure from him. Kate had already accepted the fact that her ex-husband was a piece of shit and opened the bottle. The fat man ran towards her, screaming that she wouldn't get away with it. But suddenly he noticed a glow and realized that someone was spinning a second-rank roulette wheel and jumped out of the window. He shouted to his men to all run to the roof, whoever was spinning the roulette wheel. They had to catch him. Suddenly voices were heard from everywhere, and Mike realized that he had been burned. But at least he had finally received the attribute stone. Now Mike has the attribute stone, the last magic stones, the last chance to spin the roulette. Soldiers burst onto the roof and surrounded Mike. They pointed guns at him and ordered him to move away from the roulette. But then Mike received a level 2 evolution potion. Mike quickly grabbed the potion and jumped off the roof. He stabbed his knife into the buildings and slid down, but the fat man wasn't going to leave him alone. The fat man ordered to search all the buildings and find the guy. Mike thought that he should take advantage of the fact that the chef and the director's people had not yet all gathered to get out of here. The soldiers found Mike and started shooting at him, but Mike was faster. He cut down every bastard in an instant. They couldn't even do anything. Now Mike just needs to find a secluded place, use the obtained second-rank evolution potion. Once he becomes a 2-star, everything will be over. Mike ran into the woods and the soldiers ran after him, and in the meantime, it was time for payback. Kate hit the bastard in the stomach and he crashed into the wall. Kate remembered how Millie gave her these evolution potions, and said that Mike asked her to give it to her, and to drink it if necessary. How ironic that a man who had nothing to do with her, who had made a deal with her, gave her such a treasure for nothing, Kate thought. But the man she married, who was supposed to look after her, sold her to another man for an evolution potion. When she compares them, she realizes how terrible her husband is, so she opens the bottle and drinks the whole potion. The bastard decided to change tactics since she had already drunk the potion and approached her. Kate slapped him in the face and said that she would kill him if he dared to talk to her again. The freak asked what she was going to do. Kate replied that she suddenly realized that some people were more worthy of her attention than he was. Mike hid because the enemies were everywhere and there was no way to escape them. If he only had 10 minutes, he could use the potion. The soldiers were already running next to Mike. The guy started to stir, that they had found him again. If he didn't run away, he would be in trouble when the scattered enemy completed the encirclement. Mike pulled out a summon card. It is a popular post-apocalyptic card that increases instant combat power. It can instantly increase the survivor's strength. Mike had no choice but to use this important card. He threw it on the ground, and immediately a huge Cerberus appeared. The monster was fiery. It immediately attacked 2 soldiers, and they burned at the same moment. Their bodies were charred and lay on the ground. The soldiers started shooting at the monster, but the Cerberus easily managed to dodge the bullets. Mike continued to run away, but still several soldiers were watching him. Then he started using the primordial charms. They brought the tree to life, then the car, and it turned into Bumblebee. Mike strictly controls his mental energy expenditure, and uses a basic charm technique that doesn't last long, but is enough to distract attention. But he won't be able to stay safe for long. He will soon encounter the chief and the director, the 2 leaders of the base. The soldiers continued searching all around. The director came, and the fat man told him that there were too many people here, and the guy could find a house by chance to blend in with the crowd. Vincent replied that the guy with the 2-star evolution potion, if they didn't find him today, they would never find him again in their lives, and would still be in danger. After tonight, the question wasn't whether they could find him, but whether he would look for them. Vincent shouted for them to clear the area and kill everyone but his men. The bastards were happy and proud of their vile actions, but it was not to be. Mike appeared right behind them and took out his flaming blade. So he killed those bastards. Then Mike hid in a secluded place, and with the base leaders killed, there should be no more pursuers. Because of this little bottle, there were so many deaths. Mike drank this potion and immediately felt this pain. He fell to the floor, but the main thing is that his plan worked. Soon before the end of the world, he was able to become a 2-star hunter. Mike returned to the guys who were apparently fighting. Ken was glad to see Mike. He asked if he had caused this mess, didn't he? But Mike didn't answer. He looked at the boys and thought, it seems that in this night of chaos, they also encountered trouble. Lily and the boys are covered in blood. It's good that they adapt. Then Mike asked the guys to come back and talk. Millie noticed that he had changed somehow. Mike asked her to call Jean, and then they would discuss everything. Jeannie and his brother came, and Mike surprised everyone with his question. He said that he had something to discuss with him and asked if Jeannie would like to manage this base. Of course, Jean was shocked. He asked what Mike meant. Was it a joke? Then Mike said that 2 base leaders were going to kill him. Mike approached Jean closely and said that he needed a secure base and needed to find a new owner he could trust. He asked again if Jean would like to be it. Jean replied that he wasn't even an evolved human. Mike said that he could make one, and he didn't have many reliable people. Then Jean said that he had no experience in management. Mike replied that now in the world of a zombie apocalypse experience is not needed. Now only experience in killing is needed. Gene asked why Mike chose him. Mike replied because he wanted to. He liked him, and that's why he chose Gene. And then Gene finally agreed. He asked what he needed him to do for him after he became the owner of this place. Mike replied that there were 3 things he wanted Gene to help him with. But it is worth waiting until the entire base is under his control. Now he will go to one person, and with his support, everything will go more than smoothly. Lei and his soldiers were fighting. The man with glasses said that if this continues, the base will collapse. There are so many zombies that they will soon kill each other. But Lei himself knew this very well. He thought about what he could do. He needed to keep the area safe. And then Mike appeared. Lei wondered when the guy had managed to get so close to him, and he realized that today's commotion was because of him. Lei said that their deal was completed, and he didn't understand what he was doing here. Mike suddenly asked if Boss Lei really had unique abilities. Mike said he had a favor to ask of him. Lei got nervous and replied that if he needed anything he could just ask. He said that because he realized that Mike was a 2-star. Suddenly we are shown an old man and his team. They looked terrible. They looked like zombies. The old man and his subordinates began to run towards the base. People inside the base were running away in panic. Jin came on stage and told everyone to listen to the instructions. No running around and no lights to turn on. The main thing is not to panic. Keep order. The zombies are nearby, but they did not attack the base. Jin promised that everything will be fine soon. Jin called men up to 30. They will have to follow him and help. Ken said that the guy is great. He resolved the situation so quickly. Lily replied that this was not enough, because some animals did not understand words. It was almost dawn. The boss had to get ready too, Ken said. Lei reported that they had captured the food warehouse at the base as they had ordered, but there was not much food there. Jin replied that they needed more people then, with the temperature still high during the day, and the corpses at the base needed to be cleared out as soon as possible. Considering that food can be given as payment, he thinks that many people would be willing to do this work. This method of payment for work can be used in the future, for example, to strengthen bases, collect fruit drinks, or even plow the land. Mike was pleased with his choice. He watched and thought that this young man really knew how to be organized in everything he did. But suddenly Mike felt something. He lay down on the ground and told everyone to be quiet. Ken asked what happened. Mike got up and ordered everyone to be taken out of here immediately. The guys started shaking. Mike shouted that it was too late. He ordered Gene to organize people so that they would immediately go to the southern zone. He ordered Brother Jin to take Boss Lei's men and set up obstacles on the roads leading from the southern zone to the others when the survivors were about to evacuate, or if they saw that the situation was bad, to immediately block all of these roads. Mike asked the boss if he was used to the evolution potion. Lei replied that everything was fine. Then Mike ordered them to follow him. Mike said that a sandworm was approaching. It was up to them to save the base. The sandworm is a mutant that has a single ability, which is that they can quickly make holes in the ground, and the tremors are now destroying the foundation of the southern wall. The foundations of the buildings here are not strong enough to withstand the sandworm and probably won't last long. Ken asked if the walls came down and thousands of monsters came rushing in. They wouldn't be able to stop them when Mike became so kind. Mike replied that he needed this base now. Although the building will collapse, it will also turn into huge rubble that will serve to keep zombies from getting inside. They just need to kill all the sandworms. When the time comes, they can organize their workforce to strengthen these ruins. This base can still be held. But suddenly that same worm burst out from underground. Mike ordered to cut off the central leg first to limit the movement of this worm, and he himself began to run around the monster, cutting off its legs. Then you need to pierce the slightly lighter piece of armor on the back, 2 meters from the tail, and the heart underneath it. It is important to avoid its blood. It is a neurotoxin that can cause weakness in the body. It can take up to 2 days to recover. This is how Mike easily killed this monster. But there was no time to rejoice at this small victory, because several worms immediately appeared from under the ground. Mike said that he would deal with 2, and leave the rest to the guys. Lei was very nervous. He thought it was a second-rank sandworm, 5 1-stars, and he had recently evolved against them. But Millie, on the contrary, was confident and ready to fight. Millie asked Penny to cover her. Lei asked what they meant. Ken replied that Millie and Penny would hold off the 2 sandworms so they could focus on one. Then Millie said that she heard that the boss was a good shot and asked if he had a gun. Lei said that he did. Then Millie ordered everyone to move out. Lei was impressed that she was able to let him know what to do with just a few phrases, and without embarrassing him in front of everyone. He took out his gun and shouted that he would cover them. Lily used her ribbon and jumped on the monster's back. Ken then threw her a knife, but the monster tried to eat her. But Lei was doing his job honestly. He started shooting the monster in the face, covering Lily so the girl could stab the monster in the back. Penny protected the guys with a diamond shield, and the guys managed to deal with this sandworm. Ken told Mike that they were finished and ready to help him. Only Mike was glad that the guys worked better together than he expected, killing one as quickly as he saw this crowd of zombies behind the wall. He knew that even if they immediately destroyed the remaining sandworms, they wouldn't have time to organize the fortification of the ruins. Ken just walked up to Mike to help him kill the two monsters, but Mike was already sitting on one of them. He told Ken that he had already killed them. Lily asked why they needed to help. They could have handled it themselves. It seemed Lily was covered in the blood of that monster. Mike replied that there was no more time. The boys climbed the wall and saw the crowd of zombies themselves. Millie asked how they appeared so quickly, as if everything was planned. Ken pointed to the side and said, "There were so many worms attacking the same place. The zombies had been gathering here for a long time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many of them." Mike himself began to doubt the idea of holding this base. Then Kate told them that she had an idea on how to hold off the zombies. Millie jumped off the wall towards her friend. Kate pointed at the buildings and said that if they were blown up so that they were thrown in one direction, it would block the entrance. The people at the base will have plenty of time to reorganize their defenses. As it happens, Kate found explosives. And if you give Kate a little time, she will be able to put her plan into action. Ken said that Kate is a good professional. She can compete with the most professional demolition specialists, and such targeted demolition is not a difficult task for her. Then Mike asked how much time she needs. Kate replied that she needed half an hour to set the explosives, but she also needed help. She couldn't do it alone. Mike replied that he would give her half an hour, and he hoped that she would not let him down. Mike himself understood that risk was nothing new in these times. The soldiers came to the wall and Mike ordered them to shoot at the zombies, which they did. Lei said that this was not an option. He was running out of ammunition. Then Mike ordered them to stop. He pulled out his knife and told the soldiers if they didn't want to stay and fight the zombies, they could leave. If anyone stays, he guarantees them an evolution potion if they survive. With these words, Mike jumped off the wall and killed zombies in his path. Lily, as always loyal to Mike, jumped off the wall and immediately began to fight. She waved her ribbon, killing each monster. The soldiers were shocked by how strong Lily was. They said that he was incredibly strong, and if this guy's comrades were so strong, then the potion thing might be true. Then they shouted that they should get the evolution potion and jumped after Lily. Taking out their knives, the soldiers began to chop up the monsters. The soldiers were shouting at them to stay close to their team, and it was important not to rush too much. If they got surrounded alone, they would be in danger. In between attacks, they can use kicks to put distance between themselves and the zombies, but it is important to watch the angle of the strike. You need to try to kill as many zombies as possible with one hit so as not to waste your energy. Penny told Mike that there were 15 minutes left. One soldier started scolding Penny for hiding behind them from the beginning, so he was distracted. But Penny quickly created a diamond shield and protected him. Then he changed his mind and said that he misunderstood her and killed the zombie. Then she said that after the fight he would treat her to dinner, which did not impress Penny. Penny said that she eats mutant animal meat and he can't afford to buy her a better dinner than that, and at least he can survive this battle. Mike noticed the ghost monster. The soldier ran at him shouting how dare he kill his friend. Mike told him that he shouldn't be so hot-tempered. But the monster spat out pink liquid, and it enveloped the guy. He began to scream that it hurt so much, he was dying. Then he plunged the sword into himself. Then even more terrible mutants appeared, and one by one they began to take down the soldiers. Mike shouted to the others not to panic and to run to him. Penny shouted that there were still 10 minutes left. Then Mike asked Penny to cover him. He would hold off the mutants, and asked the soldiers not to be afraid and to follow him. Lei told Mike that something was wrong. He saw something scary behind that group of zombies. Mike asked if it was far away. Lei replied that it wasn't very far. Then Mike got scared. He thought that if Lei was right, then his guess was correct. The attack here was the work of that terrible creature. And Mike was right. The old man stared at Mike and said that he was so good, tasty, and appetizing. Apparently he had finally turned into a monster. Lily only attacked the zombies with her ribbon twice, but she can't do it anymore. She thought she should get stronger while she was falling, but Mike caught her. But then he just as easily threw Lily to teacher Penny, who was able to catch her. But Lily wasn't very happy. Mike shouted for everyone to retreat to the ruins. Penny asked what about him. Lily disappointedly replied that they were all exhausted, and it was hard for them to fight. They needed to listen to Mike. Penny asked if Mike could survive on his own. Millie replied that in the short term he should be fine. He had been limiting himself a bit so as not to hurt others. Now Mike uses high-range attacks in every move he knows, plus the simplest and most understandable lessons he learned while on the brink of death. The soldiers were of course shocked by Mike. They had never seen such power, Mike thought. There are only 5 minutes left. That's not much. Fortunately, Mike had already eaten this attribute stone before the 2-star evolution, and the attribute stone was a source of stamina. It doubles your stamina and recovery. Stamina may seem useless, but once it appears you will realize how powerful it is. It won't make you faster, but it will make you run longer. It won't make you jump higher, but it will make you jump many times. This power of Mike's made the old monster angry. The old man started to growl, and after that the zombies started to aim specifically at Mike. The guys were horrified. Lei asked why the monsters suddenly went crazy. The zombies literally surrounded Mike. He was not even visible. Lei shouted at him to run away, but then decided that Mike was gone and was about to leave. However, Mike was not going to give up. He used his flame blade and burned the zombie ball. Jin at this time ordered people to put bags of sand so that they could drag it to the wall. They also poured oil on the wall. Dawn came, Ken said. They had finally retreated, and it was hard to say whether they would continue to fight. These monsters were being led by someone. Lily said that after this long howl they retreated. In any case, they survived, and now all that remains is for them to rest and return to the ranks as soon as possible. From the chaos of last night until the end of the defensive battle this evening, more than 3,000 people were killed and wounded at the new base, most of them fatally. The genie said that someone should guard the side of the ruins. Lei replied that he had already agreed on everything. Then the guy raised his hand. Those who were wounded in today's defensive battle are all tied up in accordance with Boss Mike's orders, the guy said at his own risk. Jin replied that although these people were injured by zombies and they did not have enough immunity potions at the moment, they shed their blood for the base. Mike replied that they needed to kill for the safety of the base, in case someone mutated in the base. They don't need zombies inside the base. They are in chaos themselves, so they need to control the wounded. Jin replied that those people were brave people who at least had the courage to fight off the zombies, while most were simply hiding in their homes. It's not fair, so Mike asked what Genie would do. Let them mutate. If they don't do this, they will have to kick them out of the base and they will mutate and join the zombie army. Is that fair? And if these people have relatives, let Jean give the crystals to their families after they mutate and Mike kills them. Mike believed that those people would be happy that after their death, their loved ones would be provided for. Those who had no relatives would have their magic stones thrown into the common pool to spin the wheel, and the evolution potion would be distributed between the one who fought him today and those who had shown good results in the day's defensive battles. He needs thousands of people to follow him out of the city tomorrow. These people will be given food and water, their families will be given appropriate treatment, and even a potion for good behavior. Mike gave him the potion and said that he was not going to be in charge here. From now on, the base belongs to Jean, but as long as Mike is here, he is in charge. Ken asked why they should leave. Wasn't it nice here? Mike asked what they thought were the biggest advantages of this base and what were the disadvantages. Lily replied that there were many people here, so they could train many skilled fighters and form a strong fighting force, which should be the biggest advantage. Ken added that there are 3 roulettes here, which is definitely the biggest advantage. As for the disadvantages, there are too few weapons and ammunition and weak defense. Kate asked what Mike thought. Mike replied that the biggest advantage here is the resources. The disadvantage is having only 1 second-rank roulette. The guys weren't impressed with Mike's answer, but he said they shouldn't worry. He'll show them some really good stuff. But for now, it's worth making some money. The vault is now filled with banknotes and precious metals and is of little use. Luckily, it's not a very complicated lock, and with a little time, Victor can open it, but he'll need some tools. But Mike replied that there was no need for that. He took out his knife and easily cut the thick door into pieces. There must be a lot of stuff here, Ken said, and he cut open one of the safes, and then called Kate to look at the emerald. Ken took the emerald and said that he could be rich. Kate reminded him that now is the apocalypse. He won't even be able to buy toilet paper with it. Lily asked what was good about it. Mike asked if she remembered the 2 evolved they met at the market. Lily said she did. They weren't very nice people, but they were trusted people of 2 former base leaders. One of them survived. He told Mike some useful information to stay alive. Mike took out the box and opened it. There was a big gun. Ken was glad that this weapon was simply gorgeous. Then Mike said that there were piles of rocks and materials all over the outside of the base today, and they would go collect them. But before they went there, Mike told them to go to the wall because he had something to do. Ken said that Mike was kind of mysterious and asked what Victor thought, and the musician replied that everyone has their own secrets. Then Ken said that he didn't mean that. He asks if Victor thinks the boss is unpredictable most of the time. He seems to know a lot about the times of the apocalypse. Lily came over and asked him what if he had secrets, no matter how mysterious he was, or for that matter what he was like. She only knows that Mike saved her life, gave her the evolution potion, gave her a profession, taught her to fight and survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Lily thinks they are all lucky to be alive and well thanks to this young man. Whether he had some secrets or even a mission, she followed him. If he asked her to kill someone, she killed them. Penny said that she could see Lily was really a fan of his. Lily replied that she hadn't met many good people along the way, and almost everyone had bad thoughts about her. Lily turned to Kate and Victor. Although they don't say it, she knows that when they look at the dark night sky, their hearts think of the people they once loved but were betrayed by. It's a common feeling and experience that no one wants to talk about. Victor replied that it was all in the past in any case. from the moment he rescued him from cold and humiliating captivity. He, like them, owed him, and was ready to give his life for him. Ken said he just asked why the boss was so secretive and they were making him out to be an ungrateful villain. He will also be with the boss, even if he doesn't have the same profession as everyone else. Besides, the boss said that he will take him to training later. While the guys were talking, Mike came to the pit with the corpses and was shocked by its size. In a post-apocalyptic world, it's not surprising to have a place to dispose of corpses, but there are actually so many of them here. Mike wondered how many people had died in the zombie attack yesterday. It had been a short time since the new base had been created, and so many people had already died. Mike came up and chopped off the heads of the mutated cows. Mike has mastered one technique. The primal human puppet technique requires about 500 kilograms of blood, and these 2 mutant cows should be enough. One of the bastards was on the roof, Mike said. Like the bastard knows, he just learned the technique, so he needs practice. The freak started screaming at him to let him go, and from now on he would work for him. Mike said he would ask those cold corpses in their pits if they would forgive him. Now it's his turn. The puppet technique needs a dying man and using him as material, but this idiot makes him sick. Suddenly Mike heard something in the pit. He came up and saw the girl that those nasty bastards dragged away. Although the law of the jungle existed everywhere, there was no need to abuse it, Mike thought. He jumped onto the pit and lifted that girl up, even though she was breathing a little, even if Penny was here. Using the mana technique would definitely not help her. All because her body and organs are in terrible condition. She is dying. Mike told her that he needs a dying person to complete the technique. He doesn't know what will happen to her, but at least she will be alive in some sense. Better she be a puppet than that bastard. Then Mike put her in a bath of blood. Mike put the crystals in the bath, gave her a potion to drink, and summoned a human puppet. The girl changed beyond recognition and jumped out of the bath. There are still bullets, but only a few hits per minute. Each hit was especially strong, but the breathing has almost disappeared. A living corpse. Mike said that she needed to test her powers. It just so happened that there was a good option here, and pointed to that bastard. The girl immediately ran to the bastard. Jean came to the guys on the wall and asked if Mike hadn't returned yet. He had been gone for so long. Was everything okay with him? Ken answered what could possibly happen to him. Kate walked up to Ken and said she was usually nice to him. Ken quickly hid the knife and said he knew what she was up to, but she wouldn't get away with it. Then Kate started to swear that she had learned how to use a knife better than him. Ken replied that then she could teach him how to do it. Kate only got angrier. Mike replied that it was not a simple knife and handed Kate one of his swords and said that she could try it. Lily immediately noticed the girl and asked who she was. He replied that they would talk about it later, but first the main thing. In a minute they would come down from here. Jean would take the men and make a noise, then throw down the meat they had found. Once they get the zombies' attention, he will go down and clear the area and try to create better conditions for everyone. But there are very few opportunities, so this must be done quickly. No matter how many they picked up, when they saw him coming back they had to follow him. Mike reminded them that they weren't going to fight. They were just collecting rocks. The puppet also came down and started killing every zombie. Victor said that it seemed like they were zombies, but she was on their side. Mike thought, this girl is a human weapon, with very sharp hands, and her strength is extremely terrible. The skin is also incredibly resistant, and a tier 2 creature will have a hard time dealing much damage to it. In other words, although she has no natural skills or other abilities and only relies on her body in battle, her combat power is still high. Even some 2-star people, without special skills and without a profession, will not be able to defeat her. Mike said that the zombies are getting bigger, and it is time to leave. The guys gathered at the table. Millie said that from the first-rank magic stones that they collected, they managed to knock out a box of evolution potions. They managed to collect a few second-tier magic stones, and after 3 spins, nothing good came out, so they didn't spin the wheel anymore. Jin entered the office. There were soldiers standing behind him. Jin said that he brought people. These are warriors who survived the defensive battle in the ruins. Mike said that they deserved the potion for their work. However, it was knocked out by the magical stones that his men collected near the ruins. So they can take the evolution potion, but tomorrow they will have to fight them outside the city. The second day came. Jin's brother said that they had prepared many things, including the shovels and hoes he had asked for, but there was still a shortage between them and the amount he had asked for. Lei said that besides, 1,000 young and strong people who will fight with him have already been gathered. But it seems there is a problem. Jin said that he would say everything himself. Everything was a bit confusing. Out of 13 newly evolved people, only 7 came. Mike asked. He didn't know what to do and said, from now on, Jean is in charge of the base, and he hasn't thought about how he will deal with people who don't listen. Jeannie was upset, and Mike said that Jeannie should remember that in this world there are only 3 ways to solve problems: law, advantage, power. In the last days there were no laws or reasons, so the first was of no importance, so that leaves the next 2. The advantages, they used them yesterday. They gave them the potion and got their promise, but now they broke it, so there is only one solution left. This is power. Gene is the future master of this place, and he will show all its inhabitants what will happen to those who do not obey him, Mike said. Mike asked Ken and Kate to go with him. Mike told him to take them and go to those who broke their agreement. After some time, Gene came with the rest of the soldiers. He told Mike that one tried to resist, and so he killed him. As for the 4 of them, let them not think that this is the end. They must behave well today, and if they do not satisfy him, then he, as he gave them the opportunity, can also take her back. People began to strengthen the walls. Some were digging, some were building a wall, and some were carrying mixtures and bricks. Everyone was working. Mike was watching them from the roof. The fortifications were almost ready, faster than Mike expected. Millie asked if they weren't here to attract monsters. Why were they just sitting there? Mike replied that he was looking for someone. The girls asked what he meant. Mike said that they would see everything for themselves now. If Mike is right, there is only one being that can control the hordes of corpses and monsters that are attacking the city together at this point. In a past life, people called these creatures brainworms. They are not very strong individually. They are just fast, stealthy, and cunning. And their bodies change color, perfectly blending with the environment. But if a person is not careful, it can kill him. These worms do not kill a person immediately. Rather, he loses consciousness and is controlled by the living, turning into a walking corpse. Their main goal is to control creatures with magical stones. Mike cut his own in the girl's hands. Since Mike has a hard time finding him, let the old man come to him himself. They don't have much fresh flesh and blood, and even if they make a noise, they won't be able to attract all the zombies in this base. Perhaps it would be possible to take only a part of them, but it would be too ineffective, as once it got dark, their fighting power would decrease, while the mutants' lives would remain unaffected. It's better to let the brain worm come to him. It's the one that controls the zombies and mutated creatures that attack the new district base. The boys gathered. The monsters returned and began to attack the base again. Mike and the girls ran to the others. The first line of defense is under Lily's command. He advised not to rush. It is better to wait until the ditch in front of it is filled, and then retreat back to the intended position. Having finished speaking, Mike left. Lily shouted to the men to show their courage. Let them kill these vile creatures on the head. There is no need to be weaklings. If they survive today, they may have a completely different life ahead of them. The men were inspired and ran into the crowd. The brainworm seen earlier has appeared in this area. It doesn't attack the base without reason. It must have a target. For a worm that does nothing but feed and evolve, it probably targets Mike since he is the most evolved person in the new base. If he wants to develop, he is the most suitable means. Mike asked the dog if he likes worms. The dog began to growl towards the forest, and Mike ran in that direction. Perhaps no one in the world knows about the existence of brainworms yet. No one knows that this is not only a terrible creature, but also very useful, like the attribute stones. Brainworms are edible. Mike finally found the worm general. Next to him was a black magic stone, 3rd rank, a mutant with 100 arms. It is not surprising that this brainworm knew about his arrival and did not leave, but waited here. Now he can control a 3-rank mutant. Mike took out his fire sword and attacked the monster, but the monster did not die. This is the first time that the professional skill of the moon cut hit the enemy, and did not kill him in a few seconds. It was expected, since he was a 3rd-rank monster. But Mike also understood that this would happen. The 3rd-rank 100-armed zombie is indeed very strong. If Mike met him in his normal state, he would not be able to defeat him. But now Mike knows there is one thing he must do. Mike orders the dog to attack the one behind. The monster, of course, tried to stop the dog, because he is essentially the guard of this worm, but the dog shot its spikes at the monster. Mike jumped on the 100-armed monster and tried to cut his eye, but suddenly a stone flew at him. He turned around and saw a zombie sitting on the back of a mutant bear. This is a powerful monster. Many people do not know how it evolved. A humanoid zombie known as a little devil, which is extremely strong and good at throwing. The demon's bear form has excellent melee combat qualities, and its claws are capable of tasting steel. The brainworms are actually intelligent creatures that can come up with a plan. There are still a bunch of mutants under his leadership deep in the forest. Mike told the dog to wrap it up, then jumped on the monster and pulled out his crystal. The guy used his primary spells and summoned a strange monster, which immediately attacked the 100-armed monster. The monster couldn't move, Mike asked. He doesn't understand why he can't move. This metal golem is made of osmium. Osmium is the densest of all metals, weighing up to 22 kilograms per cubic decimeter. The piece of metallic osmium he extracted from the plant was over 50 cubic decimeters in volume, meaning it weighed a ton. So Mike managed to kill the 3rd-rank monster. The second monster ran at Mike, but Mike's monster stopped the bear cub. And the girl killed the general. Mike didn't know if brainworms could parasitize on human dolls, but there was no point in arguing. The brainworm came out and immediately started running away. Mike ran after it, but the worm attacked Mike. Then the worm summoned an army of zombies. Mike ordered the girls to get these monsters away from him. The boys were fighting the zombies, but suddenly they all turned around and ran in the other direction. Brother Gina said it must have been Boss Mike. He used some method to make them back off. Lily said that they should follow them and kill them to make it easier for Mike. Whoever misses such an opportunity is a fool. And surprisingly, people ran after her. Mike was followed by zombies and mutants, and the brainworm reached the edge and was afraid to jump from it. Mike took out a fire extinguisher. He used it on the monster and said that his manipulation abilities were indeed very strong, but his body was as weak as it could be. He is also afraid of substances such as sodium ammonium phosphate after infection. They not only become immobile, but also lose their ability to parasitize. Mike asked out of pure curiosity if he was interested in how he knew this, but the monster suddenly replied that yes, this thing really can communicate with Mike using the voice of reason. The monsters had already caught up with Mike, and he threatened the monster to order them to let go. Otherwise, he would kill him. The monster quickly obeyed him. All the gathered zombies stopped in front of Mike, listening to the worm's order, and Mike ordered his own to kill all the zombies. Suddenly, Mike saw a mutant girl swallow a crystal. Apparently, this is the path of evolution of an iron corpse. Mike ordered the monster to get into the box, and the dog and the Iron Lady killed all the zombies. Then Mike said that they could come back. The boys also achieved success. They collected the crystals and put them in a box, and it seems they didn't even count how many of these crystals they had. Kate said the people they brought out today were inexperienced and not brave enough, and then things got messy, and on average they killed a little. But considering the number of kills from traps and such, they should have more than 10,000 magic stones. Penny replied that she was very close and told everyone that there were over 15,000 stones here. Ken was impressed and asked how much potion they could get for it. Penny didn't know how many second-rank magic stones there were, because Mike had them, and the happy guy sat opposite and said that there were also a lot of second-rank stones. Mike ordered to leave 10,000 and take the rest on the roulette wheel. Ken convinced Mike that he had great luck. If he's lucky, Jin will be able to get about 100 evolution potions from these stones. 50 remain with him, and he will decide how to distribute them, Mike said. Even if Gene couldn't control all of the base's evolutionary power, he should control most of it, Mike advised Gene. Tonight, he also has to organize a team and be ready to go out tomorrow to continue killing zombies. Jin reported that of the people they sent out today, there were about 300 dead. Most of the evolved ones were dead too. Mike replied that they needed one more day. He would give him part of what they had received and they were leaving. Gene asked if he was leaving already. Mike replied that he should gather his people so that they could rest. Early tomorrow morning, the boys climbed the wall and Mike opened the box. He told the worm that he knew perfectly well that he could hear him, and ordered him to gather zombies for them. The zombies immediately appeared at the walls and then froze. Mike told the people to go kill them. The zombies won't touch them. The people left, and the worm said that he did everything Mike asked him to do, and asked to let him go. Mike replied that the worm didn't do one more thing. He took out his knife and stabbed the monster, saying that he heard the worm tasted like chicken. After that, the guys got ready and left. Jin's brother asked how Boss Lei was doing. Genie replied that he wanted to go with his brother Mike, but it seemed Mike refused, telling Lei to work with them to make this base better. Mike is obviously afraid that they are weak, and Boss Lei has good strength that will help them a lot. After all, they are solving the food problem. Brother Jin replied that he just doesn't understand why Mike and the others left. When Mike and the others are here, in a little while, they will have thousands of evolved people. And in those days, the area around them, even the city, will be theirs. Ken said it was a big truck. It had power, but it guzzled too much fuel. If they didn't find a gas station along the way, it would be a useless piece of metal in a few hours. Mike replied that if they ran out of fuel, they would just walk. Ken asked where they were going now, and the guy answered that they were going to a big city. Ken was surprised and asked, to a city in a neighboring province, almost 1,000 kilometers away. Kate asked why they should go there, Mike said, because they could develop there peacefully for at least 2 years. But it looks like they're heading in the wrong direction. In this direction, they're heading to another city, Kate said. Mike replied that they would have to go there first to find someone. Then he said if the boys had the person they were looking for, let them say so. They might find him along the way. Millie said she didn't know where her parents were. Penny sadly said that before the zombie apocalypse, her parents were teaching abroad. Ken replied that he wasn't worried about his. They were wonderful, and would come back when they had the chance. Lily replied that she didn't know if the rest of her family would be able to survive this wave of the apocalypse. They had little chance of surviving. The guys arrived at the base closer tonight. They watched him. Ken said that the walls were so strong, and also the sentry posts. It seems there are quite a lot of them inside. Mike said that humanity has adapted to the post-apocalyptic world much faster than they could have imagined. Kate replied that they hadn't adapted as quickly as their team. Ken asked why they didn't go there. At least they wouldn't have to sleep on the street. Mike replied that he was just looking for someone. They didn't need to make a scene. Ken replied that if Mike said that, then he was planning to do something else. Then Mike said that Ken talks too much, so Kate will go into town with him tomorrow. He needs help in this building. In the morning, Mike and Kate came to the entrance of the base, and Kate looked simply stunning. She let her hair down and put on makeup. She quietly asked Mike what benefit she had from her sacrifice this time. She said it was over. She was in his room. She would fight for him. She would die for him, and she wouldn't blame anyone, but she didn't want to have sex with anyone. Mike replied that he was asking her to be the bait. When it was time to attract, the target would just appear. He wasn't telling her to do anything like that. It was just a way to avoid problems. Kate replied that he didn't call a spade, and if he saw what he dressed her in, she wasn't asking for too much. But if it came to that, she wanted to be the third person to receive the 2-star potion. Mike asked what if he just refused, and Kate replied that she would come back later and tell everyone that he brought her here alone because he wanted to take advantage of her. The guys approached the entrance, and Mike thought that, jokes aside, her request was not excessive. If they were to use only personal strength to decide who was most qualified to obtain the 2-star potion, then the first choice among the guys would definitely be Millie. But Kate was taught by a master in the art of swordsmanship, and with the help of the same border moon, Kate would have become much better. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began to shout. 3 huge trucks appeared. Soldiers were inside these trucks. They also had bags, and they were filled with magic stones. People kept talking about the soldiers, and they themselves understood that these people were bad, but they still wanted to go to the city to be safe. Kate and Mike entered the city, and the soldiers immediately took notice of Kate. They admired her beauty and said that they needed to convey a message to the master. The guys split up. Kate said they would go that way and asked Mike to find her later. Mike advised her not to go too far. Kate immediately noticed her pursuers. They ran after her, but Kate told one of them that they were very slow. The man said that she was different from the others. She didn't scream at all. Kate replied that she lured them out, but he still didn't come out. That's when Mike showed up, punched one bastard, then the rest before they could do anything. The bastard immediately wet himself and started crying. All the coolness was gone. He asked Mike if he was a 2-star hunter. He asked Mike not to kill him. Mike asked the bastard where he was keeping Sean. He ordered him to give him an answer immediately. The coward said that he was in the basement of the Southern Grain Storage Facility. "We see 2 soldiers and a woman," the soldier asked. "She came again." The woman replied that they can't let him die. The boss hasn't played enough yet. They were discussing the prisoners when suddenly Mike and Kate entered the building. The soldiers immediately shouted at them to get lost. Mike told Kate that they were at her location. The woman screamed who he was and what he was doing here. Mike immediately grabbed her by the throat and broke her neck. Mike walked further and saw a man lying on the hay. He was all beaten up. His whole body was covered in bruises, and it seemed he had lost consciousness. In his past life, Mike's main profession was an archer, and he had to work from afar. And Sean is a big man. He was the bravest of them all. During the 5 years they were together, Sean protected Mike from many deadly attacks, but was killed on a mission 2 months before his rebirth. So after his reincarnation, Mike always thought that if the time of the events that Sean told him about was correct, then he could be sent to prison for hurting someone. Mike picked him up and walked out. Kate, of course, killed those bastards. She asked if this was the man he was looking for. Mike replied that this guy could protect them. The current leader of this base came and saw the corpses of his soldiers. The girl behind him started laughing and said that it must be Sean's friends coming to help. The old man got angry and hit the girl. He shouted that in just a moment 6 of his people died, and if she had not killed Sean's woman, this would not have happened. The strange guy said that the nurse's autopsy was closed. Judging by the marks on her neck, she was strangled by a man's hand. Based on body temperature and blood clotting, the time of death of the 2 people killed with guns on the street should not be far from the time of death of the nurse. They both delivered strong and fast blows at the same time. The girl has the same strength as the evolved warrior of the 2 stars. The coward whispered to his father, "Why shouldn't he dump this guy? If something happens, he will help. As if this wimp can do anything." The old freak ordered his spawn to get lost and declare martial law, and also the character needs to be kept in a state of high combat readiness. Sean finally woke up and Mike was already next to him, smiling so sweetly for the first time. Sean said that he saw him before he lost consciousness. The man then asked Mike why he saved him. Mike replied that he was going to a dangerous place, and he needed someone to take the damage. Although they were brothers in their past life, they are still strangers in this life. If that is the case, then it is best to exchange mutual interests first. Shock asked if he was going to die. Mike replied that with him he would definitely survive and extended his hand to him. Sean shook it and agreed to go with him. The guys were in the forest not far from the base. Mike asked if Sean was happy with the shield. Sean replied that it was excellent. It was impossible for a giant shield bearer not to have his own shield, so Mike made him one. Sean easily lifted the shield and showed his power. Lily was surprised that he held the huge shield so easily. Strength key 40, endurance plus 40, self-healing shield, regenerates over time. Although the addition of osmium metal gives this shield a high level of durability, More important is the ability to self-heal, which gives Ghost Gold. It was right to take the risk then to get the Phantom Gold. This ability alone made this shield even better than Sean's previous shield. Sean pointed to the tape measure and asked if this was what Mike was looking for. Mike came over and said yes. Guys found a demonic tape measure. There are many different types of roulette wheels, most of which fall into the regular class. Golden Roulette, known as Gambling Demon Roulette, is a huge risk and huge reward game. Mike asked Penny to stand next to him, but she didn't need to protect him. Her focus should be on Sean. Mike told the musician to go with his people and wait for them 500 meters to the east, and no matter what happened, not to come any closer. Sean will be in the lead, with the Iron Lady at his side. The rest will stand guard between Mike and Sean, and if any of the enemies are checked through the lines, that will be their job. They must be prepared for anything. Today they will meet creatures they have never seen before. And since he might not be able to fight for a long time, they will be on their own. They have a dangerous day today. Mike put the stone in the roulette. The results are received. These are cells. After receiving the cell will be opened, and Mike will receive a pet with a special skill. The yolk, which had a deep connection with its owner before the end of the world, retained this connection even after the mutation. Battle pets acquired from a cage are subject to the rules for battle pets, and when the owner dies, the pet also dies. This type of battle pet is primarily designed for combat and has its own independent evolution system. They can not only fight on their own, but also play a supporting role, and may even have other abilities unrelated to combat. In his previous life, he met a powerful man whose battle pet was a mermaid who had no combat power, but had powerful medical abilities. A huge bolt of lightning flew out from the cage, and then a huge fire lion, 3rd rank, appeared from it. Then Mike put in a few more crystals, the roulette wheel spun and the beetle sign came out, and a terrible-looking spider, also of the 3rd rank, crawled out from under the ground. The flame lion defends itself with its flames, which can be very unpleasant to hit. The black spider spews acid, which is very caustic, and it is covered in black bone blades that can fly out at any moment. Mike began to use his primary charms and summoned several protectors. Then he himself ran to attack the monsters. He of course used his fire sword. He attacked the spider. Mike said he did all he could. From now on, they were on their own. Summoning the creature 3 times in a row using the primordial charm technique required at least 600 mental energy. Next, a 2nd rank magic stone. When the same picture appears in one of the 3 cells on this roulette as in the first cell, the spinner can correct the drawing with the help of a magic crystal 1 level higher than the initial one. When Mike spins the roulette again, nothing should change. He will only get rewards when there are 4 identical drawings. It will lock the drawing of one creature until the end of the game until he gets a reward. Demonic roulette that allows creatures from the pictures to appear and attack. The more a person spins the wheel, the more monsters will appear, and mostly they'll be a level or 2 higher. And if you skip every square for a turn, 3 high-level monsters will appear. If the creature can attack the roulette, then everything will reset. Mike looked at the guys who were fighting with all their might with 2 3-rank monsters. Ken asked why they were trapped. If Mike didn't spin the wheel, he would get stuck. Why wouldn't he let them spin it? Because of this, the wheel also requires a level higher than the level of the activated magic crystal for the one spinning it. Not only does he need to spin the roulette wheel no more than twice to get all 4 squares to appear with the same pattern. The first time you set the desired pattern, you need a magic stone 1 rank higher than the starting stone, and the second time you need a stone 2 ranks higher. If Mike hadn't killed the 100-armed zombie and gotten the 3rd-class crystal, he wouldn't even think about spinning this wheel. Another insect. Fortunately, this mantis is a 2nd-rank one, so it doesn't affect the situation much. Then a 3rd-tier mutant showed up. Things were bad. Mike hit the roulette because he was too upset. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. The skeleton is heavily armored, the stone is black, and the strength is at the level of a 3rd-rank creature. This 3rd circle is very bad, a real bad luck. Mike ordered Kate to shoot the 3rd-rank bug. The summoned ones will temporarily delay other 3rd-rank monsters for them. The guys tried their best, but the 3rd-rank creatures were incredibly strong. They easily dealt with Mike's monsters. Besides, the guys don't have that many armor-piercing rounds, so Kate ordered Millie and Ken to kill the 2nd-rank praying mantis first. Kate's decision was decisive, as the number of armor-piercing shells was not enough to destroy the 3rd-level monster, so killing the mantis was the right decision. Mike had one last try left and he hoped that this time he would be lucky. Other monsters began to appear. A misty anemone, a 3rd-tier mutant creature, and a 3rd-tier bloody zombie. 2nd-rank praying mantis, 2nd-rank black assassin. Lily shouted that they were definitely finished now. Lily asked if he was finished or if he wanted them to die, Mike thought. He had turned over the last white square 7 times. He was going to take a chance. Mike finally got what he wanted and immediately took it and used it. He got a battle pet mechanic. However, there was a surprise. A tiny baby appeared. Mike thought it would be a giant beast, a fox demon, a young dragon or something like that, and not a toy. The roulette wheel does produce some super technologies. but not much in terms of quantity or variety. The most famous of these is the Golden Battleship on the Ninth Wheel, a giant golden space battleship that attacked the Earth on the day the end of the world began. So whatever it is, we need to test it. Mike ordered it to attack, but the robot replied that the energy charge was low. This piece of iron, which is his battle pet, when ordering him to attack, he replies that he needs to charge it first. Mike put a crystal in it. Then the robot created a gun. Mike was disappointed with the size of the barrel. He thought that the robot would not be able to kill those monsters with it. The boys asked Mike to help them, and Mike decided to do everything himself. Otherwise, they would all die. But the little robot continued to ask Mike to choose the target of the attack. Mike pointed at the snake just to get it to back off. That snake was corrosive, and it would be hard to maintain the shield. The little robot fired and shot at the snake, and the snake died immediately from the shot. The only thing that can deal such serious damage to multiple rank 3 mutants at once is Mike's slash skill. In other words, this small cannon, powered by a single rank 1 magic stone, could deliver a blow with the same power as a 2-star person. One attack from a first-tier magic stone can seriously injure a third-tier mutated creature, so I decided to insert a second-tier stone. The robot said, 98%, secondary battery, preparation. While the robot was preparing, Mike ran to help the guys. Mike was fighting the mermaid, and the robot said that the preparation was complete and asked to choose a target. Mike ordered him to attack the skeleton in heavy armor. The robot shot the skeleton and it crumbled into pieces. Mike told Sean to hold the fire lion. The rest of them should deal with the second-tier monsters. Demon Roulette, as scary as it is, really does produce good things. Mike thought he would have to use his last move to win the close fight. But now, he sees hope in the form of this robot. When Mike is holding Naga back, the robot will fire a shot. Even if it won't be accurate enough to kill him, it can still drain most of his energy. But the robot warned that it needed cooling. Mike did not expect that, however. It is not surprising that this robot is unreliable. It even has the word fragile after its name. Penny continued to treat Sean. She did everything Mike said and drank that powder. But at this rate, she would soon run out of energy. Kate was yelling at Mike to do something because this tactic wasn't working. Then Mike tensed up. He thought he was actually going to have to do this. This guy is powerful and economical, but has a time limit. Now Mike doesn't know how long it will take to cool down. In this case, Mike decided to act according to the original plan, but Mike looked uncertain. It seemed he was afraid. The guy continued to kill one monster after another, but still looked very worried. Mike ordered to shorten the formation. Then Mike went to the roulette. Lily asked if he wanted to spin it again. Mike answered if he was going to bet, then only big. The guys were worried and asked Mike if they should do it already, but Mike repeated that they needed to wait a little longer. Lily fought the monsters with her ribbon, but one of them hit Lily's leg with its spike. Kate screamed at Mike to hurry up because they couldn't hold them. Mike had used up almost all of his third-rank stones. The monsters kept coming. Mike finally got what he wanted and threw the explosives to the guys. He told Sean to use his skill. Sean used the skill Motionless Rock. Then several shields appeared at once and surrounded the guys. Lily's wound was bandaged, but it was clear that the guys were exhausted. Mike jumped on one of the shields and fired at the explosives, causing a huge explosion that could be heard throughout the area. They finally managed to kill all the monsters, but the guys were exhausted. The girls were lying under a drip. Ken was bandaging his wounds, Penny was healing Sean, and the Iron Lady was lying motionless. The musician and his subordinates ran to the guys. Mike told him that everyone was alive and well. 4 days later, the boys moved from the forest to the old village. Ken played with the dog, then Mike and the musician went into the yard. Lily asked if the handsome man had found anything to eat. She was already acidic from eating jerky every day. Kate asked if Lily was sure she was tired of meat. Mike asked how Sean was. Penny replied that he was better than yesterday, but still needed rest. Besides, the Iron Lady's wounds were healing poorly. Then Mike said that he would do this for now, and then think about what to do next. And Penny should rest. She had spent too much mana. 4 days ago, Sean went on a difficult adventure with members of his squad. The culprit was explosives left after the targeted demolition of 2 buildings at the base in the new area. It was a very productive experience, but Mike never had time to figure it out. Now that everyone had recovered well from their wounds and food and water were provided, it was time to count and examine the spoils. After the explosion, Mike did his best to destroy all the monsters he could find. To compensate for this, the number of mutated second-tier creatures increased significantly, so the number of stones is quite normal. The real treasure is the third-rank magic stones. There are so few third-rank creatures now, he could do another 15 spins. Maybe if he's lucky he can get a 3-star potion, then there are materials obtained from monsters. In a past life, survivors called it the Soul Pearl, the heart of a heavily armored swordsman's skeleton. Soul Pearls are of little use to normal evolveds, but they can be very useful for certain professions, and are used as a trigger to create certain equipment. Thanks to his skills as a craftsman, Mike has at least a general idea of the value of this item. which is called the Gate of Sacrifice. In simple terms, the user gives something as a sacrifice, and then the sacrificial gate returns something to the user based on what was given. And the most important thing is that this is a gold-ranked item. It's like epic-level equipment. He could become 7-star in the future with this thing. But if he tries hard, it might even become 8-star. Mike put the rock in, but nothing happened. Mike thought maybe he did something wrong and added another rock. Still no change. Wrong sacrifice item, not enough level, or Mike is too weak. Then Mike added a 3rd-level stone, and finally the thing moved. In the past life there was little knowledge about this thing, which means Mike simply sacrificed little. Mike was already pouting because he had donated a lot of stuff and the changes were minor. At this rate, even if he puts everything he has into it now, he won't be able to fill it. It's not bad for gold, but it's too much now. By the time he actually fills it and gets feedback, the value of the resulting items will definitely be high. Mike first decided to explore the robot. It took at least 2 days for the cooling time to pass, which was about 30 hours. But this thing is called a robot mechanic, and this guy's role shouldn't be as simple as building a turret, Mike hoped. Then Mike remembered that he was a craftsman, and this thing was made. If Mike would process it, he would be able to improve it. Then Mike decided to use his skills, but nothing happened, so he tried to improve it again, but failed again. It made no sense. The invalidation of the enchantment only happened when the same material was enchanted multiple times. But Mike didn't know why the works couldn't be improved. Ghost gold is a high-grade material. It corresponds to the work of a mechanic. Why doesn't it work? Mike put gold in the gate, and if he puts half of his gold in the sacrificial gate, he can fill it up just fine. But it was better to forget about it. Phantom gold was hard to get. He had already lost 1 piece, and if this thing ended up giving something less valuable than phantom gold, it would be a big loss. Mike thought that the problem was in the robot itself. He turned the robot over, and there were instructed holes there. In his crafting profession, he collected and refined, forged and enchanted. But there was one more instruction he never used. It is not simply cutting a hole in the gear that allows the gear to directly share some of the properties of the inlaid item. The process of connecting energy, which requires a perfect connection with the equipment. There are only 3 ways to get inlaid holes in the equipment. One of them is that it is created together with the equipment. The second is the skill of the craftsman to create inlaid holes, and the last is the use of precious disposable equipment to create them. Mike put in the ghost gold and used the craftsman profession. Then the robot was updated. To unlock the second strike form, 1 million units of energy is required. 1 unit of energy is a 1st-rank magic stone. Even if it was converted back into 3rd-tier magic stones, according to the conversion rule, 100 3rd-tier stones would be required. The sacrificial gate and the mechanic robot were good things, and the adventure was certainly worth it. But they were also big rock sinks, Mike said sadly. Now Mike needs to cure the Iron Lady. If it were a person, he would already be dead. But she is a doll. Her insides have mutated. Mike didn't know if she was lucky or not, but in his past life, he at least knew some rumors about dolls. Mike gave the doll a pearl and 3rd-rank stones. The guys were eating when Mike came to them. Ken asked where he got the bulletproof vest. Mike replied that not far from here on the National Highway, he found an overturned escort truck. He improved all these clothes with his professional skills. Penny will be able to protect herself from ordinary firearms. Mike did 3. 1 to Sean because he's the protector. Penny is the core of their room, the support. Then Mike asked who wanted the last one. Ken said he would take it. Mike said if he took the vest, he should be in the vanguard. Ken agreed. Mike went to Sean and threw him the vest. Sean stood up and asked if it was possible to fix his shield. Mike replied that there was no need. It would recover on its own. Sean was really impressed by this. Mike told him that with him he would also learn things he never even suspected. Mike asked about the Elementalist and the Vortex Dartmaster. Sean asked how Mike knew everything, since he was from another city. Mike then replied that all of their jobs were to hold back giant shield bearers, and Sean was no match for them. So if he wanted to avenge her, he couldn't do it alone. Sean asked who Mike was. Mike replied that he was his friend. There was no point in asking how he knew everything. All he needed to do was think if he needed his help. Then Sean asked what the terms were. Mike replied that Sean would be his team's shield. The team now has a strong attack but weak defense. They have sharp combat swords, but with only one profession of a doctor, they may be in danger. They needed a meat shield like him so they could attack without fear, Sean thought. And he held out his hand and said that if Mike would help him get revenge, he would follow him. Mike shook his hand and told him to get well. They were moving the day after tomorrow and he should be better within 2 days. Sean asked if Mike was afraid that he was using him. Mike replied that if he was not stupid, he should know that only he could make him better shields. Moreover, with the power Mike had, who was he to use it? Mike asked. Sean replied that he was right, but there was one thing he should know beforehand. There is something behind these people, Mike asked. He is talking about the Royal Union. Sean was shocked and asked how he knows this. Mike answered. They are just a bunch of self-willed idiots. The weird guy said that the herd of second-tier mutant goats at the foot of the hill, if they get their stones, they will be able to spin the secondary wheel at least once. The three men began to agree with the strange doctor, but one said that with their powers they could not kill them. Then the doctor said that they need not worry and took out a potion from his suitcase. It seemed to be a second-rank potion. The old man was drinking. The girl came up and said that she didn't think he would want to take part in this, the old man asked. The guys from the Royal Union left. The girl replied that not yet. There were a few left. Then asked if they really needed their help. They were asking for too much. Isn't it too easy for them to give them such a high salary? The old man replied that he had a feeling that Sean and the man who saved him would return soon. The fat man came out of the room and said that the toy they found was much better than the other one. He asked that the old man had made such a big investment. How could they fuss over such a small thing? The strange guy said that he also wanted to see what he had there, but the fat man blocked the door for him and said that he didn't care about the future, but not now, at least not for a few days. Then the tall one left. Two more people came out from the other room and said that this guy was going too far in relying on his profession as a shadow swordsman, and not taking them into account at all. The Union's resources are skewed in his favor. The Union is also unfair. Why did they choose such a person to be the main one? The fat man replied that his family had made a great contribution to the Union in peacetime, and the president maintained friendly relations with his father. The guy said that the four of them could carry them out, take that thing and leave. But the man replied that, firstly, he would never tell them where it was, because he understands perfectly well that if he doesn't say anything, he has a chance to survive, but if he says anything, he will certainly die. Secondly, it means that the high ground base will be protected and nurtured to some extent by the Alliance, in order to turn it into a source of stones that will provide them with resources at any time. There is no need to take care of him. If something happens, the top will naturally cover him. They just need to do their job. Night fell. Sean and the guys came to the base. Two soldiers were sitting by the fire. One ran to tell the leader, but he was immediately killed. Penny asked if the guards really burned another town for the stones. Kate replied that they did it for the stones, despite the fact that over 1,000 people remained alive in the town. The door was locked, but that didn't stop the guys. Mike took out his fire sword and burned the door to hell. The soldiers on the wall started shooting at the boys, but Sean threw the dog right at the wall, and the dog started killing each of them. Millie said she couldn't understand how such a base, without manufacturing, let alone development, could sustain itself in the long term. Plunder and exploitation. This so-called base has returned to its most primitive state, with bosses extracting wealth from those who entered the city by offering little protection. A gang of vicious thugs operates here, secretly robbing the inhabitants and the surrounding hunting parties of survivors like a bunch of parasites. Mike told the teacher, Mr. Musician, and Lily that they would go and find out the location of the leader of this base. Previously, they constantly fought with mutated creatures, but that's not all. In these times, they will have to fight with their own kind. Today, in front of them is a group called the Royal Union, which is full of people as developed as they are. And one of the features of this union is that it has many professionals. They're here to avenge Sean, but it's also a great opportunity to train. And if they can get through this today, it means they're truly prepared for the zombie apocalypse. Those who came are their enemies, Mike said, and pointed at these guys. They are also old acquaintances of Mike from a past life. Doc, a professional shadow swordsman, and Mike had a run-in at a bar on base in a past life. Ginny and Chen are brother and sister. They had some kind of perverted relationship, but they died relatively early in the battle between the Royal Union and the warring faction at that time. And Call later became the vice president of this union, and was known as one of the 5 giants of the union before it was reborn, and became an 8-star one. In his past life, Sean took revenge and destroyed the squad with their help. Since then, although the Union did not contact their squad, they provoked them many times. Doc said they're really looking for death who don't know how to act, and they need to understand that there are places you can't just walk into. Ken yelled at the strange guy to stop talking and come over to them to kill him. Doc saw that Ken had white-class weapons. The perverts asked Doc to leave it to them. He had such a good weapon that if they killed him, the knife would be theirs. But then the girls also pulled out their knives, of the same level. And then these guys got nervous. The fat man was the most nervous, because he felt Mike's gaze on him. He felt how strong Mike's desire was to kill him. The fat man realized that Mike was warning him with his withering gaze. He says that if he doesn't move, he'll let Doc and his men have a fair fight 3-on-3, and if he moves any further, he'll die. The strange guy aimed at Kate. He used his ability, and Kate did not lose sight of his knife, but Mike told her. And so Kate was able to kill this asshole. Mike said to himself that the strange guy died fairly, because in his past life Mike had to suffer at his hands. The fat man told the twins to keep an eye out for enemies and use their professional skills when necessary, which the twins did. The Mistwalker profession is mainly used to assist in combat, which is not a very good profession. But the profession that suits her is the Void Thief, who specializes in sneak attacks. The guy wanted to show off his sneaky attack, but Ken noticed him and attacked. Mike told him that they were a bunch of smug idiots, so his attack could have been predicted. His sister was also easily killed by Millie. Only the fat man remained. He thought that the group was so strong that they managed to avoid it because no one used their skills. Mike asked who the president of the Royal Union was, and added that this answer could change his life, but the man acted differently. The man tried to kill Mike with his Iron Hands ability, but Mike easily grabbed his hands and broke them, then kicked him, and ordered Ken to collect the dead people's things. Then Sean ran up to them and asked if they killed them all. Does Mike know what kind of organization the Royal Union really is? Mike asked if he hadn't told him that before and said they were just a bunch of smug idiots. Ken came and said that this was a good loot. There were 7 third-rank stones and more than 200 first-rank stones. There was also a white-level willow blade and a gray-level dagger. Penny said she found 3 second-rank stones and 50 or so first-rank stones and bottles of 1-star potions. She said that there will probably be more murders and robberies because even she gets a bad feeling when she sees such things. Mike replied that this was precisely why they needed to get used to it faster. Lily approached Mike and said that they found out where they were. Then the guys came to the musician. He stood up and said that they were hiding inside, completely calm, as if they were waiting for someone. Mike replied that the person they were waiting for would never come. The boss's girl asked if he really wanted to hand it over since it took 4 or 5 people and hundreds of guards to get it from the second rank wheel. Then she added that she understood that it was her fault. If she had not killed Sean's woman under the influence of anger, none of this would have happened. The man replied that she was responsible, but she was not completely to blame. It's only a matter of time before the people of the Union find out about this, and they need their base to build support for themselves so that they can get help in exchange for it. His son said it would be better if the Union and that bastard Sean's people fought each other to the death, but the old man thought those Union guys were strong, and they wouldn't lose. But then Mike broke down the door and entered with the guys to these freaks. Lily immediately began to attack these freaks. The old man ran up to his son and protected him with a shield. Mike said that an elementalist is a very powerful profession, and he should also have a professional skill, elemental cone. Why doesn't he go out and show it to everyone? The boss's girl threw a couple of darts at the guys, but Penny managed to create several shields and protected the guys. Then it was time for revenge. Sean was beside himself with anger. He ran at that old man in a rage. Ken wanted to help him, but Mike stopped him, saying that it was his business and he would deal with it himself. Sean screamed that he never touched him. In gratitude for his kindness that made him evolve, he gave up his profession as an elementalist to become a giant shield bearer. For the sake of the scroll of the old man's girl's profession, for the sake of returning, he almost lost his life, and he, in gratitude, killed his wife. The old man grabbed Sean and shouted at his son to kill Sean while he was holding him. But before the boy could get to him, the dog ran out and bit him on the neck. Sean said if he felt sorry for his son, he should go to hell with him, and when he got there, he should remember to apologize to his wife. The guys took that precious item and went out. Ken asked what happened to Sean since he was in such a state. Mike replied that Sean needed to let his anger out. He had been holding it inside for too long. It was better to wait for it to come out. Then Mike took out the Staff of Nature. No wonder the Royal Union would spare no effort to help the old man. Kate said it has a white halo, so she assumes it's some kind of rare gear, but what's with the oval-shaped hole? This is where the natural gemstones are to be inserted, and the properties of the wooden staff will change depending on the properties of these stones. Unfortunately, this is a natural staff, and to use its power, you need stones of wind, fire, water, earth, and others, but not stones of light. Mike said that Miss Penny could use it. She could at least double her strength. The boys became inspired, and asked if this meant that the healing effect of the technique could be increased, just like the shield's power. The true purpose of the nature staff is not to use it as a staff after setting a gemstone. The staff has its own abilities, one for each elemental type, that the owner can activate. Since elemental stones are consumables, the skills attached to the staff can be used with varying strengths. In Mike's previous life, Murder Rose Margot held a gold-class nature staff in her hand, but she had a hard time obtaining a high-class elemental stone. Sean finally came out. Penny immediately began to heal him. Mike said that when Sean recovers from his wounds, he will take over the management of the county, and they will repair it for 2 days. Lily and the musician will go in search of the old man's habitat to find out if there is anything interesting there. Millie, Kate, Ken will lead people to set up food exchange points, form teams, and try to collect more stones. Sean and Penny organize patrols around the area to make sure there is no more unrest, and to gather any information they can. The second wave of mutations is coming soon, and they need to be ready as soon as possible. After some time, Kate said, they tracked down and cleaned out the mutants and secured the district. In addition, food and water supplies are being exchanged for the victims in the area, and a total of more than 100 first-rank stones and more than 50 second-rank stones have been collected. The guys took inventory of the warehouse. They accumulated more than 4,000 first-rank and 150 second-rank stones. Penny had nearly 20,000 first-tier stones and 500 second-tier stones in her possession, and there were hundreds of potions in the two-armed trucks. Over the past 2 days, Mike also walked around the area based on the information and collected 2 third-rank stones and some materials. Mike ordered them to pack their things and get ready to leave for their next destination. The guys were surprised that they were leaving, but Mike replied that he had better options. They arrived and Mike said to take inventory of what they could take away. Since they were leaving here, it was worth checking the doll. However, there were no changes or signs of healing. It seems the doll is truly hopeless. Penny started crying because the doll was protecting her. Mike said that they were half comrades and offered to dig a hole and bury her. So they did, but when they left, the strange branch pulled out the doll and also pulled out the pearl that Mike had given her. And immediately a zombie appeared. A worm jumped out of it and screamed that it needed a body. The worm jumped on the doll and tried to get inside her head. But the doll didn't care at all. She grabbed the worm and prepared to eat it. Suddenly, the lady who had been hunting Mike for a while appeared, and seeing that the doll was about to eat the worm, she and her cat attacked her. The lady hit the doll and the worm fell out of her mouth. Then both girls ran after this brain worm. They fought for this worm. Each grabbed it and they pulled it so hard that they tore it in two, looked at each other, then calmly went their separate ways. Suddenly, far from the doll, Mike felt for just a moment as if he had re-established contact with the iron corpse, then decided that it was nonsense. Mike said that now that they were here, it was time to ditch the car. Millie said that the roads should be in good condition, and she asked why they should leave the car. Mike answered, because there is a land of crystals ahead. At the beginning of the apocalypse, precious stones fell from the sky, left behind by the bombardment of thousands of meteorites. But Mike, to dispel suspicion, said that these were just suggestions. Since there are parts of dangerous territories, the only thing that can be confirmed is that the crystal lands are dangerous. Kate asked if they were dangerous and they should go around them. Mike replied that it was a large area, and if they went around it would take a long time. Ken immediately supported Mike. Then Mike praised him for the first time, and told everyone to go to bed, because tomorrow morning they would go to the lands of crystals. The boys went to bed and Mike looked at the hill, which on the outside is red. This is the property of the blood crystal, if he remembers correctly. There is a mountain of stones there. In the morning they came to the Diamond Lands. Ken asked what kind of creature could mutate and become so big, if it was a dinosaur. Mike replied that the monsters on these lands can level up by feeding on the rocks here. Gems are an important resource. They are needed by craftsmen, alchemists, and so on. Even some advanced ones who have pets. It's a gem mountain that contains veins of precious stones, Mike told the boys. Lily asked if the one in the mountain was the stone he was talking about, the one that could be inserted into the staff. Mike pointed out the light stones. These are natural water stones, and these dark ones are icy ones. These two minerals are companions. Mike wondered how much the monster had evolved in this jungle, that it had already declared its territory with its urine, and whether the team would be able to handle it with their powers. The guys saw huge monsters and got worried. Mike told them that they were with him, which meant everything would be fine. He was a smaller target. It was not easy to detect him. Kate suddenly said that she saw a 4th-rank monster. There was also an army of monsters consisting of more than 200 2nd-rank monsters. Mike replied that he would carry a dog with him, which had a keen sense of smell and hearing, and with it no one would be able to sneak up on him. He had chosen the villa as his base, and now that it was close to his destination, it was necessary to obtain information about the area before his return. What forces are there, monsters? Are there groups of zombies, and even if it is possible, then let them look for a roulette. But you can't go inside, Mike said. Sean said he would go with him, but Mike replied that he had to protect Mr. Musician, and that he could take care of himself. Mike found the ginseng melon. At any stage after emergence, the young plants or stems on the ground will attack in various ways if approached. If you're not careful, you'll get hurt, and if you run into them, you might lose your life right away and become fertilizer for those sprouts. Because these plants are developed, these peanuts have stones. Although they are only first-rank stones, if they are grown well, the yield will be very stable. The fruits are also edible. Mike is a gardener by profession, and once he has his own base, he can try to grow it on a large scale. Mike didn't expect that there would be a rank 4 three-tailed frog here. This creature is not worth messing with. He was reborn, and now he has developed to 2-star level, and has gained many professions and abilities that he didn't have before. But he shouldn't challenge the 4th rank. The frog was lying in his cave and licking the stones, when suddenly Yoke ran up to him in the cave and began to tease him. This frog is a 4-legged rank, but it cannot be famous for its speed or long-distance running. It cannot catch up with the dog. After 3 days of surveillance, he was able to determine the frog's reaction time, running speed, attack characteristics, and even the maximum distance it could withstand. 1 minute, he will chase the dog for up to 1 minute, after which he will decide that he cannot catch it and will turn back. There was a baby in the cave, and Mike said it was up to her mother how quickly she would start looking for him. The dog came. Mike watched the frog for a long time to postpone drilling in search of these stones. He found a creature of the 4th rank, a fire salamander, and stole its baby to set on the frog. Monsters with attributes only water and only fire are already mutually exclusive and have the same level. Since one of them is nursing a cub and the other has invaded her territory, they both consider each other enemies. But now that he has entered the precious mountain, the frog will soon discover his presence, so it is important to calm down. The frog suspected something and spat stones at the salamander, one of its skills, an icy hail. The dog informed Mike in time that the frog was approaching, and they quickly ran away, but the monster sent an ice dragon tornado at them. A terrible skill. Mike used a charm, but the frog quickly dealt with it, then captured him. It seems Mike is in great danger. Then he took out a magic staff and knocked on it, and out came an incredible girl with a jug. Mike won't be able to hold out for long after all. It's a powerful attack skill of a rank 4 monster that's hard to defend against. If only this water gemstone was of higher quality or even mid-grade. Mike called back his skill and decided to use it to escape, but the frog uses 2 incredible skills. The boy was forced to use 2 of the 3 stones he managed to get just to escape, but the frog still caught up with him and attacked. The frog turned out to be surprisingly vengeful. She shot stones at Mike. The guy tried to reflect them with a fire sword, but there were too many stones. But then a fire salamander appeared and started fighting with the frog. This is a good opportunity to escape. Mike managed to escape from these monsters, but he was already exhausted. The dog was worried about him. At the moment, he should be safe. But for a while, Mike is completely immobilized. He told the dog that everything is fine and asked him to run to their team. Mike lost consciousness. Suddenly, some people came up. They were talking about Mike, that he was seriously injured. This must be due to the fact that the bones were strongly fused, so he needs to recover. Probably like them, the guy sat down to explore these lands, met some kind of monster and was beaten. Another said that maybe his team did it. The girl decided to help Mike, but the man next to her told her not to waste the potion on a stranger. They had not yet found all the ingredients for the recipe. We must not forget that although she prepared these potions, they all found the ingredients together. She must understand that their people will need the potion more, because this person may be an enemy for them. Suddenly the girl said that the guy woke up, and so it was. Mike woke up. He immediately looked at all the people. It was a standard hunting group. The man turned around and asked his uncle. He woke up. What to do now? The uncle replied that there was no need to hurry. Mike thought, this girl looks like she's only 15. The green bottle is the symbol of the alchemist, sexualizing a child. What a stupid decision. It's no wonder this squad stayed here to watch Mike die because this little girl didn't leave, and she's clearly the rock of this squad. Mike asked who they were. The man got angry and said that he didn't need to know who they were. He had to tell them everything he was doing here, what his purpose was. The man shouted where his team was, or was he here alone? Mike replied that he was on his own and came here to find good material naturally. Uncle asked if he dared to come here alone. Mike replied that there was nothing surprising about it. The fact that these are dangerous lands does not mean that no one comes here, and he came here according to the map. Mike was still in pain all over. The girl came and helped him and said that he was still not healed. He had to be more careful. Her team called the girl and she ran after them, Mike thought. In this world, people with good intentions, like this little girl, die quickly, but he was grateful to her. Mike didn't know how long he had been lying there, but now he could barely move, even with his 2-star ability to heal. The man said that the guy knew this area. The other added that they had been here for 2 days and had never met him, and he had met some kind of monster. Liam said that the guy was either lying so they could get him out of here while he was injured, or he really did have the map, but for the same reason, to get them to help him get away. The girl asked why they were so heartless. He could help them. They just needed to take him with them. But Liam was still against it. But then suddenly his uncle said that they would take him with them, and ordered them to find the boy a stick so that he could use it as a crutch. Liam asked why his uncle decided to leave him. He is also developed. What if he recovers from his wounds and goes against them? His uncle replied that they are also developed, and there are more of them, so they have nothing to fear. Stella has a good heart, but they also need her to ensure more potions for the future. This girl is not stupid. It is better not to treat her like a thing. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Also, he must have a map. It will take him a long time to recover. Also, if they encounter a monster they can't handle, they will use it. Uncle came up and asked if it was true that he had a map. Liam shouted that he was lying. He didn't have a map, and Mike replied that the map was in his head. Mike was handed a list and asked if he had seen the materials. Mike realized that they were making a paralyzing potion. This guy obviously knows that Mike is not a potion master or an alchemist, so he had the nerve to show him the recipe. He thinks that Mike doesn't understand what these materials are. At night, each of the boys went to bed without any doubt, Mike thought. With such vigilance and such strength, this squad dares to call itself a hunting squad. Mike has recovered well from his injuries. but it looks like he only has 2 days left before he can walk normally. He turned around and pulled out a stone into the crystal, the stone the frog had thrown at Mike when it was frantically trying to hold on to him. This is a mid-rank ice crystal. This injury was not in vain. The power of the blue blood lotus created with this ice gem should be comparable to the power of the ice dragon storm. In other words, Mike will have an item that is equivalent to the strongest attack skill of a tier 4 mutant. In the coming days, Mike will slowly try to kidnap this girl to use several alchemical recipes. In the morning, Mike asked the guy if he was Stella's brother. The guy replied that they were half-brother and sister, so they had a small age difference. Mike introduced himself and the guy said his name was Tom. Then Mike said that it looked like Tom was the only one in the squad who wasn't evolved. Tom replied that he gave the potion to his sister, and Mike quietly put the plant into the crystal. Then he said he found the material they were looking for, the tiger tooth plant. Then Liam ran to look at the plant. While the boys were collecting the tiger tooth plant, Mike got lucky and found 2 more useful herbs that fit the recipe. Liam said they found 10 more tiger tooth plants, and just one was enough to make 10 bottles of the potion. Suddenly, one guy started shouting that 2 red-eyed eagle deer of the 2nd rank were running towards them, and everyone started running away. And just as Stella thought about Mike, who couldn't walk yet, her brother pulled her along, saying that these monsters were too strong. They were no match for them. Mike thought that if he were fully healthy, he could deal with those 2 with 1 finger. But now he had to spend the good stuff again. He took out his staff. Mike had already used up the first 2 starting stones, so he was only using a quarter of the energy from this last one. Uncle asked if everything was here. Liam replied that everything was there, including the tiger's tooth, and Stella added that that guy wasn't there. Tom replied that almost half an hour had passed. Those 2 monsters must have left. Why don't they come back to collect the rest of the materials? They returned and found Mike at lunch. Of course they were shocked, because Mike was not only alive, but he single-handedly killed those monsters. Uncle irritably asked Mike where the deer's magic stones were, and Mike calmly showed them the stones and said that they would not get them. For some reason, this surprised them, although, as Mike said, they don't have rights to stones. The guys started shouting that Mike is disabled, who can barely walk. The freaks started to threaten him, but Stella stood between them and asked them to stop. She whispered to Mike that he had better give them up, otherwise they might beat him up. As befits a child with a kind heart, Mike thought. The best place for her is in the alchemy lab. Liam pushed Stella away and threatened Mike with a sword. Then Mike threw them these 2 pathetic stones. The old man said that he didn't know their rules. What someone found would be common. Suddenly Mike asked the guy behind. He thought so too. Then he asked another about the same thing. Then Tom, whether he thought the same thing. Tom mumbled that it didn't matter what he thought. Then Mike took out his stones and said that he had more. The guy started shouting where he got so many stones from and how he hunted it all. He asked if this was not enough for them and said that he had more. With these words, he took out another pile of 2nd-rank stones, then more. Then Mike hit them even harder by taking out a bunch of 3rd-rank stones. The guys were horrified because they couldn't even kill 1 2nd-rank monster. Then Mike took out his staff, saying that he had a bunch more rocks. But like he said, they had no right to it. Then he shot the old man and Liam. The girl was scared, and Mike asked if she wanted to learn how to make potions. He could teach her, and threw her some plants. The retired men immediately bowed to Mike and asked for mercy. Mike replied that if they wanted to survive, they would have to work for him. The boys carried Mike on a stretcher, and Stella asked what kind of creatures they were. Mike answered, "Cloud bulls. They look like a cow or a horse. Their hooves are white, hence the name." These bulls were part of Mike's plan. They were hard to meet, but here they are, and Mike also met the alchemist. Now the plan is complete. Mike asked how many of the recipes he taught her she had already made. Stella replied, "All of them." Then she asked what this red potion was, also where he got this staff, and what were these 2 shiny stones that he polished along the way. Mike just laughed and told everyone to come down. He ordered Stella to give them the potion. The guys began to evenly distribute it throughout the area. He ordered Tom to go down and lure a herd of bulls here, but Stella shouted that it was too dangerous. Her brother would not go there. Mike replied that everyone should live according to their values, and everyone should be useful if they want to live. He knows that Tom is not a normal person, and he knows that what Tom really wants is for his sister to stay with him. Tom asked. He took the liberty of asking what Mike could give her. Of course, this Tom's only concern was his sister. Mike replied that he did need his sister to do some things, but unlike their former squad, it was safe to work for him. His sister will become a 2-star or even higher. Perhaps she will become a mid-level, advanced, or higher alchemist. Tom asked how he could trust him. Mike replied that Tom didn't have to. He just had to live and watch. Tom asked in surprise, so Mike said that he would live. If we are talking about a deadly dangerous task, then these 3 are better suited than Tom. Of course there are dangers, but such is this world. Then Tom agreed to go there, but if anything happened to him, he would have to take care of his sister. Mike threw him a potion as an advance. Tom drank it immediately, which surprised Tom. He thought that Mike was probably testing him. The three came and said they were done. Mike ordered them to protect Stella and let her go back. He told Tom he could start when he was ready. Then it was all about the ripening of these plants, sprayed with a red potion. Mike went inside the plants and used his farmer skill, growth. After a while, Tom came running, and a crowd of bulls was chasing him. He shouted to Mike that they were already here, and Mike replied that he saw them. Suddenly, the monsters all stopped at once and started eating the grass sprayed with that red potion. Stella asked why they loved it so much. The recipe is simple and not that widely used. It wasn't a secret until Mike's revival. But this recipe is something that only appears in the rank 3 hand. At that time, the evolutionary level of mutants was so high that the effect of this potion was no longer obvious to them. But for Mike now, the potion would be just right. This potion turned out to be a common aphrodisiac. Tom closed his sister's eyes and asked why Mike needed it. Mike answered that it was simply useful. It's not worth going down there yet. They are still in a frenzied state, so attacking them now would be tantamount to suicide. Mike told everyone to eat because they would need a lot of energy. Everyone ate, which meant they had to get to work. They went down. Stella asked if he could walk without crutches anymore. Mike replied that he was not completely cured, but had recovered by about 70%. Tom asked why so many monsters were dead. Mike replied that the potion could make them too excited, which could lead to them killing each other. Mike ordered them to start collecting stones from those who were dead and not to touch the living. But the guy approached a deer that was barely alive. And of course the deer attacked him and killed him. He should have listened to Mike and not touched the half-dead deer. Mike turned around and told the two of them to go ahead and collect rocks, and again warned them not to touch the bulls that weren't dead yet. Stella said that Mike was so cruel. Tom replied that Mike had already warned him, but that guy didn't listen to the advice. The boys collected the stones and at their own risk, saying that this was their share. Mike told them to choose some recently dead bulls. Drag them to the entrance of the valley, then cut their veins and let the blood flow as fast as possible. They did everything and came to Mike, but suddenly Mike killed that guy and took out the stones that he hid. Mike calmly put the crystals down and said that they needed to set up an ambush. The boys hid. Suddenly a huge, beautiful bird appeared in the sky. The tempting smell of blood confuses the 4th-rank bird. We are shown Mike's team. A group of bandits came to them and ordered them to throw stones and get out of there. The bastard recognized Lily. Then the other one shouted for them to leave the stones and the girl, and for the rest to get lost. Ken said, "It turns out Lily is popular." Lily didn't like it. She shouted at him to solve this problem, and he let the enemies get so close. The musician said that Ken wasn't lazy. He drove so many zombies here. The boys continued to joke and laugh, which angered the old man, and he began to shout that he would kill them so that they would not dare laugh at him. But before the old man could finish speaking, Sean came running and hit these guys with his shield. Ken also joined him, so they quickly dealt with them. Lily said that over the past few days, she had collected almost 1,500 first-rank stones and several dozen second-rank stones. Millie said that they needed to hurry to the others. Ken said that Miss Penny and the others were already waiting on the side of the crystal lands, when suddenly a light appeared in the sky. Mike was fighting dangerous monsters at this time. He ordered the guys to collect all the magic stones as quickly as possible. The snakes Mike killed are ideal for hunting. The glandular sacs in their bodies are soaked and then aerated to evaporate all the water. Taking this together with strong alcohol can increase resistance to various types of poisons. And they aren't known for their speed or defense either. Using bull's blood to surround this valley was the right decision. Mike suddenly felt as if something was approaching and told the boys to go back up the hill and take cover. 3 days, more than 500 second-rank and 7 third-rank stones and some materials. The harvest is not bad. Unfortunately, Mike missed the 4th-rank mystical bird. These 3 are nothing compared to those he trained. But the guys are far away now. Here comes a pack of fanged beasts. They are the most organized and disciplined monsters Mike has seen in this place. It's a pity that their group isn't big enough to handle 3rd-tier monsters. He'll have to use mid-tier stones, but that's not cost-effective. Mike decided to end the hunt there, but suddenly a rumble was heard. It was Yoke. Apparently he had returned for Mike. He thought it was a dead end to ask him to call for reinforcements, since it would be a difficult task for a 2nd-rank mutant to cross these lands and find the guys. But not only that, but also the time it would take for the squad members to enter these lands and find him, for salvation. However, the guys are here, and they decided to fight these monsters, which surprised Mike, because there are no such impulsive people on his team. Under normal circumstances, they would never have made such a decision. But now they were in a hurry. Why on earth, thought Mike, and ran to the team. They went down and Mike yelled at Sean to open one door for them to come in. He told the guys they looked like they had a good day. Mike asked who could tell him why they decided to fight these monsters. Then Ken threw him a card. A sealed card. When the card is activated, it can seal a mutant of the card's level. After sealing, the mutant will turn into a battle pet. But battle pets have their own separate life. Mutants sealed in the card have their original memories erased. They only do what their masters order them to do. Mike was delighted and said that it was a great thing, and asked where they got it. The guys proudly replied that they stole it. Then Mike told the boys that these monsters were very disciplined. They split into two parts, and one intended to attack their rear in a roundabout way. Ken asked how they were going to defeat these monsters. Mike asked if they hadn't thought about this when they were rushing to the valley. But Ken replied that they thought the card would be used to seal a Tier 3 mutant, and that would be Mike's prize. Mike was surprised that they thought of him first, but since they were all here, the chances of winning were actually better. Then Mike jumped on the shield and called the original spell. His monster grabbed the mutant by the legs. Then Mike jumped on him and sealed him in the card. The monsters lost their leader and were confused. Mike took advantage of this. Jumping, he used his fire sword and burned all the remaining monsters. But then another group of monsters came running. Mike ordered the newbies to stay in formation. He told Lily and Sean to take care of them. And the rest joined him to meet the enemy. Mike took out the baby, and after the crystals, he took out his huge gun. The guys started fighting. Mike took his monster out of the map, and it started fighting with his own, which surprised the monsters. Ken thought that the boss was getting better and better, and with this robot, he didn't need the slave cards that much. He could handle this group of monsters on his own. Stella asked if Mike was that strong. Tom said that they fought and almost died for the second-rank stones, and ran away when they saw the second-rank zombies. Luckily for them, the sisters' good intentions did not fail, because this team was sure to go far, Tom thought. After the battle, the newbies were collecting materials. Mike told them that tusks and claws are also very good materials, so they should be collected. Mike asked the boys if they wanted to go for a ride. Ken asked what they wanted, and Lily asked if he had found a car. When the bull eggs hatch, they will grow up and become their transport. They seem cute. Mike pointed to the side and said that they were there. They had already dealt with all the monsters in the area, so the remaining monsters would not pose much of a threat. The two happily ran off to get the eggs, and Kate told Mike that they had made a map of the city. They didn't touch the villas because Mike didn't allow them, but there were a lot of people there. They were divided into 3 factions. The numbers are not confirmed yet. But in the vicinity, the largest forces that could pose a threat to them. The team is based in a village to the east. The leader's name was Kai. He was a 2-star. There should be a second-rank roulette in the village. There were more than 500 people under his command. 10 of them were developed. A large cement factory where 70 people are locked up, calling themselves Tiger Riders. They are not old, but their reputation is very loud in the area. There is also a prison. This place is known for its perverts. The prisoners became the masters. They collected a lot of weapons and transport. The boss there is now a black dragon, a very influential person. Previously, he studied Thai boxing and traveled to Korea to see Taekwondo masters. After studying, he was involved in smuggling at the border, then in bloodshed. He's a 2-star and a professional, rumored to be a summoner, Mike corrected the girls. Not a summoner, but a ghost hunter. The boys returned to the city, dragged all the bull's eggs. They cooked something to eat, and sat down to discuss plans. The most important thing they should pay attention to is that at the moment he led his people in the direction of the villas, wanting to take up more space. So much time has passed since the beginning of the apocalypse that any person with a brain knows that roulette is a resource, and the main thing is to occupy the roulette. Lily said his family is here too. The family is a minority power with a high degree of cohesion. After the apocalypse began, they occupied an island in the very center of the lake, where the reservoir and the lake provided them with the best protection. Kate said the last faction was the village. It was a force organized based on the villagers. The number of people is the largest of the 5 surrounding. There are already 5,000 people, and at the entrance to the village there is a first-rank roulette. The village chief, known as Uncle Mitch 2-star, is said to have traded the potion for a profession scroll with the hungry tiger boss. When Millie went to investigate, she discovered something very strange. They had a lot of weapons, although they seemed homemade. The weapons in the village were not made in some armory, but thanks to the presence of a master craftsman. Mike still remembers that when he came to town, it seemed like the village had been wiped off the face of the earth by a wave of monsters. As for the technical city and the hungry tiger riders, he had never heard of them, but Mike had chosen another villa anyway. Besides these 5 forces, there are many other disparate groups, little to note. There is only one team, the Black Caravan, and then there is the Zero Chamber of Commerce. The last one made Mike noticeably nervous. Then the girls asked what happened because he didn't react to the others. But Mike didn't answer. He told the guys to rest here, let Ken be on guard, and he needed to go somewhere. At night, at some meeting, the old man was cursing and throwing dishes. He was shouting that he had given him so much time, and this is what he was telling him. The man replied that he knew the old man was upset about the death of a family member, but it had happened recently, while his enemy's people were still alive. They would find them. It was the end of the world. They would not go far. The old man stood up and shouted that his relatives were not dead, so he did not understand and was in no hurry. Their argument was stopped by a guy with a ridiculous hairstyle and a strange mask. He ordered to look for people and find out where the staff is. There are people from the Chamber of Commerce, and in the list of transactions there is a 2-star potion. The man asked what they needed to give for it, if not the staff. The strange guy answered, "People, many people. If it is an ordinary person, then they need 20,000. If it is a developed person, then one equivalent of 1,000 people. To turn the roulette, a second-rank stone is needed, and they can only turn it 2 or 3 times a week, and they won't get a single 2-star potion in half a month. What they need now is to increase their power, and not to understand why the Chamber of Commerce that will allow them to increase their power needs people. They don't have much manpower. They have to catch 20,000 people in a week. It's difficult. There are several collection sites that they would like to turn into a source of stones, materials, so they were very polite. But now that someone else has taken the staff, and it is no longer under their control, they are no longer obligated to be polite." Mike sat alone. He didn't expect to hear the words Chamber of Commerce so early. The Board of Commerce, the largest and most inhuman organization. There is no need to contact the Chamber of Commerce at this stage unless necessary, but Mike should be prepared if a conflict arises. Fortunately, there was plenty of material in the Crystal Lands, and they would be able to feed the sacrificial gate. Mike put all the stones into the gate. The materials that can't be used at the moment will all be given here. The gate can absorb tens of thousands. It would be more important to have a large amount of magic stones than ghost gold, which would not be of much use at this stage. Only the stone on the gate caught fire, and Mike hoped for real treasure, but for some reason the stone went out again and nothing happened, which angered Mike. The line came back up, but Mike didn't know what it meant, even if he put everything he had into it. What if this thing screwed him a third time? Mike thought it couldn't be that bad. Maybe he was using the gate incorrectly. Then he pressed the stone, and suddenly everything caught fire. Everything is bad, the light flew up, and on such a dark night, such a bright light can definitely be seen everywhere. So Mike ordered everyone to pack up and leave. The gates continued to burn. Then he finally gave Mike some kind of C-class box, a small one. Lily lifted them onto the truck and said that there was a small town ahead of them, and if they crossed it, they would get to the mountain villas. Mike suggested taking a break and getting something to eat. There was definitely a high chance of encountering zombies in the city. The boys each went about their business, and Mike began to examine his prize. The box was marked small, which indicates that the gem at the sacrificial gate can be filled several times. The more times it is filled, the better the item will be. Mike dreamed that it was a 3-star evolution potion or a skill scroll. But after receiving the bloody boots, Mike decided to identify the boots using the craftsman skill. Mike has to put his own stuff in them and activate it before it's ready. The thing still needs to be fed his stuff. It's very wasteful. Then Mike reluctantly put the bull's hooves into the boots, and the boots lit up. The boots have changed. Mike even received a speed skill. For 3 seconds it increases movement speed by 100%. The recharge time is 10 hours. Then Mike decided to increase it again. The boots changed again, and Mike got a new skill, a punch. There's another chance to invest the material, and only the hooves of a bull and the tail of a lake raised these boots to this level. Mike added some phantom gold to see what would happen, but the boots reported that the gold didn't match the device's specifications. This surprised Mike, because this was the ghost gold that was tied to the body of the ironclad monster. This monster would reach the 9th rank. Then Mike decided to change the material. He put some gold fabric that the little monster had into the boots, and the boots caught fire again. Kate said that Mike was in no hurry for dinner and was doing something. Millie told everyone to eat faster, they should be ready to leave. Mike was glad that he had another gold epic piece of gear, and unlike the Gate of Sacrifice, it was available right away. Then the guy put on his boots and came to the guys happy. Ken asked if Mike was so happy only because he got a new pair of shoes. Mike didn't answer. He sat down at the table and said that as soon as they finished their meal, they would continue their journey to reach the vicinity of the mountain villas. The guys were driving through the city, but suddenly their road was blocked. Mike and Millie got out. Millie told him that judging by the clothes, it was a black caravan. Then Millie told them that if they didn't want anything bad to happen, they should put down their weapons. It was causing anxiety, and it was unknown what this anxiety would lead to. And the man actually ordered his men to lower their weapons and suggested that they meet. His name is Carl. He has a small fleet of cars in his own business. Since they were all dressed in black, they were called the Black Caravan. But in fact they were traders. He just saw some brothers and sisters, so he came over to see if there was any business, and hoped that he would be understood correctly. Kate said that misunderstandings are normal, sometimes even healthy, but she likes the way they are acting, so they will see what they have. Carl replied that he was impressed by the way she spoke. There was little good, only food, water, basic necessities, and so on. Then Mike decided to use his boots. He ran past all the people at lightning speed, grabbed the explosives from Carl's truck and returned. He gave the explosives to Carl and said that if Carl wanted to cooperate, he had to be sincere. Mike said they don't have unintelligibility, but they have a habit of speaking in absolute safety. Carl was shocked. He didn't understand how Mike did it. Carl replied that it was his mistake. Not everyone has it easy in this world. then ordered his to put the explosives back in place. Mike said he needed 3 things. If he had them, then we could negotiate. First, bullets. Second, food. Third, information. Carl replied, "Bullets are hard to come by. He has a few. Food is their main staple. But as for information, he doesn't know what Mike wants to know." Mike said that whatever he found useful, he could use it in exchange, and Mike would pay according to the value of the information. And there are also significant differences between grain and food. Carl was surprised that Mike wanted food, in a world where you can kill for a loaf of bread. They brought Carl a bag of cartridges, 90 cartridges, for 50 stones, Carl said. And Mike calmly agreed. Mike didn't bargain. Then Carl asked if he wanted another batch of guns. Mike asked how many there were. Carl replied that there were not many of them, about 10, but the quality of the cartridges was guaranteed. There were more than 300 of them. Mike said they were good quality and asked for a price. Carl hesitantly asked for 200 stones, and Mike agreed. Everyone was amazed that Mike so easily agreed to such a large sum. Carl asked if he wanted flour, rice, salt, but Mike naturally refused and threw him a bag of stones. Carl said that it seemed he gave him more. Mike said that there were 500 stones. For this let him tell Mike the location of the arsenal. Then the two said that they were their enemies and took out the guns. But Carl told his men not to be nervous and asked Mike how he knew about it. Mike didn't answer him. He said that with these 500 stones, if he was lucky, he would have another developed person on his team, which is worth more than the arsenal. Carl thought how he could have guessed that he had found an arsenal. He bought 10 pistols, 300 rounds of ammunition, without bargaining. Then he said, 1,000 stones and he will tell not only about the arsenal, but also one message about the location of the grain warehouse. Mike agreed, but he also needed specific information about the surrounding forces. The deal was done, and before Mike left, he said that if Carl still wanted to do business, he should bring food to the mountain villas. His men asked why he didn't capture these people. Carl replied that they all knew that he used to work as a bounty hunter and he had no dignity, only accuracy in assessing people, and now he wants to say a few words to them. When they encounter this team in the future, let them not do anything bad. Millie said that strategically it was a good location, on top of a hill with a cliff behind and only one road to cross. This place could also be inhabited by zombies and monsters. If the villas weren't fortified to prevent guests from entering the dense forest on either side, it could have been breached already. The musician said that along the way he made a model and calculated that there were thousands of zombies and mutants here. According to the information provided by the black-clothed caravan, there are actually 4 forces operating in the mountain villas, which is different from their investigation. People from these forces came and went from the villas, making noise and knocking to distract the zombies, and then quickly drove past, almost every time people died. Of course, there are reasons, but in the end, this is information from a past life, and this time it is difficult to say for sure that everything will be the same. The woman screamed that this was not enough. The bald man replied that this was very good. Who does not know what is happening outside now? This is what he and his brothers paid for with their lives, so why do they think it's not enough? The girl shouted that he was a bastard who didn't keep his word, but the man only laughed with his fools. They began to offer to give them less food. The girls began to cry, and one of them said that she felt sorry for them, because sooner or later karma would punish them. The man got angry and shouted. He asks to exchange the only thing they have for food and drink, and they want karma to punish him. He called them blockheads dreaming of stardom before the end of the world, and there was no need to talk nonsense about them being in the same company. They better watch how others treat women. If he hadn't stopped her, she would still be here to bargain with him. Then she would have been killed. The apocalypse has come. If they don't want this, then they can leave. Let him do what he's told. Otherwise, next time there will be even less food. The woman was angry, but unfortunately she couldn't do anything. They took the bags and left. The man asked if they would just leave them like that. The bald man replied, "No way. You shouldn't mess with foreigners. Vinny in the office and the old man in the warehouse. On the other hand, there are many of them, but most of them are a bunch of weaklings. But at least there are 3 developed people in the group." The girls returned to the others, and everyone was happy to see them. But then they realized that there was very little food this time, not enough to feed them for 3 days. The blonde screamed. The only thing she needed to do was shut up. These are the things that several sisters get in exchange for their dignity. This time there was not much, only 12 bottles of water and very little food, so we had to cut down on the portions. The woman looked at the view from the window and thought, "Such a beautiful place, but so dirty. What will happen to this place?" Then she went downstairs and went into the basement. She asked how things were, if there were any ideas. The girl replied that while she was within a radius of almost 1 meter, she was attacked. The force of the attack was much stronger than it was a couple of days ago. Then the girl with the ash-colored hair said that if this didn't work, they would do it the old way. She would be the bait, and she would find a way to break the vine. The woman shouted that she would not let her do this because it was very risky. But the girl replied that she was a bad person, but the other girl objected. She considered her a good person. But she insisted, said that she had lived long enough, and if this continued, then one day she might commit suicide. She had to cover her mouth every time, just so she wouldn't throw up. She's had enough. If she can exchange her life for an evolutionary fruit and give her sisters another evolved one, her death will be worthy. The woman shouted that if they received the fruit of evolution, she would become developed. They had to hold out until the end together. They opened the basement and the woman said that the three of them would do it today, and then she would watch how that bald bastard confronted them. They went to the old man and said that someone had arrived from outside and wanted to exchange food with them. The old man asked what the price was. They want to exchange a bottle of potion for 20 bags of rice, 50 boxes of canned goods, and so on. The old man replied that although they control the storage of this mountain, the resources are not unlimited. This exchange ratio is getting worse and worse. Now they have 10 developed, 13 on Vinny's side, and 14 on John's side. Half a month ago they had as many developed as they had, and now they have increased the gap. The man suggested that there might be another way to reduce the number of developed people. They will have to go hunting too. It's just a matter of time, so why not take advantage of this opportunity? If they need stones, and there are several groups around the mountain where there are roulettes, they can spend some money to go to them for a spin. Then the old man ordered him to get ready. Mike sat and watched. Surprisingly, it was so easy to get inside. Obviously, with the hill, there weren't many second-rank creatures. Why were they surrounding the villas but not getting inside? But first things first, he remembers the place he was looking for, the basement of some villa, but Mike didn't know exactly which one. Mike made his way between the houses, but someone started screaming in one of them, and Mike decided to see what happened there. It was that bastard. He was screaming at the girl to let him go, and then he would let her live. The bastard said she had two options. Either he lets him go, and he gives them a bottle of potion, and today they pretend nothing happened, or he will kill her sisters. He wants to know the secret of their evolution. He will destroy their villa and basement to find out their secret. Hearing the word basement, Mike burst into them. He shot several bastards at once and they died. Mike put a gun to the bastard and he immediately started whining about giving him whatever he wanted. Then Mike ordered the freak to tell where the basement was. But suddenly the girl whose face that bald bastard had burned off said she would tell about the basement. She asked Mike to give it to her. Then she would tell him everything. Mike, without thinking twice, threw her the sword and said that it was hers. And finally the bastard got what he deserved long ago. The girl took the sword and began to cut him into pieces. Other women burst into the room and Mike asked if she knew too. So could they tell him about the basement? She said she would share the secret, but she had a condition. Mike replied that they were not in a position to set conditions for him. The woman replied that they are not afraid of dying. They have a difficult life, and death is a relief for them. She doesn't know him, but she has what he needs. She will give it, but she has conditions. Otherwise he can just kill them all. It's better than living like this. Mike still agreed to the condition. In the house they started killing one bastard after another. What joy! Mike was waiting for them outside. Their conditions were that all the men in this house would die. The girl approached Mike and asked why he helped her. Mike replied, "Didn't she just say that she was ready for anything?" Then she pointed to her face in a cheerful way and said that she thought he didn't like her as she was and that she seemed to be dying. Mike said that she was indeed dying, but if she came with him, she would survive. He needed someone who would be completely subservient to him, who would be covered in the blood of his enemies. The one who would stand in the darkness and hold back his future enemies? The one who would give him his soul? Mike asked if she was ready to become such a person. The girl agreed and they shook hands. Then the woman came out after the successful murders and said that she would take him to the basement. They came to the basement, and there was a ghost tree. You can never tell from its appearance to what extent it has developed, because it covers and hides a magical stone, and on its branches grow fragrant fruits that beckon to be enjoyed. The survivors who eat these fruits will be developed. At first people were almost delighted because of this tree. However, the so-called evolution lasts only a month, after which the body becomes a carrier of seeds. They germinate and take root in the human body. The user becomes its fertilizer, gradually turning into a human tree. A completely new tree is watered from the human body. Mike asked if they were the only three who had eaten the fruit. How long had it been? The woman replied that it had been more than half a month. She was the first one to take it. Luckily, if it had taken longer, it would have been impossible to save her, thought Mike. And suddenly the dog appeared. Together with Mike, the dog entered the basement to this monstrous tree, which immediately decided to attack Mike. Mike used his boots and instantly found himself in front of the tree. With his sword he cut a couple of its branches, and the dog grabbed these branches. "This tree will still have a use," Mike shouted and ran further into the depths of the basement. Mike remembered that those who occupied this basement became 9 star hunters, and that's why there were 4 different roulettes in the basement at once. There is a 2nd rank, 3rd rank, 4th and 5th rank roulette, a real jackpot. Together with the 3 first rank roulettes scattered all over the outside, There are a total of 7 roulettes in the mountain villas. That is why in his previous life, the enemy took this place as the base for his training and became a 9-star in the future. The girls said that the guy had been there for so long, maybe something bad had happened. But suddenly one girl ran up and said that Vinny's people were coming here with a lot of people. The girls went out and met these identical soldiers. The guy asked where the bald guy was. Rhonda replied that it was none of his business where he was, but he should just get out of there. The guy said that today they came here to seize their villas, and ordered his men to get ready. But suddenly that girl killed one of Vinny's subordinates. She crept up unnoticed and made a hole in his body. She literally ripped out that man's heart and said that the master said if they didn't resist, they wouldn't have to die. The men ran towards her, but she also fought with such a large crowd of people with ease, with her bare hands. One of them used his iron hand skill, but the girl easily broke the stones and then that man. Then the men fell on their knees and bowed, saying that they surrendered. As she had just said, they would not resist. Mike watched the girl from the hill and said that this woman was right for him. Carl walked up to Grandpa Mitch and said he had just found a new customer and offered to smoke. Mitch said there were only a few people here who could afford his stuff, and there was a new buyer. Carl replied that they had met a group of people who were going to mountain villas. Then Mitch asked what about what he said last time. Carl looked at the tube and thought, the last time he saw it, it was at a gray level, but now it had been upgraded to white. Carl replied that he had only a few men and few weapons. They would be of little use, so he would not interfere. The old man said that if he didn't go this time and buy from him, the price would never be cheaper. Carl stood up and said that he would think about it. In the car, Carl's subordinates asked if they would go there. He had heard a lot of good things there. Carl asked, they can't just go to John's base. They shouldn't think that this old man has good intentions. It's not that easy to get in there. Mike and the guys got together. Ken said they agreed to study the situation in the mountain, but he just captured the mountain. Rhonda said there are about 300 people on John's side now, and less than 200 on Lou's side. She doesn't know exactly how many there are now, but there are 57 of them. The girl came to Mike and said that John's people were getting ready to act. Kate thought that the woman had received the 3rd 2-star potion, although she remembered Mike had promised Kate this potion. Lily asked what Mike was thinking when he gave the 3rd 2-star potion to her, one for Pina. Is that still okay? Millie asked. Is she jealous? She replied that he must have had a reason for doing it that way. She was just curious. Mike asked how many people were coming here. Agnes answered 200. Then Mike said that he had taken too many people. Agnes immediately left, answering that she understood him. He told Rhonda that she should write to him about all her people who are here. He wants to know detailed information, work experience, strengths, and so on. The man shouted at the old man, why don't they leave while they can? Vinny was killed. They might not be able to resist these people. But the old man replied that they would wait, and asked if the man knew what truth he had learned after living so many years and doing business. When you are sure of something, either give up or wait patiently instead of relying on your luck, the old man said. Suddenly there were shouts. Then the old man said that it was time to meet the new king of the mountain villas. They all gathered at Mike's. Agnes entered the room. Her footprints were bloody. She was disappointed that she couldn't kill the old man. Penny said she had 2 serious gunshot wounds and 5 broken bones. The bullets were still there and needed to be taken out so she could resuscitate Agnes. Mike left Rhonda in charge and went to pull the bullets out of Agnes, but Mike added that he was also going to cut out all that burnt flesh from her face. Agnes calmly agreed. Penny was of course shocked. It is not surprising that in a very short time she won Mike's trust. She does what the other members of their squad can't do, Mike finished, and Penny began to heal Agnes. The light apostle profession is very strong, and after it developed to 2 stars, it used up the profession enhancement scrolls. Although she did not advance to the next level of Apostle of Light, she gained a new skill, the goal of softness, heals locally, not as a whole. Penny finished and said that tomorrow she would do another procedure and then Agnes would be as good as new. Mike returned to the meeting room and the old man said that he wanted to stay. His family was gone anyway. Although this place was not very good before, it could become so in the future. He brought a drawing from one of his men, a topographic map of the area around the villas, with the villas in the center and it covering the entire mountain. If they want to control this place, this map will allow them to make a clearer and more precise plan. Mike replied, not bad, and there was a big fight coming up soon. His men needed to be ready. He went out to the crowd and said, in fact, he didn't need to say anything, just like how others had treated them before. But he doesn't think that this is enough to survive in such a world. They need to realize their potential and do what they are afraid to do. He needs exactly such comrades, and not the living dead who sit and wait for a little dirty food to be thrown to them every day. They will need to go outside, fight zombies, mutants, clean up the villas. This is the beginning of a new life for them, and those who do well will be rewarded. The pathetic freaks started screaming that they didn't want to fight, and didn't want to fight monsters. And in general, before they could fight, they had to become developed. They kept shouting that they needed weapons, potions, meat, good sleep, and so on, although they themselves had not yet earned anything. Mike said if they were engineers, doctors, technicians, they could skip the fight and report to him. And the rest who do not have these skills, but do not want to fight, let them go and sign up with him. However, I would like to remind you that effort and gain complement each other, so be careful when choosing, as there will be no chance for a new one. Those who fought went with Kate. Mike led them to the zombies and they started killing them. Penny wanted to create a shield, but Mike stopped her so that they could watch them first. The rest, who decided not to fight, watched the others from above. They discussed the battles, were surprised at how the former models killed zombies, saw how a friend was bitten by a zombie, and so on. They were glad that they did not go to fight with them. The man told them to speak more quietly so that the two would not hear them. Stella said that Sister Lily was right. These people who can't do anything themselves, desperately looking for reasons to be cowardly, and also not seeing that other people are good. No wonder Mike dumped them. Kate said that was enough for today. Now we need to collect the magic stones and get ready for dinner. In just a few hours, this group of people had experienced blood and death, battles and struggles, and in a little while, these people would be able to become warriors. In the evening, the guys prepared dinner. Ken said that these were eggs and meat of a second-rank mutant. Eating them for the first time could increase strength. The old man complained that they had a 2-star, but they still had to fight. The world had changed, and people like the old man weren't going to change. Mike said that everyone had worked hard and now they could eat. This was their reward. If you work hard, you can get a reward. This is the essence of his team. Suddenly, a bunch of freaks burst into the hall and started shouting why they were eating stale buns, and they were eating so well. They could have fought if they knew this was going to happen. They needed to eat these dishes too. They kept screaming and screaming. Kate said there was nothing wrong with the new base now. At least it wouldn't breed such idiots. Mike made one strong argument. He shot that guy and ordered them to collect the bodies and burn them. If they run away, they will die. Agnes came and said that there was a caravan near the villa. The leader said that his name was Carl, and he had important news for Mike. Carl watched as the bodies were burned. Surprisingly, in such a short time, this group occupied the mountain villas and also began to clear the mountains. Mike greeted him and they sat down at the table. Carl said that the boss and other groups of people were gathering in one place. In fact, this is the place Mike already guessed about, the armory. Currently, the armory contains a group of green-skinned monsters, very ferocious and individually strong, almost like a 1-star man. They eat people, they eat zombies, but they don't eat magic stones, so the stones remain visible. Mike asked if he was sure the armory had been taken over by a crowd of monsters with no eyes, sharp teeth and claws, and no stones on their foreheads. Yes, each of these monsters can pose a great danger to 1-stars, so despite the fact that there are many weapons there, few dare to go there. This time, the other groups were also determined. The more people, the more strength to defeat the group of monsters. The boys got nervous because for the first time they saw Mike's serious expression, and then they realized that the situation was really serious. If they capture this place, they will be able to get not only weapons, but also a lot of stones, so it's almost like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Carl said that he is new here, but he sees how strong Mike is. If he is ready to fight, he guarantees him that he can join this expedition and get his share. Mike replied that he would think about it. Since Carl was a rare guest, they should give him a good reception. Kate asked if he was afraid of those monsters. Mike replied that these creatures could be called demons. They are very strong. The demon monster was generally defined as a type of monster that appeared after a series of mysterious processes in which people were exposed to radioactive substances. Monsters don't have stones indicating their level, so you can just look at their height to see how strong they are. Monsters have no skills. They are a race that uses their body to the maximum. If a person is not well developed, then he is finished. What's even scarier is that these monsters can reproduce. They capture women and even zombies and impregnate them. Although there is no benefit in killing this species, but due to the characteristics of the monster, it will reproduce. The existence of this kind of creature is the greatest threat to humanity. It had been more than a month since the apocalypse began, although there had been large-scale organized rescue operations. But even before they left the previous city, had anyone seen the missiles? But have they ever wondered why it is humane not to use these weapons of mass destruction at the moment when they are attacked? Chances are, even if they have the ability, they are too cautious to use it because the missiles can detect zombies. But Mike replied that one of those things in the sky, when it attacked that day, the ship blew up all the human weapons. Monsters are horrible creatures that appeared when humans were exposed to radioactive substances, and they are very strong, and there are many of them in the armory. If there are only 100 of them, they have a chance to clear them out if they work together. But they are just setting up a base, and at the moment, the base is the priority. Even if Mike knew that monsters were the enemies of all mankind, he was not stupid enough to fight them himself. On the other side of the golf course, they will collect cars. When the flowers bloom, it will be cleared to grow food. Ken will now be in charge of the fighter training program and can use all his free time outside of zombie battles for training. Kate and Millie are to set up sentries, the main places that need to be set up. The rest they can do at their own discretion. Lily and Sean, their mission is to attract people to mountain villas, get a map of the surrounding area, and protect the one who made it. The man asked if there were fools who were collecting metal, and they answered that it was the Black Caravan, because they were the ones who brought the news that many of the people living here now know. It seemed like there was a new group of people from the mountain villa area who specialized in collecting abandoned cars, and he heard that someone had traded a car for a bun the size of a fist. Anyway, junk is everywhere now. You just need to find a car you can drive and sell it. Carl was asked if the information was reliable. Carl replied that when the apocalypse began, he exchanged things with him for food. He would not lie to him. They really need people in the mountain villas. It's best if they have skills, then they will be paid well. If not, they won't die of hunger anyway. Only a few days have passed, and his people are already 4 people less. There are fewer and fewer of them. Mountain villas are the way out. Carl asked them to think about it. Then the uncle replied that she would take his advice and go there to try her luck. The man asked Carl what the people from the mountain villas were doing, why they needed them. They also needed people. Why didn't Carl recruit them? Carl replied that sending these people there wouldn't change the weather. Mike had big plans, and they were on a level below him. All they have to do is do something for them, get a reward, and then they'll just watch and see what they get up to. The professor thought that after being trapped for so long, he needed to find food. Otherwise, he wouldn't last even 3 days. It's time to fight for your life. If you don't risk finding something, then tomorrow your strength will run out, and then there will be less hope of finding food. But as soon as the professor entered the store, the man hit him and he fell. He had no stones. Then the man hit him again. Then he stood up and said that he couldn't let him go just like that. He needed to get blood to lure the zombies. But suddenly the professor stood up. The professor took a small knife and cut the man's throat, and told him not to blame him, because he himself made him do it. Mike suddenly appeared from behind and clapped for him, saying that it looked like he wasn't needed here anymore. Then Mike said he knew the man was a surgeon and asked me to follow him. There was work for him. The girls asked how Sister Rhonda was feeling. Penny replied that the operation was a success. The false seedling in her body was successfully removed. Mike told the doctor to rest. He had to undergo 2 similar operations in the coming days. He asked Penny to stay here in case something happened, and he would go to the villas and check the situation. In another, Kate screamed, the tyrant who acted alone. His retribution had come. She would punish him. Mike told her to think about her age before talking like that. Kate got angry. Then Mike said he would help her and asked what happened. Kate replied that the advertising for the Black Caravan was very good. Over 300 people had come here in the last 3 days. In fact, the base can be built slowly. In such a hurry, many problems will arise, the most important one being food. Initially, there was a lot of food in the warehouse, plus they exchanged some for Carl. Keeping the same number of people, it was possible not to go hungry for 2 months. Mike asked what the problem was. Kate shouted that it was a big problem. What would he do when the food ran out? If people start exchanging more, there will be less food. This is only the immediate problem. There are other similar ones, such as the life of survivors, cleanliness, safety, and so on. There are a lot of problems. Mike asked if there wasn't some work clothes in the storage room. Let these people rub them and change. You need to put some first-rank meat in your food to improve your constitution. Let them also clean up around the villas. They will start building walls soon. We can't stop buying cars. This is the material from which he will make knives. Let them hurry up with training with Ken. Suddenly Lily came running and said that a group of people had arrived at the entrance who wanted to deal with them. There were a lot of them, and they were armed. Mike decided to meet them and asked if they said which side they were on. Lily replied that they didn't answer, but it seems they were from prison. The bald man swore. Mike went out and thought that he had never heard of such a person in his past life, which meant he was small fry. Then the bald man came down and said, "He has 40 cars of junk, 150 people. How much will he pay for it?" Mike replied, 100 kilograms of rice, 50 liters of water. But the bald man didn't like it. He started shouting in discontent. But Mike brushed his hand away from himself, and the bald man realized that Mike was stronger than him. He thought that he had people, and besides, he needed to get as much food as possible so as not to embarrass himself in front of the leader. He said they wanted 300 kilograms of rice, no water, 100 canned meats, oil, salt, and vinegar. The man wanted to object, but Mike stopped him and said that since they asked for it, he would do it. Mike told the girls to bring food. The bandits took everything and left. The guys approached Mike and asked why he didn't just kill them. Mike asked them to calm down and reminded them that the most important thing now was to build a base, instead of entering the war. Then he asked everyone to start working. The musician said that they were still too young to understand what he was trying to do. That man has more than 500 men under his command, while they only have 50. If they win now, they will win in battle, not in war. Mike replied that when everything else in their plan went smoothly, sooner or later he would give that bald guy a great show. A week later, outside the city, people gathered, Uncle Mitch and his men, and bikers who call themselves the Hungry Tigers. Suddenly another group of people on horses arrived, and the man, seeing everyone, said that they had arrived early. Mitch came to greet Lou, and the biker approached the girl and sweetly said that he hadn't seen his sister Lena for a long time. He asked if she wanted to come to him. He had a lot of new things. Lou said he wanted to introduce them to Ben from the Chamber of Commerce, which the guys weren't happy about and said that wasn't the plan. Then Lou replied that this gentleman was just an observer. He would not take a step, nor take part in the division of the results of the battle. Mitch still doubted, but still suggested proceeding to capture the military base. Ken informed Mike that the groups were heading to the military base. Mike replied that they were ready to attack, and this time their target was a grain silo. If this operation is successful, then you won't have to worry about nutrition for at least a year. The guys continued to build the wall. Everyone tried to help in some way. The back part of the fortification was already ready. The front part depended on Mike. Mike and the others fought. There were too many zombies, but weapons could not be used, because the noise would bring even more zombies. One guy fought bravely, but one zombie injured him. Then Mike praised him and gave him a potion so that he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Mike said he knew many of them were fighting for the first time, but they had to win. They had no room for error. Those who do well like him will get the potion after the battle. He is Mike. He will never break his promise. The girls were driving a car and luring zombies with pieces of meat. There were troops near the weapons depot. The sounds of gunfire attract monsters. It's just like Mike to sacrifice strangers. Millie decided she was just doing the job to calm herself down. Suddenly, Agnes jumped out of the car and told the girls to leave first. Rhonda didn't want to let her go, but Millie reminded her that Agnes was a 2-star hunter. She ran to 2 weirdos who had prosthetics. They started calling Agnes ugly and that she wasn't worth living. They asked if she was the one who brought those zombies here, but Agnes didn't answer. She immediately started attacking them. But suddenly these weirdos started using their skill, the Siamese shadow explosive technique. Agnes hit one of them, but there was an explosion and she was sent flying. They said she wouldn't even be in the top 50 in the Chamber of Commerce. With them in the top 20, it seems Mike was right to be worried about the Chamber of Commerce. The word explosion in their names didn't bother Agnes at all. She hit one again, and that man exploded and Agnes fell again. Although Agnes is strong, she has no profession, no skills, and no plan. She hit the man again and he exploded again, but she still got up and hit him again. This time she hit the real one. Then the man got nervous and thought that if she hadn't been a 2-star, she would have burst in long ago from the very beginning. She was ready for the fact that they would blow her up. The man ran at her with a knife, shouting that it didn't matter that she had broken their skill. He would still kill her. But Agnes grabbed him and tore out his heart, saying that she didn't have to be better than him. She was just stronger. Mike and the guys continued to fight, but the zombies became more and more numerous, and then the people began to despair. But Mike told them that everything would be fine and ordered them to stand behind him. He took out his fire knife, and with one swing destroyed all the monsters. Ken approached the storage to get some food, but suddenly something jumped out. But the main thing is that Mike managed to repel the attack. This is a mutant from Black Clay. Ken complained that he felt numbness in his limbs. Mike replied that he should go to Penny so that she could cure him. Mike went into the vault and there was a mutant there, very strong, and compared to the others, he causes a lot of problems for the survivors. These black muds are not only very sticky, but also contain psychotropic toxins, so that the prey loses its ability to resist, and the mutant consumes the victim alive. A 3-star monster. Mike really didn't expect to encounter such a level of mutant when entering the grain storage facility. Inside the vault, Mike can't use his fire sword or everything will be lost, and the monsters kept climbing into the vault. The monsters seemed to be protecting that dirty monster. Mike decided to use his boots. But even so, Mike was still bitten a couple of times by monsters. Then he used the power of the boots, and it worked. Life energy is replenished. Mike finally finished. The storage was loaded with monsters. The guys came, and Mike ordered to gather people so that they would quickly collect the grain. Millie said that they carried out his orders, then returned. Mike asked where Agnes was. Millie replied that Agnes saw something suspicious and told them to leave. Agnes was running away from some strange guy who guessed that her comrades were now in the grain storage facility. The strange man said that he was the 5th of the 9 sacred thrones of the Chamber of Commerce, and he would give her a chance to become one of his warriors. Then he would spare her companions. The boys continued to carry grain into the trucks, and the zombies continued to advance. Ken was informed that 2 3-star monsters were approaching. Mike asked, "Is everyone here already? Lily and her team with more than a dozen people? Cover their backs?" Ken answered. Mike then called the baby's robot and told Ken to tell the others to prepare to retreat. They cut the wooden bridge that they crossed to the other side. Then the robot destroyed all the monsters with his cannon. Everyone got into the car, but those monsters continued to attack the guys. Mike said that if they let them catch up with them, It would be expensive. So Mike took out his huge gun and shot at the monster. But the monster anticipated the attack and lost only an arm instead of a head. Then Mike started shooting like crazy and said that this was a warning. If they followed them, he would kill them. Suddenly we are shown a doll, and now she could speak. She said that it seemed like it could be called words, but she couldn't remember it. A lady came up to her and also spoke. She said that the doll would no longer be able to evolve. She must kill more to become stronger, the lady said. Then asked if the doll would help her or choose death. But the doll attacked the lady. Then the lady called her a worthless thing, and decided to attack her too. After a short battle, the doll sensed something and immediately ran away. The lady said that she would not run away from her. Agnes continued to run away from this guy. She was already exhausted, and the man repeated his offer again, but Agnes refused again. The man said she was a frog in a well. Everyone in the world was a frog except the Zero Chamber of Commerce. The chamber has truly reached the forefront of humanity, and that is progress. He said he was giving her a chance to see how strong they were. He liked her indifference. Then he hit her. She was able to protect her stomach. The man said that he didn't even use his skills. He didn't even hit her with full force, and she can't get up anymore. There are at least 10 people in the Chamber of Commerce who have the same power as him, and the chairman is the strongest of all. He began to continue manipulating the girl, but she grabbed his hand and told him to take it away, or he would rip it out and feed it to the zombies. Things weren't going well for those who were trying to get the armory back. The green monsters were very strong. Then that strange guy came back and threw Agnes to the ground. The green-haired guy asked why they had to run after her. It would have been better if he had helped them. The man replied, when they were fighting, a group of people used the sound of gunshots to attract zombies. They weren't just luring zombies. This woman is an important figure in this group. He leaves it to them to find out who she belongs to, but then they must tell him everything they find out. Then he knocked down the wall and told them to be nicer to the Zero Chamber of Commerce because not everyone in the Chamber of Commerce was as nice as he was. The guys had a meeting. This time their losses were serious. 13 developed ones died. 45 regular fighters died. Mike said that the seriously injured would be given simple tasks that they could perform once their condition improved. As for replenishing the number of developed ones, they must carefully select those who are suitable to become developed. Rhonda said that a lot of time had passed and there was still no news from Agnes. He then told the hunting party that when they went hunting, they should add a quest to find Agnes, and let them offer a reward, 5 bottles of potion and 5 bottles of immunity potion for information about Agnes. According to this list, he will prepare 40 bottles of 1-star evolution potion. 35 people from this list will receive them. The old man came with information from Carl, this time Mitch's men. The hungry tigers suffered heavy losses, so it seems these demons are strong. Mike was pleased. He told the old man to do something. He was to go to the village and contact them. Find out if it was possible to exchange food for weapons. If they can offer modified weapons, then they can also provide stones in exchange. He will give them the final amount after thinking about the exact exchange ratio. Kate brought up the Chamber of Commerce and asked if maybe they should check it out. Mike replied that they were doing their best to evolve, and many of them were inhumane, so it was best to avoid them for now. 2 days later, yesterday, they received information that an armed detachment was heading towards the mountain forts. The hunters also discovered a horde of zombies. They will soon reach the mountain of villas in 7 days. Today at noon, Uncle Lou conveyed that she did not intend to agree to the offer of food in exchange for weapons. They detained their boys and offered an exchange, their lives in exchange for grain. In addition, the leader of the city's techno team wrote a letter threatening them. Also, Agnes's location has been revealed. She has fallen into the hands of the Lou family, on an island lake, seriously injured and could die at any second. Tom said they could prioritize these issues and then tackle them one at a time. The first problem that will be coming soon is the gang from the prison. They better get rid of them. Then you need to save the hostages. As for the threat from the techno city, you can just ignore them. The most dangerous thing is the problem with zombies. We need to divert their course, otherwise they will have problems. Also, their guys are still weak to fight. Mike praised Tom and asked if there was any information about the prison group. There are 51 star hunters in their group. There is also a 2-star. There are also dozens of weapons and an unknown amount of ammunition. Carla recently earned 10 evolution potions from them for information. Almost everyone in his group is developed. Then Mike pulled out the potions and said to select those who were ready to go into battle with him. Then give them the potion. The musician and his assistants will stay here. Tom and his sister will also stay. While they are gone, the base is in their hands. If someone attacks, let them defend themselves. If not, then it's better to let them run away. It's not worth the risk. The rest will go with him. Their battle has begun. Carl said that Mike had a lot of problems. Mike replied that they would just take his ammunition and explosives and not touch anything else. Now that he and his people are 1-star, he can take care of himself. And when this is all over, Mike will repay him with a 2-star potion. Mike came to a strange man and immediately tried to kill him, but that man surrounded himself with a shield. But Mike wasn't going to give up so quickly. He used his fire skill and tore the shield apart, but the man managed to dodge the attack. The man got angry and shouted that he would kill him. Suddenly, he hit himself several times, and in an instant he grew up. Apparently, he drank the blood of a low-grade giant. The advantage of giant blood is strength. But Mike had a plan. The man was too careless. He had little experience. Mike wounded the man, but his men came running out at the screams, so Mike grabbed the bandit and ran away with him. The people couldn't shoot Mike because he had their boss in his hands, so they decided to go after him and found their boss sitting by a rock. As soon as they approached him, he told them to run away, but they didn't have time. The explosives exploded earlier, and Mike rode away on a motorcycle. One problem solved. Now, Ken needs to deal with the village, and Mike's next target is the Liu family from the island where Agnes is located. The boys had already arrived at Old Man Mitch's, who realized he had screwed up when he saw that they had 3 more 2-star pets of the same level. Besides that, they have about 50 developed fighters, not counting those he detained and those who remained in the villa. Also, each of them has a white rank weapon. Their group is very strong. Mitch said he was unhappy with their behavior, and if they didn't leave, they would take it as a provocation. Kate said their boss had ordered their men to be released and given 20 upgraded pistols as compensation. The old man replied that he would give 10 pistols and let their people go. Kate was unhappy. He then added that for the next 6 months they would not interfere with each other. Kate said that this was not bad, but the conditions needed to be changed. The boss said that if they agreed to let the people go, not only would they not oppress each other in the future, but they would also become better trading partners. Mitch had no choice but to agree to their terms. He ordered hostages and 10 guns to be brought. The boys took their guns and their men. Kate told Mitch not to forget to bring good news. At this time, Agnes was still being tortured, but she still did not say anything. The martyr said that she could remain silent. They already knew that she was from the villas. He ordered to tell how many developed ones she had at the base, how many weapons and how many 2-star ones, and what professions they had. Agnes sent him, and the bastard began to beat her harder. He was almost beating her, but she managed to remain silent. If he can't do even this little thing, he won't get the 2-star potion next time. Suddenly a man burst in and shouted that there was a man on the lake who said he was looking for this woman. The old man said that the guy dared to come alone. He was able to swim across the lake. This guy was helped not only by courage, but also by luck. After all, there are water mutants in the lake. They called Mike a fool because he was risking his life for this woman. The old man ordered his son to deal with the guy, who began to mock his brother because he could not get a word out of Agnes. While they were arguing, Mike burst into the office and said that he was looking for one person. The man walked up to him and started yelling at him to get rid of that shitty expression on his face and promised to kill him just like he did her. Mike just said, "So she's here." Then he took out a gun and shot the man, then the other one. The other stood up and started shooting at Mike, but he apparently stole the shield from that boss and used it, so not a single bullet hit Mike. Then the main one got angry and stood up and used his ability, but Mike called out the primary skill and the water girl broke through his attack. The old man's daughter seemed to have broken through his shield, but Mike was already behind him and had a gun pointed at his head. Mike ordered them to let his man go, but the old man replied that this would not happen. The daughter screamed that if he did not let her father go, he would die. But Mike replied that he was not going to die here, but if they did not let her go, they would all die here. The old man said that he did not deny that the boy was strong, but if he really wanted to kill him, they would all fight to the death. Mike knows he's not lying. Mike has played all his cards. If he dares to kill him, his family may cease to exist, but the guy will die here too. But this did not convince Mike in any way. Then the old man became nervous and wondered whether he should let her go. The daughter was told that the master was now being held hostage. The brothers were dead, and only she could make a decision. Then the girl ordered to bring her here, and so they did. The girl told Mike that now he had to let her father go. Mike refused. He ordered to hold her and follow him. When they safely swam across the lake, he would release their master. The girl started to complain, but Mike replied that he would not trust the enemy. He was not that naive. He's in a hurry, so either he kills her father and gets out of here himself, or she agrees to his deal. The girl reluctantly agreed and they swam across the lake. The master asked if he was going to kill him. Mike just grinned and left. The old man realized that this facial expression indicated absolute confidence that even if he attacked him, the guy would win anyway. The smell of Agnes's blood attracted a lot of zombies, but she used it to her advantage. The healing skill is really strong. Mike told her that she would have to endure at least 3 more hours to regain all her strength. But Agnes knelt down and said she knew the master was in trouble and she was willing to help. Then Mike said that she was returning to the base on a motorcycle and asked to organize a convoy to this warehouse to transport things. And those shoes, when she is completely healed, she will give them to Mike. Agnes got on the motorcycle. She promised to cut off the guy's hand and feed it to the dogs. Mike replied that soon they would feed the Chamber of Commerce people to the dogs. By killing those bandits in the forest, you can temporarily get rid of the British prison's thirst for an attack on his villa. Even if the prison wanted to strike back, they wouldn't be able to do so quickly. So that leaves the last problem: the zombies. Mike came to the armory. Even if the information is wrong and there are not many of them, with the current strength of the mountain villa, it is impossible to resist. When zombies and mutants come in waves, no matter what level they are, in that situation, even if Mike was a 4-star, he would run away. But Mike won't turn down a villa that could give him 7 stars, so it's time to get down to business. The little baby was sleeping. Mike came up and stuck his sword into him. Even his blade had a hard time piercing their skin. Then the same monsters came running, only of medium height. Mike used his fire sword to defend himself. Suddenly a door was thrown at him, the very same monsters that Mike was so afraid of, and there were quite a few of them. Mike lured them into the forest, then took out his staff and used Blue Ice Lotus. Then he entered this hole. Mike spent the only natural stone, and he didn't even get a single stone. Killing these monsters is really a loss-making business. Although the arsenal is small, the quantity is large and the ammunition will last for a long time. Mike went deep into the basement and discovered a terrible picture: several pregnant girls, a breeding ground for monsters. If nothing is done about them, there will be problems in the future. Mike took out a knife and stabbed it into the girl. Suddenly a strange girl came out and told Mike to let go of the gun. She felt uncomfortable. Mike replied that at least he felt comfortable. He immediately realized that this girl had evolved. The girl came up and said, "The corneas are starting to cloud over, and in principle it corresponds to the phenomenon of death. It seems that nothing can be seen from this zombie." Mike felt nervous. This woman's strength clearly didn't pose a threat to him, but looking at her, he felt goosebumps on his skin. He asked what she was doing here and how she knew so much. The girl replied that he had a very keen sense of smell. She only looked at him, but he noticed her. Besides, he's not some trained killer if he's so skilled at killing people that it's become instinctive. The girl said that she had a heavenly gaze profession and she had some special abilities, so she saw his fights just now. She said that she knew he had a lot of questions in his head, so she would explain everything, and then he would answer her question. She was previously a forensic pathologist and honorary doctoral supervisor at 2 of the world's top 10 universities. And of course, she was called a cold-blooded animal, a woman who smelled of corpses, and a person who would go to hell. Since her research involves dead people or mutations, she will inevitably do something unethical, even bloody and evil in the eyes of others. The discovery of these monsters was successful, as there were clear traces of radiation on their bodies. In addition, these monsters use human and zombie females for reproduction, which cannot but be frightening. Mike asked her name. The girl reluctantly gave her name Lucy, which surprised Mike because she is a famous scientist. She could be called a villain. Lucy said that from his expression she can see that he has already heard about her. She is the creator and the embodiment of absolute evil, even in the eyes of many of the murderers who survived the apocalypse. Not only did Lucy forcibly combine humans and mutants into horrible monsters, but she was also extremely cruel to humans, causing a lot of bad news. She approached the girl, but Mike said that even newborn monsters could not be defeated by a 1-star person. Lucy replied that he would kill her anyway, so she wanted to see the offspring before she died. Mike pushed her away and killed the girl. Lucy said that he was wasting a good sample and research subject. Then he said that in the future she would understand that in some exceptional cases all survivors come to an agreement. This girl is just crazy about science, so Mike said that he would provide her with the appropriate conditions so that she could go with him. She asked if he wanted to make her his subordinate, but she didn't think he had what it took to make her follow him. Then Mike threw her a potion, and the girl immediately agreed to go with him. The guys came to Mike, and Ken admired the fact that Mike dealt with these monsters on his own. While the guys were admiring Mike, as Mike himself and that crazy woman came out, Mike was glad that everyone returned safely. The old man came up and shook Mike's hand and said that he didn't need to say anything more. From now on, his life belonged to Mike. Mike replied that they would never sacrifice any of their comrades, and hesitantly introduced the doctor. She is also a renowned biomedical specialist, well known in the field, and she will be working with them. Lucy haughtily said that the guys should collect some samples for research. Of course, no one listened to her. Then Mike said that they needed to distribute the tasks. Kate and Ken would take the rest to load the trucks, pack everything in the arsenal, and take it away. The rest go to help Lucy. Her research is very important for their future. Only then did the guys agree. 3 days later, the boys had another meeting, and during these 3 days they managed to create 4 lines of defense from the foot of the mountain to the top. The 5th and final line of defense was the main gate of the base. In addition, they built 4 concrete pillboxes in front of the base gate. Ideally, this is where the zombie wave will be eliminated. The musician ordered them to set traps everywhere. Apart from the main entrance, they certainly won't play a decisive role, but the total damage should be significant. On Ken's part, he tried to force the evolved to hunt and the normal humans to attack the zombies, but the flow of zombies was too great. At least they managed to train the privates they brought out into the field so that they could confidently hold a gun. They also learned to shoot and follow orders. Lily and Sean have taken in some of the survivors from that wave and are now integrating them into the combat unit. Mike praised everyone for their work. Carl asked loudly if the 2-star potion would be given out after the battle with the zombie wave was over. He hadn't said that before. Mike replied, when it's over, so it's over. It will be after the zombie wave is over. Then Carl asked for some bullets. He has no supplies now. There are no bullets in the pistols, so going outside is always uneasy. Mike, of course, asked what Carl would give him in return. Carl asked him not to behave like that. He was an old friend who supported him. But he still handed him the piece of paper, saying that he could pay with this. Mike asked what it was. An invitation. There are a few other groups on the mountain that come and go, and they don't do much good. If Mike can pet them or destroy them, it would be better. Sid's battle team is a large group. Each one is developed. There are more than 100 of them, this time among the invited powerful teams, and it took Carl a lot of effort to get such a ticket. At the very least, it suggests that the team that made the invitations could generate their own power and operate a large printing press. The event is taking place in the city center, which means the battle group intends to inspect the forces participating in it. Mike replied that he would take the ticket as payment and let Kate tell him the details later, but for now he could rest. Those who can take part in this event will get their hands on some good things, so they will grow quickly. It is worth watching. Mike wanted to talk to Kate, but Ken started shouting from afar. As the boss predicted, there were several groups of people following the wave of zombies. They were trying to take advantage of the situation. This is a normal occurrence in times like these, as many factions prefer to keep an eye on the zombies and sometimes destroy them. They will watch and play praying mantis, profiting from the war while zombies attack someone. But there are very few smart people. It is worth getting rid of these flies so that they do not bother them. Several people were watching the zombies, and the man asked if they had received any warnings from any group. Received from the mountain villas. The man asked Kai what kind of mountain villas these were, because this was his territory. Kai replied that this was not his territory. The jailers were in charge here. He asked the girl what she thought. She replied that she was bored. They have been following this wave for some time, and now someone asks them to give up, and they give up. Why pretend like there's a meeting or something going on here? Isn't it boring? He thinks the mountain villas are just making noise. He can wait until they come back tomorrow and get together to scare them. Kai replied that it was a good idea, and asked what the second man thought. He was unsure. Alex replied that she was not interested either. She got up and left. Mike was very surprised when he saw this girl. He didn't expect to see her here. At the time, they were both 4 stars. They met at a bar and got acquainted. He maintained a relationship with her for a long time. Later, he was on a building that took more than a month. And when he returned, he found out that she had been in a shootout. Her people had died and fled, and she had to turn to a powerful force to save her life. Years later, Alex killed her enemy. Then when she was discovered, she fled to a dangerous area, and Mike never saw her again. No one ever came out of this place alive. This woman had too many principles and habits of a peaceful era, which killed her. Now they are strangers to each other. Ken asked if they would fight him. Kate objected. Because they had a small group, they didn't have the full strength of their base. But suddenly Mike replied that they would fight. You need to be able to fight. Will they recognize the one with glasses among the 4 leaders? If they are going to fight, they should start fighting Kai. They have little to lose. They have someone to fight the zombies with, and they can warn the other forces after the fight. Mike said there was a job for her to do, and if he did it right, he would be rewarded. Kai was in his tent, counting his stones. He collected about 200 stones, and was convinced that following the wave of zombies was profitable. Just as he began to plan the hunt for tomorrow, he heard the cries of his people. They said that they were under attack. Kai ran out and took out his weapon. He asked who dared to attack them. Then Kate ran out and attacked Kai. Apparently she had completed Mike's tasks. Mike and Alex were watching everything on the mountain. She asked if it was his guys who defeated them. Mike replied, the Knights of the Hungry Tiger, the boss of which is Kai's enemy. Then Mike asked if she was ready to talk about cooperation. Suddenly a truck pulled up. Kate and Agnes got out of the car, and some man, he extended his hand to Mike, greeting him. Mike shook his hand and said that he had just spoken with Ms. Alex about cooperation, and invited him to listen. Alex asked how he wanted them to work together. What would it give her? Mike replied his target was this wave of zombies. They could help in defense. In fact, they don't need to worry because the villa is his. He will lead the people to defend themselves, and they see that the situation is bad. There are certain risks, and once his villa fails, they will not be able to get any benefit. If they can guarantee the number of evolved participating in the battle, then after the battle he will give everyone 10 bottles of the potion. In addition, for every 10 developed, he will give 1 more bottle of 1-star potion, and for every 30 weapons, 1 more bottle of potion. The guy replied that he could agree to these conditions, but he didn't need so many potions. 5 bottles would be enough. But the weapon that Mike took from Kai after his death, he needs now. So Mike took out the weapon, and he gave it to the guy, who took it and said that he would do everything possible for him. Alex asked how confident he was that he could destroy the stream of zombies. If he was even half confident, then she agreed. Mike was surprised that her demands were so low and extended his hand in thanks for her cooperation. Later, he came out to the guys and said that they successfully destroyed 2 groups that followed the stream of zombies and tried to use them to their advantage. He hopes that after today's battle, thanks to their bravery and hard work, more of them will get a chance to develop. Everyone drank the potion, and Mike said that today they needed a group of people who could fight and asked if they were ready to fight. People started shouting that they were ready. Millie and her men were shooting at the zombies with their huge guns, Millie telling them to shoot the zombies in the neck. There were too many of them to increase the accuracy of the hit. Millie started shooting at them when they were 100 meters away. Ken shouted that second-tier mutants, Black Phantoms, had appeared, with zombies with shields at their forefront. And immediately, terrible mutants appeared, throwing huge stones at the boys. Black Phantoms that are fast enough to disrupt their formation. Then mutants with shields that can cover their own. And then giants that can strike from a long distance. All kinds of mutants working so well with each other, it's weird. The giants started throwing stones covered with thorns. Mike got scared. These were explosion demons. People came up and offered to run away. That guy started shouting that he would fulfill his promise even if his life was at stake. In fact, he was afraid too. But none of them had left the mountain, and if he ran away, he would be disgraced. Millie screamed for everyone to remain calm. Normal people retreat to the second line of defense. The advanced ones remain. Ken reported that the zombie wave was 10 meters away. Mike replied that when the wave entered the perimeter, they would retreat to the second line, and he would break their rear. And so it happened. Everyone ran to the second line, and Mike blew up the road along with the monsters. On the second line, Mike asked what the results were so far. Millie replied that the losses were small. The wave size is too big, and they only killed 3,000, even if you add in the ones Mike burned. On the one hand, their fighters are still undertrained, their shooting skills are unsatisfactory, and they lack weapons. After firing weapons, there is close combat. If they deal a powerful blow to the wave and then retreat, the effect will be completely different. The guy and his mate were eating. He was thinking how rich Mike was. So many cartridges, 2 boxes, and a bunch of potions. Moreover, if they win the battle, they will receive no less than 20,000 first-rank stones, hundreds of second-rank stones, and even third-rank stones. Mike gave Millie orders on how they would conduct the rest of the fight. The girls watched the zombies from the sidelines. Alex's people talked about stones and bottles of potion, and began to suggest other plans. Alex turned around and said that in the future they should remember to keep their promises and not think like that. She pointed to the dog and said that it was that guy's pet, and of course it had great strength. And this woman had a hand in the destruction of Kai's camp. None of them will be able to repeat this. Even though it is an apocalypse, they must be respected. It will bring unexpected results, and asked them to believe her. Ken said that 20,000 zombies was more than the stadium could hold, but Lucy corrected him, saying that the stadium could hold 19,000. Lucy said that there were about 10,000 zombies now. Suddenly, Kate shouted that Mike was calling her. Millie told Mike how things were on each line of defense. There were more than 300 second-rank zombies. There were even third-rank zombies. When the third line was lost, the Evolved were forced to stay behind, losing a total of 137 fighters. Kate brought Dr. Lucy, Mike asked, according to the time she gave. Everything should work now. Lucy answered just in time so she could begin. Closing her eyes, she called upon her abilities. She is a celestial seer, one of her skills that allows her to see over great distances. Unfortunately, the duration is somewhat delayed. She was already observing the armory, and the skill's cooldown has only just ended. White 367, white is the second rank, black 42 is the third rank. Green 1. There is already a fourth rank zombie there. If it weren't for supervision, they wouldn't have known about it until the most critical moment of the battle. Lucy said that she saw his zombie diary, according to his diary. This zombie is a fourth rank flexible jaw. The monster's 2 tentacles are very flexible and strong, and during combat they will continue to fly in circles above their head to wrap around the opponent's neck. He also has a skill, Golden Body, which will make his entire body turn into gold, and his defense will instantly increase to an extreme level. The musician said that now it was clear how they had made it all this way. The wave of zombies had set off all the traps, and apparently they would be here soon. Mike offered to fight. He would take care of the fourth-rank zombies and let them do what he said. Millie said they were managing to suppress them with fire so far, but if this continued, they would soon run out of ammo. Alex reported that her men were flanking the zombie wave, and Mike thanked her for keeping her word. Suddenly, Agnes brought the dog in her arms. Mike became nervous and asked what happened to him. But Millie turned it around and pointed to the creepy monster, the exorcist and his dogs. Mad Dog Power is one of the natural abilities of an exorcist that can increase the speed and strength of his comrades. He had no idea that there was such a rare monster in the zombie wave that when it evolved, it would become incredibly strong. Mike ordered to shoot at them, then handed over control to Kate. It turned out the dog began to evolve. He carried him to the shelter and handed him to Stella, saying that he was fine and needed to get some sleep. Lucy said that she is much stronger than many people, so she doesn't need to deal with logistics. The guys continued to fight the zombies with all their might. Everyone did everything they could. They shot at them, threw grenades, but there were still a lot of them. Suddenly, the monster that had been hiding in the crowd all this time appeared. The monster was giggling contentedly, sitting on the shoulder of the monster. The main figures of this wave, the most powerful monsters, began to appear. Mike aimed at the exorcist and the flexible jaw. But the lack of hands to protect the head is the biggest weakness of the exorcist. He has the skill of protection, using pets. Mike was able to kill this monster. Now it's time for the next monster. Only he remains. Lily and the girls were fighting this creepy, multi-armed monster. Lily took out her ribbon and started attacking it. She was able to make a small cut. Millie told her to tangle it up and she would collect the zombies. Millie ran and lured the zombies. Then Lily jumped really high and performed her new skill. The goiters died immediately, but the third-rank mutant was still standing on his feet. But suddenly something happened and he fell. It was Ken. Millie said to get everyone together and kill as many as possible. Mike won't be able to hold out for long. The whip that he perfected is very powerful. He even has a skill, the blade of the wandering wind. Mike was still fighting that monster. Even he was having a hard time. Kate asked Mike to hold on. At the moment, there are less than 5,000 zombies left in the battle, and combat losses amounted to more than half. So the key to victory is now in Mike's hands. But then the monster thrust its tentacle into Mike. The monster continued to giggle, but then Mike grinned confidently and said that the monster had fallen into his trap. Then the little robot took out his huge gun and fired straight at the monster. But what Mike was so afraid of happened. The monster used his skill. His whole body became covered in gold. People started complaining that Mike had forgotten about them, and it seemed like they would die here. But the guy replied that he would die here but would kill the zombies. Alex's people also asked her to leave. The man said he would cover for her. They could go before it was too late. Alex asked if they thought they were fighting over those few bottles of potion. No. It was now a battle between humans and zombies. This is the protection of their race. In the future there will be more and more such battles. You can't run away. She won't blame them if they want to leave. She will stay, if only for the sake of her race. If the level of evolution could determine everything, the end of the world would not be so difficult. So Mike continued to fight. He took out his summon card and a jumping beast came out of it. Suddenly this monster started calling for reinforcements. All the zombies started running towards them. If he continues to attack and grab him by the neck or kills the rider, the situation will change dramatically. But then Agnes appeared. She was able to snatch the tentacle of this monster, thereby freeing Mike. Then she threw him a knife. Mike took this chance and used the fire sword skill. The zombies started to retreat, and all because Mike was able to kill this monster, they finally won this battle. Sometime later, Lucy said that it was important to collect the bodies of high-class zombies. It is necessary to conduct research on the samples, especially on the 3rd and 4th rank zombies. This time they suffered heavy losses. Now their team has less than 200 privates, and only about 40 developed. Some were left disabled. The guys continued to tell everything, but Mike replied that he understood everything. It was a victory, but not a successful one. Tom reported on the awards. They received more than 22,500 stones of the 1st rank, 385 of the 2nd, and 31 of the 3rd. After Mike killed that mutant, the zombies started to run away. The 3rd rank zombies were too strong. Unfortunately, the dozen or so 3rd-tier zombies that managed to escape took away the spinnable rocks. There are 2 more squads that are still in the villa and have not left. Their losses are more than half. Mike came to the leader of one group and asked if the guy wanted to see him. He was worried that he wouldn't pay back the debt. Sam replied, "Not at all. Besides, if he really didn't want to pay the debt, he wouldn't have come." Mike replied that he was not a very nice guy, but he was a man of his word, or maybe Sam wanted more payment. Sam suddenly asked if he could follow him. Mike thought that Sam was a spoiled person since childhood, but now he's ready to follow someone. Sam said he knows Mike doesn't believe him, and he didn't believe in Mike until that day. He would not listen to anyone or work for anyone. But today he saw a scene he had never seen in his life. For the first time he sacrificed his life to kill. For the first time he covered for his brothers. And for the first time he saw someone die for him. He has done many stupid things in the past because of his family's power and influence. Even after the apocalypse, he still believes that he is doing the right thing. But today, when he was cutting down zombies, he suddenly remembered those things that had happened before, and he hated himself. Today, he suddenly had a strong desire to fight side by side with him, and even if he died later, he would feel proud. He wants to be on his own. Instead of being a parasite, he wants to work for him. Then Mike put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would have to get a haircut. He didn't like this mess on his head. Sam was delighted, and Mike said he had a great place for Sam. It would be perfect for him. Mike went into the basement. The tree had grown, so Mike cut off a couple of its branches. Then he came to the roulette to spin the 3rd rank roulette. If he was lucky, he would get a 3-star potion. But Mike was met with failure after failure, so he kept putting stones into the roulette wheel. And finally he got a 3-star potion. Now he can become a 3-star warrior. Mike returned back to base and stopped Lucy from dismembering the monster. Lucy said that he said she could let her research the monsters. He couldn't go back on his word. Mike replied that that's not what he meant. And who did she borrow the knife from? She replied that Kate borrowed it, and that meant he became a 3-star. Then Mike replied that she could take zombies of all 3 ranks, but she should leave the 4th rank zombie. He promised that there would be many more opportunities in the future. Then Lucy asked if he would give her a 2-star potion. Mike replied that she could create the potion herself. Lucy replied that she was confident in herself, but who the hell was he? She studied the improved formula for the 1-star potion, but she didn't understand much. But one thing is for sure, it can't be developed in 2 months. Moreover, he has recipes for potions with 2 and 3 stars, Lucy asked. Helping him, she is not helping him destroy humanity. Then Mike responded angrily. If she knows who created this apocalypse, she should tell him. If he doesn't kill him, he won't be called by his name. Mike took out a functional luck card that can open a shortcut to extract skills. Even though it is a one-time card, this mutant has 2 skills and has a chance to get a golden body. And he succeeded. Mike was able to obtain the skill of the golden body, that monster. Although the golden body is strong in defense, it also reduces the speed and agility of the body. It has blood boots that have high attack and agility. Sean's position on the team would be a good fit for this map, but his job has him using a shield, so it doesn't suit him. The girl would not want to master this skill either, since it is for defense, not for attack. As for the retired ones, they weren't good enough to get it yet, so he just left it. Mike came out and said first of all he wanted to thank Alex and Sam's team for the terrible price they paid. There are 30 vials of potion here, and in addition, 10 types of gray-level weapons await them, which can be taken from the armory. Anyone who has not yet evolved will receive potions, and anyone who has already evolved will receive a moonblade. Mike brought the 2-star potion to his friends who followed him all this time. The team's shape change helped increase the centripetal force of all members, and Mike thanked Rhoda for the great work she had done. Rhonda, who made all the costumes, said it wasn't difficult at all, since she only had to remake part of the uniform, and that was it. It so happened that this villa was often rented out to various groups for filming, so a large number of costumes are stored here. They will be divided into 5 groups, captained by Millie, Ken, Lily, Lou, and Sister Rhonda. In the car, Carl praised Mike for winning. Mike replied that he shouldn't worry. He brought the payment, then handed over the potion. Carl asked if Mike was going to go to the exhibition alone. Mike replied that he had made some preparations. Mike arrived, Sam arrived too, and waved to Mike, saying that his men had taken measures and a place for an ambush. This guy shaved his head, even though Mike asked him to just change his hairstyle. He's unrecognizable now. Mike asked if he told them not to be scared. Sam replied that the binoculars he had prepared for them would be enough to keep an eye on Lou's house from a distance of several hundred meters, and the appearance of the suspicious person Mike had mentioned would activate the chain surveillance system and allow them to find the suspicious person's lair. All signs point to the Lou family and the Chamber of Commerce having close ties, although he is currently reluctant to get involved with the Chamber. Mike asked if Sam was a Bonton magician by profession. Sam asked how he knew his profession. The other day he saw Sam using his professional skills in battle. So where did he get the profession scrolls from? Sam replied that a multicolored roulette wheel was spinning at the cement factory, and that's how they got the profession scrolls. But then the wheel exploded. Mike replied that such roulettes are dangerous, and if a black section appears, that's the end. Sam said to get to the meeting place of this fair, you have to cross a quarter of the city, but it was already dark. Mike replied that the night in the city belonged to zombies and mutants, so they would stop here today and move on in the morning. But as soon as the guys entered the buildings, the people who were hiding there stood up and grabbed their weapons. However, among these people was Sam's uncle. He ran up to him and hugged him. Sam asked what happened to his father, where he was. The uncle replied that he was now in their camp. Then a big man came up to them and asked if this was his relative. The uncle replied that this was his own nephew, and gave him 1 crystal. Then Leo said that he could take them, but he had to explain the camp rules to them. Otherwise his uncle would get in trouble. Besides, they will be camping here today, so uncle should look for food for them. Uncle bowed to him. Sam was naturally angry, but Mike told him to calm down and to find out more information. Uncle asked how Sam was doing. He and his father were very worried after the end of the world. His father was very worried. It seemed like half of his hair had already turned white. Sam replied that he was fine, alive and well. Mike told them not to go outside. It was too risky to go out at night when there were zombies. They could eat what they brought with them. The boys returned. Then Leo took their food and said that his uncle was a good man for sharing his food, and left. Sam got angry, but Mike asked him to calm down and follow him. They went to the roof to eat. Sam said that he could easily deal with them. Mike replied that they would follow them to the camp and find Sam's father. Then he could sort everything out. There was no need to enter into conflict with them yet. Then Mike asked Uncle Sam to tell him about the current situation in the city. Uncle agreed and began to tell that there were 4 most powerful groups in the city. The strongest is the Ren group, all members of which are developed. Their boss is a 3-star, and he is also a professional. This is almost the same as what Carl said, so it seems that the authenticity of this invitation card is reliable. Although the other 3 groups were not as strong as Ren, they were also very strong, and they all had 3 stars in their ranks. At first, for the sake of the 3-star potion, the entire city turned into a bloody storm in these 2 weeks. Whoever can find a 3rd-rank mutant will receive stones. Every time a rank 3 monster is found, it is a battle between humans, not monsters. If we talk about forces, then there are still people in the city who have compiled a rating. In first place is the Ren group, in second place is Meng, in third place is Leo. In the past, similar rankings have appeared in a variety of areas, especially as survivors gained more contacts. Morning came and the boys followed this group to the camp. The uncle said that he and Sam's father lived in the garage. He and his father take turns hunting, and if they're lucky, they can get 1 stone for a few days of food, which is not bad in this world. A fight broke out in the crowd and Sam's father was being beaten by 2 men. Sam, of course, couldn't take it anymore and ran up to them and hit one of them. Uncle came up and helped Sam's father, then asked Mike to help Sam, because he could die if he fought alone. Mike replied that there were only 2 1-stars and a few ordinary people. Everything would be fine. While Sam was fighting, one of the men took a gun and ordered the others to beat him to death. But Sam beat up everyone who attacked him, then shot the man with his skill and killed him. The father ran to his son and told him to run away before it was too late. Sam replied that they would leave together, but first they had to drink the potion. Suddenly a man came out of the crowd and pointing at the boys ordered the people to kill them. Mike asked if it was too much to ask to kill someone from his own camp for no reason. Before his men could reach the boys, Mike grabbed their boss's throat and squeezing it, asked if he thought he could kill him. Then a man from the crowd asked Mike to spare him and apologized for his son, promising compensation. He suggested that Mike come to him and discuss everything. Then Mike threw his son on the ground and agreed to talk. The man said that Mike was apparently a 3-star and it was their fault. Then he apologized again for his son. Then he said to give Sam's uncle and father a potion at his expense. This was his compensation for the fact that he had offended them today. While eating, Mike asked what had happened to him, and the man replied that one of the groups had done it. By a lucky chance, they got a bottle of 3-star potion. They think they have the right to participate in the exhibition, and came to collect their ticket. The man shouted that if the great elder brother were alive, he would not have let them get away with it. Mike asked who the great elder brother was. The man replied that it was his 2nd son who was called that. The other day, his people discovered a building over which flying monsters constantly fly, and in the corridors there are many strange plants, each of which, in addition to the trunk, has a crown that is a gray capsule. It turned out that those flying monsters were born from these trees. There are mutants from the 1st to the 3rd rank. They went there to try their luck, but their elder brother died there. Then Mike said that Bill could apologize without giving him the potion. He could just lend him his team. The guys came to the building. Bill did not expect that this guy would be able to lead them here in the dark. Sam said to wait for the boss's signal, and when a bright green light appeared in the sky, he shouted that they were starting. Everyone lit their torches. A monster flew out of the building. Bill ordered to go across the road to that bank. The monsters that eat Bill's eldest son are called ghost swallows, a very peculiar kind of monster. They were even called a living plague. Where there is a nest of these monsters, there is usually a mother plant that produces a hallucinogenic gas. When life appears within the gas's radius, it uses the gas to summon swallows. Then the mother plant gives birth to these monsters. The swallow is small in size but fast, and has a suburban skill called sonic attack, which slows and stuns a person. However, their defense is very low. After the nest produces enough individuals to defend itself, it produces its own kind. There were more than 20 nests in this office building, and as the days passed, their number increased even more. As a 3-star, Mike can hold his breath for at least 5 minutes, and within that time, Mike must win. Mike came to his mother, and the monster immediately released the monsters. They flew to him, but Mike killed them with a fire sword. Bill's group didn't understand what ghost nests were and inhaled hallucinogenic gas, so even the 3-star died. The hallucinations took the form of girls. Mike fell for them at first, but then came to his senses. After killing them, he said that this poison could affect even him, and at such a high concentration, his true form was very close. Mike was able to kill the monster and said that it tried too hard to lure him into a trap. But girls are not that important to him, and besides, Millie would never do something like that. The guys came to Mike and he praised them for their work. Bill was angry at this monster because it killed his son. He cut the monster open and thanked Mike for allowing him to take revenge, adding that all the loot belonged to Mike. But Mike replied that he had done his job, so he could take all the 1st-rank stones. We are shown a group of people. A guy runs up to them and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The flying guy's name was Dean. He was the leader of the young mercenaries, and the long-haired guy's name was Bob. Some crazy guy tied people to his bike and rode to the roof. This boss's name was Lin. Before the end of the world, he was a car mechanic. But now he got the profession of a driver. There were also silver tigers there, Dean heard. Most of them from provincial and city trampoline teams. The meeting place was a department store in the center, surrounded by zombies and mutants, for the teams to demonstrate their capabilities. Alex was also here with her team, which surprised the guys because there are top 20 groups here. Bob said that after today's ranking update, her team is in 20th place. Then Bill came in with his team and people started talking about how they were doing and their gear. Mike entered their group. Alex wondered why Mike and Sam were here. Apparently they were up to something, but she was left behind. Suddenly Bob clapped his hands and opened some kind of portal, and said that since everyone was gathered, they could go. Rainbow Gate. A certain amount of energy is required to activate it. The maximum teleportation distance does not exceed 2 kilometers. Bob said that people can exchange things. It is a great thing that will improve their strength and speed up evolution. There is no risk in this, and to prove it, he will go first. His people will remain last. Everyone came in, and Bob said the first thing was going to be a public auction. They were going to put a few items up for auction. The winner will be the one who offers the highest price, and stones will be used as currency. Each person will take turns putting items up for auction, independently determining the price, placing bids, and selling. After this part of the meeting, there is free trade time, so if they have something they need, they can buy it. Those who have lost others can propose terms of exchange, and as long as they are agreed upon, they can complete the deal. Of course, there are plenty of people who have their eye on the item and might put it up for auction, so he doesn't care. The first item, perhaps it will be very useful to someone. The starting price is 200 stones, or 2 bottles of potion. Mike said they would take the stone and they would make every possible bid for it. It's a natural firestone, it's too valuable. He bought it for only 2 bottles of potion. People don't know everything yet, so Mike took advantage of it. The next item, the secret key, Mike was not happy. He didn't think he would see it so soon. Although he knows what it is for, he cannot reveal its secrets. This thing belonged to the Blue Bay group. Frankly speaking, this is the very reason why the Pigeon Bay battle group was destroyed, because they discovered the key to the secret kingdom. Only less than 1% of the people who entered there were able to come out alive. People were unhappy with this key. Bob replied that high risk meant high reward. This thing was so dangerous that even he was hesitant to go in there. But what will happen after they pass these dangers? What will they get in this secret world? Not only does he sell this product, but it is not cheap, and anyone willing to take the risk will have to pay 2 bottles of 2-star potions. People were unhappy. They were arguing. But suddenly Mike raised his hand and asked if he could buy it for 1-star potion. Bob said he needed 2-star, but 1-star would do. But he needed at least 30 bottles. Mike agreed. The whole crowd was shocked. They looked around and asked where this guy was from. The third item is white class gear. That seems to be pretty much all there is. There aren't many good items at this point. Then it was time for free trade, so everyone came down and started offering their stuff. Mike came down and suddenly heard that the old man was selling a professional scroll for 1 bottle of 2-star potion. Bill asked if it wasn't Yun from the kingdom. The peaceful kingdom dropped out of the top 10 from 6th place this semester because of this scroll. The people were unhappy because he was selling the potion at a high price, so they all left. Mike asked if it was possible to exchange the scroll for 2nd-level stones. The old man asked for at least 100 stones. The man asked if that was all. The other replied that they had received an astrological report. They know the reason for the change in the location of the chamber. As the evolutionary level of these people increases, they become more difficult to control. They are at about the same evolutionary level as them, and they still kill them as easily as dogs. He knows the guy is upset that the area wasn't given to him. But while there isn't a huge metropolis in this part of town, there are several interconnected urban gangs, and he can continue to play with them. The guy left and told him not to die. Mike found another good find, but he didn't know who to give the Golden Body skill card to, so he'll trade it here. He announced the card, started telling about its advantages. Alex did not understand why he was giving away such an important thing, and people became interested in the card. Bob came over and asked what the price was. Mike said he would see what they could offer. If he was satisfied, he would tell him. The guy offered 1 bottle of 2-star potion, but Mike replied that he didn't need the potion unless it was 3-star. The man offered Mike a white-level sword, but Mike didn't need it because he already had a lot of weapons. Then Bob said he had a profession scroll. Mike asked how many. Bob got nervous and asked if he wanted several. Mike replied 2 scrolls. Bob replied, "Just 1, that's a fair price." Mike replied again, "Either 2 scrolls or nothing." Bob then said he would add another scroll, but his 2 items were worth significantly more than his, so he would have to come up with something. Mike said he would add 5 1-star potions. Bob demanded 10 bottles, and Mike agreed. Suddenly that same man burst in and killed one man, Bob. With him were several people and some mysterious dogs. The man started demanding that people give him all the items. Then Mike ran out of the crowd with his knife. One of the dogs attacked Mike, but he killed it. Then the man asked him to kill the guy himself. That person will become an 8-star, the de facto controller of the underworld in this city. Mike told everyone in the back to fight too, but they shouted that Mike had just killed any chance of peace talks. This made Mike laugh. He said that they were from the Zero Chamber. They call it pig farming. If they were caught today, they would be pigs. They will feed them to the zombies they control. Then they will detonate miniature bombs planted in the zombies' heads. By killing them, they get stones and spin the roulette wheel to evolve. Then people got scared and cried out pitifully. Mike said he didn't care what he wanted to do because they were all going to die today and jumped on him with a knife. When Mike didn't even have a thought to defeat this man, because he is a 9-star, personifying blood, horror, and power. Even though they ascended to the throne of the strongest man by stepping on the bones of countless others like themselves, they still remain a group of people standing at the pinnacle of humanity. But this does not change the fact that they are real scumbags. In this life, Mike will never be afraid of these bastards again. He will fight his inner fear. Mike cut the man's staff. Then the bald man took out his daggers and they began to fight. This man is a master of weapons. It is a great profession that allows you to achieve great combat power, regardless of the weapon. Their boss said he would show him the true power of the chamber. Clapping his hands, his men began to descend from the roof. Then the people finally moved and started fighting them, shouting that they would not allow them to treat them like pigs. Bob got angry and came forward, the boss of the ward asked. Instead of running away, he goes to meet him boldly, but he is not his enemy, and they can do without a fight. The boss offered Bob to lead the strongest group in the city if they were going to cooperate. They needed some kind of cooperative organization. Bob immediately refused. Then the boss of the ward called his pets, and they began to attack Bob. And he managed to kill one wolf spirit, which surprised the boss of the chamber, and he added that now he would be a little more serious. Then Bob used the golden body, which fortunately he exchanged with Mike. Even the boss couldn't break through his body. The boss said that he really underestimated him. The guy has such a level of defensive skills, but in front of him, everything will be useless. So he decided he could put in more effort. It turned out he had 2 professions, and suddenly his hands turned into electric drills. Mike continued to fight the Dagger Master, and now he decided to use the scroll he received to improve his seal skill. After using the skill, Mike literally flew up and immediately swung his knife. A huge force flew towards the man. He was able to kill the Dagger Master. Then Mike turned around and told the boss that he would be next. The man literally pounced on Mike, but our hero managed to block his blow. This angered the boss of the chamber, and he summoned 2 wolf spirits at once. But Mike had his own tricks. He summoned the primary spell. And while the wolf spirits and Mike's monster were fighting, he used his boots and ran up to the boss and attacked him. The boss said that although the guy was strong, he was no match for him, and then transformed into a huge monster. Suddenly the earth shook, but it was not caused by enemies. A huge roulette emerged from under the ground. The earthquake was caused by this roulette. Even the fight was postponed. At this critical moment, a roulette exchange appeared in the city. In the previous life, there was nothing like this. Then Mike put the fight aside and jumped out of the building, and the rest of the people ran after him. The boss shouted that he would kill Mike when he found him. Mike thought that the boss should be grateful that this tape measure saved his life. After a random spin of the roulette, not fixed items are selected, but a wide category, such as weapons, potions, etc. Once a certain category is defined, the wheel above the items in that category can be freely exchanged. The price you want to choose will be displayed. But every time the roulette wheel turns, a dark red liquid pours out of it. This liquid is deadly attractive, and those who eat it will receive enormous energy. In addition, this disc is huge and cannot be deployed secretly. One can say that every time it appears, it turns the surrounding space into a meat grinder. Therefore, the best chance is to use the roulette immediately after its appearance, when monsters have not yet appeared in the area. And Mike managed to run first. It's good that only 1 level 1 stone is required to activate the roulette. The roulette started spinning. He got to the drawing section. Mike selected all the categories he needed. Mike was able to get the blueprint for the 1,000-leaf armor. Then that same red liquid started coming out of the roulette. From all locations, monsters, people, and zombies watched this roulette. Even Mike's former doll, who is now friends with the Iron Lady. Mike was nervous. He needed to hurry up to spin the roulette wheel 2 more times, because he could already feel the crowd of monsters running towards him. The second scroll is a section that is the only section on the entire roulette where you can't see what's there. But such an opportunity could not be missed. So Mike took the risk, and the people were already very close to the roulette. So Mike called the primal charm to stop people from getting away from Mike with the roulette. The third spin gave him a bottle of bloodline blood. With his speed, he managed to slip through the gap in the circle before the powerful mutants appeared. So this time he probably had enough. Fashionable creatures, a large number of groups and organizations quickly fall into this funnel. The meat grinder has begun. Bill thought that most of the survivors and mutants would flock to the roulette. He wondered how his team would survive this storm. Suddenly, Alex and her team came to him. Apologizing, she said that she wanted to come here to wait for someone. Bill asked how long she had known Mike. Alex replied that it had not been long since they met, Then Bill asked why she was here. Alex replied that following Boss Mike could bring many rewards. Sam added that this was true. Finally, Mike returned to the guys. Sam asked if they were going to do something big. Mike replied that they needed a break first. He apologized to Bill for having to borrow his apartment for a while, but Bill didn't mind. Of course, Mike has something important to do, but unfortunately, none of the squad members are around. Bill and Alex have not yet won his trust. So Mike told Sam that what he would do could lead to his death. Was he willing to go with him? Despite this, Sam of course agreed. Of course, Sam's father and uncle were very much against this idea, and his father began to shout that he should not dare to do anything like that. To appease his father, Mike gave Sam items, a 2-star potion and a profession scroll. Sam was touched that Mike did not treat him like cannon fodder, and that Mike really wants to train him. Mike put his hand on Sam's shoulder and said that Sam needs to get stronger. Mike approached Alex and asked what happened. She replied that she knew he would come to her, and if he wanted her help, let her give him a 3-star potion. And of course Mike refused. Even if he got this potion, it would take priority over his people. Then Alex asked if she would get priority if she became a member of his team. Mike asked if she was alone. The girl replied, "Of course not. We need to look at the situation with the loss of her team." Then Mike agreed. Alex suddenly said that she is an ugly girl. She does not attract people, so she only contacts people based on their interests. Mike was surprised that she considers herself ugly. Then she pointed to her scar and said it was ugly. This one would look great if it was on Mike. Suddenly, Mike let it slip that she had another scar above her belly button. It was beautiful. Alex became embarrassed and shouted how he knew that. Later, Mike gave each of the teams a weapon, and they began to praise him and say that they wouldn't mind following Mike. Bill and Alex placed the bags on the table and said that these were the first rank stones collected today. Alex said they had a good couple of days of practicing together, and they had accomplished more today than yesterday. Bill adding that it was thanks to Mike's guns. Mike asked what the situation was around the huge roulette. Bill replied that there were mountains of animals and a sea of corpses around it, closer to the center of the roulette. God knows what was happening. It looks like Mike needs to scout out the situation downtown himself. Relying solely on Bill's group is useless. The biker's men asked how things were outside. He replied that they knew perfectly well what was happening near the roulette. "There are zombies everywhere, monsters. They won't be able to spin this thing." "No way," people asked. "These monsters don't kill each other." The man replied that they were fighting and then stopped. The reason they stopped was because there were bosses among the monsters. In the east, an unprecedented flying monster appeared, with wings approximately 50 meters long and 20 meters tall. The dragon has a blue stone on its forehead, before the strongest monster had a green stone on its forehead. Besides this black dragon, the southern side is occupied by a pack of mutant rats. People asked how strong they could be. These are 4th-rank rats, almost as big as 7-year-old children, and they are intelligent. They walk upright, sit on their bottoms, and are very agile on top of everything. And there are at least a couple of hundred of the 3rd rank, more than 1,000 of the 2nd, and the 1st can't even be combined. The dragon, even being a 5th-level creature and having gathered many monsters under his command, did not dare to go against these rats. All the monsters were under their control. But there is an even stranger thing. The West is full of zombies, and it seems someone is leading a group of these zombies. There are 4 4th-rank zombies in the group, and apparently the 2 women who were there are their leaders. These women were zombies. The man continued to describe to his people about the Iron Lady and Mike's doll, and the woman listened to him. He mistook the doll for a person, and suddenly one bald man got angry and started shouting that he just wanted to spin the roulette wheel. Then the bald man turned around and started yelling at the woman to come down and say something or get lost. She jumped down and said that the creatures were competing for something, then asked the bald one's name. He answered, "Doc." Then the woman said that she would kill him later. Mike continued to hunt. In his past life, this dragon became famous for killing the famous 9-star. After this, he went alone to a dangerous place and killed so many people that even the lords of those places bowed before him. Never did Mike think that he would see him here in this life, and now he is already the 5th rank. Mike considered the dragon the main danger. In the face of absolute power, all plans go down the drain. Fortunately, the roulette is indestructible and can only be used by a person. But if Mike can kill him, then in addition to the stones, his entire body will also become a treasure. Suddenly, people below started fighting monsters. Mike watched them and wondered what they were planning to do. Apparently, the forces in the city have temporarily united. But if there is chaos, they will be able to get to the roulette. But there is a dragon there now. The dragon was distracted and flew away. The rest of the people got to the roulette through the sewers. They have a good plan, but there are too few of them. But they were attacked by those same huge rats. In fact, they even managed to get a 3-star potion. Suddenly, Mike saw the doll. He was shocked because he could not cure her, but now she is alive and he has no spiritual connection with her. They exchanged glances and somehow shared memories with each other that gave both of them a headache. This was contrary to Mike's idea of such creatures as the Iron Corpse. Mike turned around and walked on. He decided to make another doll to understand what happened to that doll. Only after creating this doll, Mike immediately felt a connection with him. Suddenly, the doll appeared screaming that she hated him. Mike clearly did not expect this, and even prepared his sword. But the doll was not talking about Mike, but about the new doll. Apparently she was jealous. She grabbed him and bit him on the neck. She said she didn't like him, but he could give her power. Then she told Mike he saved her, and in gratitude she handed him the potion. The guy was shocked. The doll said that her name was Cindy, and if he didn't like it, she could throw it away. Then Mike took the bottle and thanked her for the gift. Then he asked her if she remembered what happened before. What state is she in now? Mike wondered. Cindy replied that she wanted a red liquid, tasty. Apparently that evolutionary blood dripping with every spin is taking its toll on her. Mike said he saw her with a dark-haired zombie. Cindy replied that she also wants the red thing and likes it. It seems that the doll and that lady felt the effects of the evolved blood on them, and therefore are eager to cooperate. The mutants allow people to spin the roulette, but when they do, they kill them. They are not afraid that people will find out about their schemes, because the roulette is so attractive. Not only do they get the highest quality human evolutions, but they also get blood. Mike asked if they could control the zombies. Cindy replied that they couldn't. They just follow them. It seems that even they, who have extremely strong psychic abilities, cannot force zombies to do their bidding. He then asked if she could exert some influence on the hordes and, if necessary, throw them into a state of short-term confusion. Cindy replied that maybe she could. Then Mike said that if that was the case, then she could help him. It was the 5th day of the exchange roulette's appearance, and people were still talking about the roulette and the teams that wanted to get to it. Alex, Mike, and the others stood on the stage. People, of course, did not know Mike's true strength, but they understood that he was stronger than them. Bill started by saying that it was clear why they were all gathered here. If they were here, it meant they had agreed to take part in this operation. But they know just as well how difficult it is to act. Those 50 teams haven't done anything yet. They're weaker than them, so they have to figure out a way, and at the same time, everyone has to obey. People started shouting that they would follow him, but Bill replied that they should follow Mike, not him. The name may not be familiar to them, but they must know the man who spun the roulette wheel 3 times in a row on the very first day that roulette was introduced. Mike said that he didn't need to say much. First, he would announce one thing. Everyone who participates in the operation can buy potions and equipment from him at a favorable price. People were surprised and started saying that Mike turned out to be a good person, but they certainly went too far with the good one. Someone asked Alex if it was true what Mike said. He really has so many things, and he sells them so cheaply. Alex replied that he has a lot of secrets. Of course, since the amount of potions and equipment in his hands is limited, each team will determine the amount of purchases depending on the number of people. If we take 10 people as the basic unit, then rounding up, every 10th can buy 1-star potion, gray equipment, every 20 can buy a white-level sword. People were happy, and Mike thought that he could use the advantages to bind these people to himself, also make a small profit, and this could increase their power in a short period of time. Mike said he couldn't guarantee the surgery would be successful, but they knew they were all fighting for their lives every day. But he, Mike, guarantees with his life that anyone who takes part in today's operation, who helps him, will henceforth be his friend. From now on, potions, equipment, and supplies can be purchased from him at equally low prices, and they can turn to him for help. Alex told Mike that even if he didn't spin the roulette wheel, he would become the strongest in the city. Although these small forces do not have strong warriors, their ability to gather information is very high. The man told Mike, "The guys are moving more and more. They look like they are about to make a move. Maybe it would be better to wait until they make their move." Others thought so too, but Mike said they would make the first move, and then people got worried. These monsters and zombies care about the evolutionary blood that falls from the roulette. They can't get it themselves, so they need the help of people. They will not ignore those who come to spin the roulette wheel, just as they will not leave it without spinning, even though they know that it is dangerous. So the real danger is not that they will spin the roulette, but that the blood is created as a result of the spinning, at which point they need to retreat. Bill asked how they would retreat. They wouldn't be able to withstand that many mutants. Mike replied that he was not going to risk his life or theirs. After all, he wanted to spin the roulette wheel. It was the most dangerous position. He was not looking for death. This group also came up with their own plan, but then a man burst in and told them that there were a lot of people near the roulette. They all went out on the roof and watched Mike through binoculars. They called them crazy, and said that the zombies would eat them in a second. The guys finally came to the roulette. It was surrounded by mutants, zombies. Mike told them not to hesitate and stick to the plan. Then the guys stood in a row and took out their shields. All the monsters stood patiently nearby and waited for the people to start spinning the roulette. A drop of blood fell on Mike's sword. He threw it to the other man, ordering him to stick to the plan. Then the guy threw his sword with blood right at the rats. Mike was right. During the previous alliance of the different creatures, the monster camp pushed back the zombie camp and reached an agreement for the rat side to get the first drop of blood. The dragon was confident that his level was high, so he couldn't let a drop of blood fall into the hands of the Rat King. When the rat camp and the zombies unite, under the siege of so many creatures, it will be impossible for the dragon to stably control the entire situation. The dragon and the Rat King have actually started fighting each other. Mike needs to hurry up to spin this roulette. Alex reported that a wave of mutants was moving towards them. What to do? Mike replied that it was all part of the plan. Mike got the weapons section, and he got a purple ranked weapon, which made the guy very happy. The people watching Mike were shocked. They discussed what level he could be and why he didn't run away, but they were ordered to shut up, which they did. The old man said that the strength of the people in this squad was not very strong. That guy was only a 3-star, and although they managed to force the two camps to fight, the conflict was not that out of control. As for the zombie camp, several kings have already rushed towards this team, and they will not be able to stop them. Therefore, the best choice at this point is to allow the three camps to return to the previous confrontation situation to escape. Dean replied that he still managed to do so. The mutants fought, but how was he going to get his team out of there? Mike was thrown a rat. He told the creatures not to be impulsive, otherwise his hand would shake and the rat would eat it. The monsters really froze. Mike said he needed a little more time. He would spin the roulette again. The people on the roof were shocked. They started asking why the monsters were frozen, and one of them said that he could read lips, and that guy would spin the roulette again. At this time, Mike received a profession scroll and he gained another drop of blood. Then he asked the dragon if he thought that since he had the highest level of evolution, he could behave like this here. He admits that the dragon is the biggest threat, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of it. Apart from the first drop of blood, Mike is not going to give the other 3 drops of this goodness. Hearing this, the dragon went berserk. Then he pointed to the mutants and called them cowardly losers who had joined forces, but who did not dare to do anything. And dirty rats, let them not think that because they walk on their feet and use their asses, they will become people they envy. After all, they are fucking pests. And he really thinks that he is a real dragon. He is a flying lizard who must return to the house so that they don't skin him. Mike continued to tease them, saying that they would all die and he would show them his pet. Golden Diptera Python. Mike had a huge rank 5 pet. People were shocked and wondered who this guy was. Mike was angry. He told the dragon that he needed his horns, blood, flesh, and of course his stone. Maybe if he meets a higher level necromancer, he can turn him into a bone dragon and bring him back to life. The baby got scared and just took off and flew away from Mike, which Mike didn't like because it was different from what he had planned. Even the other monsters were really scared and started running away. Then Mike thought he could spin the roulette wheel again. But suddenly Mike said that they were leaving. Alex did not understand. She asked why they should leave, because even the dragon had left. But Mike repeated that they had to leave, and she agreed. Thanks to Mike's clever plan, the royal python scared away all the monsters, and people were afraid of the mysterious power that this man possessed. After some time, Sam returned. He could barely stand. He told Mike that he spent his potions and scroll. Mike praised him. He used the scroll of changeling. The skill of this profession is that it allows the owner to transform, but it does not give power. However, once you find the species you transformed into after the shapeshifter, kill it, suck its blood and take the stone. The shapeshifter will live up to its name. The rogue shapeshifter can only go up to 2 levels, which is why he gave him the 3-star potion that Cindy gave him. That was why he was able to create a 5th rank evolved life form, but he didn't expect the dragon to be afraid of him. Mike thanked everyone and advised them to rest. Mike spun the wheel 8 times, and the circle of evolutionary blood was already half gone. In other words, the wheel can be spun about 20 times, and now it can be spun about 12 more times. Mike used up his stone so he didn't spin it again, but he got some great stuff, 4-star potions, and when he reached the intermediate advanced rank, a new world would open up. Then Mike drank the potion and finally became a 4-star man. The potion improved him. His current strength is comparable to that of a 5-star, and he developed normally without taking the enhanced potion. Furthermore, these 2 bloodline crystals, even in the last 10 years of the last world's existence, the bloodline crystal was still a valuable item. It was rare for such a thing to appear on the roulette wheel, and with his level of 6 stars in his previous life, not to mention having a bloodline, he had never seen such a thing in his previous life. As for the bloodline, evolved ones can only have one type of bloodline, and once they learn one, they will forever lose the ability to learn other bloodlines. Then all that remains is the genealogy of this hellspawn, and he will have to find out what it is. Mike broke one of the stones. Suddenly he appeared in some strange change and a crowd of monsters attacked him. He understood how this thing works. It is a bloodline mark, and when he activates the bloodline ability, he gets the skill Hell Link. Not only can he attach dark energy to his attacks, but he can also communicate with Hell and summon hellish creatures that can exist for a certain amount of time to aid him in battle. Moreover, once this bloodline rises to the intermediate level, it will gain the ability to transform. which will greatly increase its individual strength. But the main prize is the purple pistol. It is only one level higher than the legendary weapons and equipment, which even 9 stars are drawn to. It has no magazine, in other words, the source of energy for this weapon is stones, which is probably where the phrase crystalline energy comes from. Whether it's the mechanic, the sacrifice gate, or the roulette, stones are needed everywhere. There's also a gun with magic bullets on crystal energy that requires stones to use. This saddened Mike. He wondered where he would get so many magic stones for these weapons. The crystal energy in the gun refers to the stones, and the bullet refers to the bullets made with energy. When the trigger is pulled, this crystal energy pistol absorbs the user's energy and fires bullets with the same properties. In other words, Mike can only use this weapon when his bloodline is activated and he has dark energy. But when his bloodline is activated, it will improve the quality of his body in all aspects, and he will be able to use it in close combat. Then Mike decided to look at the map, and luckily, it was the Elemental Thunderbolt skill card. This way, Mike will not only be able to summon lightning from a distance, like one character we will not name, he will be able to create magic bullets using lightning energy. Next, the profession scroll. Mike got the profession, Junior Deadly Gunsmith, another profession with a prefix. This is a great success. 2 skills. From now on, no matter what weapon Mike uses, he will receive a corresponding increase in rate of fire, power, firing range. The cannon eats 1st and 2nd rank stones. Mike tried 5 1st and 2nd rank stones, but there was no reaction. If 5 3rd rank stones don't help, then this thing will be sawed until it becomes 6 star. One shot killed more than 100 zombies, and among them there are several 3rd rank zombies. After using this skill, the bullet is no longer limited to the barrel of the gun, but is fired from a folded position in space. It's no surprise that Bob was willing to use this scroll for trading. He's a melee specialist, and that profession requires green tier weapons. Unfortunately, it takes 5 3rd rank stones to pull the trigger even once. There was a real commotion in the hall, and all because Mike's former doll came to see him. Mike asked her to follow him. Then he took out the blood. The doll was unhappy with 1 drop. Then Mike asked how much she wanted, and added that the lady should get out, otherwise he would do it himself. The lady came in and said that they helped him, and for this they demand blood. Mike asked what they did. He got out of this situation alone, without their help. They agreed that if they helped him leave, he would give them blood, but they didn't. So why should he give it to them? He gives this drop for a 3-star potion. The lady tried to prove that they helped prevent him from attacking, but somehow uncertainly. If they have any wisdom, Mike said, they should know that in the big picture it doesn't matter much. Suddenly the lady said that Mike's pet was a fake and she could feel it. This surprised Mike a lot, because she was only at rank 3, but she still understood his trick. She did develop a high level of intelligence, but her understanding of people was only superficial, and the lady was really only pretending to be confident. Then Mike said that actually, it wasn't that they couldn't work together, and there were still a lot of spins on the central wheel. But coincidentally, he just doesn't have that many stones to scroll through, Mike quietly hinted to the girls. The guys were sitting in ambush. They complained that they had been sitting there for half an hour, and had not seen a single zombie. But the man ordered them to shut their mouths, and not to say anything that should not be said, and not even to think anything that should not be thought. They must simply wait. And at that moment the lady appeared. She was leading a crowd of zombies. Then people jumped out of the ambush and started killing them. The others watched this on the roof. Alex said that this was the 5th time this morning. Almost 1,000 zombies at once. Sam started praising Mike because he managed to cooperate with the zombies and get that lady to lure the zombies here. Alex said that unfortunately most of them were 1st rank and only a small number were 2nd rank. Mike just said that they needed to speed up. Since the lady was able to figure out that the battle pet was a fake, it meant that the dragon would soon come to its senses, so they should hurry to spin the roulette. Dean was angry at this time. He hit the table and shouted that they were all dead. What kind of plan was this? The old man replied that he wanted to follow that guy's example and use a drop of blood to create chaos, but in the end the Rat King got it first. They burst in, and the man said that the woman was taking her people away. This made Dean angry, and the bald man said that he could handle it himself. In front of the roulette stood 3 strangers. In a cloak said that having heard the news, he began to return, and in a hurry got there. The man with glasses said that the grandfather went to dangerous places when there was something good there, and now he has returned. Grandfather replied that the fighting on the side of the dangerous territories was brutal. It was hard to imagine that those of them who were informed in advance had such a hard time. The guy said, "Grandpa wants to find out the secrets of the end of the world. This is not a 2-day thing, naturally. You need to learn little by little from all these things. It's better to forget and not think about it." Then the guy asked why they were joining forces this time. Mike taught his people to leave a message for the next person behind them. "You shouldn't get into a fight and you shouldn't give up if someone gets bitten," Mike added, then told them to follow him. The men ran and killed every zombie in their path. One of them stopped to get some stones, but was shouted at that it was not his job, and he had to run on. He replied that he was used to collecting stones after a wave of zombies. The man asked when their group had been so good at killing monsters. The man gestured to the left front and they all ran, following the directions. Mike was already at the roulette wheel. No matter how well and bravely the groups of survivors fought, and no matter how well they showed themselves in battle, there were still too few of them. He needs to do everything he can to hold off the Rat King and his main mutant army so that the stone-hunting frontline alliance can benefit. The rat evolved and started to attack Mike, but he didn't just stand there doing nothing. Mike took out a fire sword and attacked him. It wasn't easy, but Mike managed to kill a few rats. It was almost night. Unfortunately, the Rat King was still too cunning. No matter how much Mike provokes him and shows him weakness, the king will not retreat far from his army. Given a chance, he was 70% sure he could kill him. But at least they had achieved their strategic goal. Mike came back and Bill said the results of today's battle were very good. They collected more than 6,000 first-rank stones, 500 second-rank stones. In fact, they killed many more. But in order to avoid being surrounded by monsters, they did not collect all the stones. And they lost only 60 men, before in a similar battle they lost half. Mike praised them and asked them to prepare for tomorrow's battle. We need to take about 20% of today's stone harvest, distribute it among everyone, and another 10% to compensate for the loss of labor. And the third-rank stones should be given to Mike, the guys agreed. Mike thanked them for the work they had done, and left to prepare for battle. The girls finally got their bottles of evolutionary blood and drank it. Mike wondered what would happen to them next. Cindy has evolved. Mike can already feel her power. He feels the spiritual connection he lost with her has been restored. Mike clearly feels the joy in her heart. It's just that this spiritual connection is much more even. There is no sense of master and servant in it. Lady also evolved, just like her pet. The cat saw Cindy and immediately ran towards her. But the lady managed to drag the kitten to her in time. Mike ordered her to make sure that his animal was under control and did not cause trouble. Mike doesn't want it to happen a second time. He reminded her that she is irreplaceable. The next day came. The girls came out to the mutants. They noticed that the girls had developed. Suddenly an explosion occurred in the crowd of zombies. It was Mike. The mutants ran at him, but a surprise awaited them. The girls attacked them as soon as they ran. Mike decided to test his bloodline. He used the flame seal and his entire aura changed in an instant. He ran at the mutant and attacked him. The monster growled and Mike asked what he was proud of. Now he couldn't escape. The mutant opened his shield and Mike pulled out a purple rank pistol and fired. A purple rank weapon. A pistol with crystal bullets. Mike can shoot wherever he wants. The monster decided to run away from him, but the girls blocked his way. Then Mike caught up with him and cut off his head. Then Mike said that she was now the zombie queen, the one and only queen. Mike's boys cut apart every monster in their path, shouting that with the boss's golden python protecting them, there was no risk. After the death of the 4 zombie kings, chaos reigned in the camp. Although the mutant rat had almost reached the 5th rank, it was very timid. Noticing that the zombie kings were dead, she forced her camp of mutant animals to retreat nearly 1,000 meters. Bill reported that many people outside their team had come to take advantage of the situation, and he asked if it was worth sending someone to them. Mike replied that there was no need for that. They couldn't kill them all. There were only 1,000 of them. Unfortunately, Cindy was not a zombie, and although she could mentally influence zombies, she did not have the stone and the zombies would not recognize her. When Mike activates his bloodline, he can almost reach the 5th rank, but the hellish life caused by this connection can only be lower than his actual level. In other words, he can only reach rank 4. Mike told the guys to retreat. It's a pity, but the guy's spiritual strength is almost at the bottom. If you don't use the power of Sam's pretend beast and the change intervention in working with zombies, you can lose the stones. Suddenly, a fairly strong group of people began to approach the roulette wheel. They had gray-level equipment. The number of developed 1 stars has reached 100, and the remaining 200 are 2 stars, and there are also 7 3 stars. The end of the world has been going on for over 3 months now, and to obtain that amount of evolution potion, at least 15,000 second-tier stones are needed. Besides the Zero Chamber of Commerce feeding people to zombies, there are other forces that can do this. The zombies ran towards them. The man killed these monsters with just one look. Even Mike was scared. This person is a 4-star. Besides the mysterious chairman of the trading board, him and the red-haired one, there is still someone who can achieve 4-star evolution. Sam, who was barely standing after playing the 5-star monster, shouted that those people were taking advantage of the chaos they created. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to obtain so many evolution potions in just 3 months after the end of the world. There must be some kind of secret within this group of people. Mike asked Sam not to rush for now and just watch them, and he himself thought that these people had obviously come to the battlefield a long time ago, but were hiding in the shadows. They watched as Mike's powerful battle pet disappeared, and he used his bloodline to kill the zombie king. Watch as Mike creates chaos among the zombies to push back the Rat King. as his team becomes exhausted and forced to disengage from the fight. The man said to Bart, "The faces of these people must be full of surprise and anger right now." Bart pointed at the zombie, but the man said that Peter would help him pay attention. He was here for the 4-star potion, so he would have to work hard. Peter was killing zombies, and Stan was saying that if someone else took the potion, what would their thoughts be? Peter just asked him to shut up. Stan reminded him that his 4-star wife was still fighting in the Jedi ranks, and added that there was an opponent with a 5th-rank pet, to which Peter responded that his pet was a bluff. Bart said that fortunately some of them realized this. Otherwise, they would not have dared to move and come here. He would like to apologize for not paying much attention to the new forces of the mountain villa, which led to a reconnaissance blunder and almost disrupted their plans. Peter replied that it was not their enemy anyway. Their focus was on the Chamber of Commerce. That was what they had to pay attention to all the time. Besides, as long as they are around, if they can hold out for a while, they can get whatever the roulette wheel brings. The others also watched this team, but they also couldn't do anything because they understood how strong those people were. Mike came closer, and Stan asked if he should upgrade to the 5-star evolution potion first. The roulette wheel started spinning and people kept telling Stan what they didn't have yet, such a pedigree, weapons, and so on. Peter pointed at Mike and said that his men had retreated, but he himself had not left, and they began to wonder what the guy was up to. Bart said that the guy still seemed unfazed, and it looked like he needed to warn him. Having said this, the man took out a cannon of incredible size. It was Pandora's destructive crossbow. Tower builder is a profession that can choose the appropriate type of tower construction according to different situations. A powerful profession with almost perverted attack and defense power. He is now a mid-level tower craftsman, and this siege crossbow can fire white-class arrows, enough to pose a threat to 5th-rank mutants. Mike was aware of all the risks, and of course he did not risk his life. He managed to quickly disappear from Bart's sight. The boys continued to spin the roulette, but until they got what they wanted, Stan suddenly told Peter not to hurry. Something was wrong. He jumped on the roulette and saw a crowd of zombies running towards them. Stan shouted, "Isn't the zombie king dead and they are alone?" And all thanks to Cindy, who lured all the zombies. She had a vial of evolutionary blood in her hand. Bart noticed Cindy and realized that she had lured these zombies with blood, so he ordered his men to retreat. But Peter replied that they couldn't retreat. There were too many zombies. Stan said that Bart should use his Pandora's crossbow. Bart said that he knew it himself. He thought that once he killed her, she would stop suppressing the surrounding zombies, and the blood would be eaten instantly. Without evolutionary blood, the zombies will again lose their purpose and retreat, the man fired. But Cindy also managed to prepare her forces. He was able to hit Cindy with an arrow, but she didn't die. Cindy took the bottle and opened it and drank the evolutionary blood. Mike at this time found his target. He went down to the Rat King and told him to listen to him and get out of here. Otherwise, he would kill him. The boy advised the rat to be obedient. Otherwise, the same miserable fate would await him. Mike incinerated all the rats that stood behind the king, and this scared him. This Rat King is really not brave, but he is also too smart, so he thinks too much, and this can make him paranoid. In fact, Mike has already used his bloodline, and the stones in his hand are only enough for 1 or 2 shots, and if he can dodge his attack, it will be almost impossible to kill him. Besides, even if he could kill him, what could he do if his mutants lost their king and went crazy? Suddenly the lady came up and said indistinctly that she needed to grab the tape measure, and she could grab these people for 1 drop of blood. Talking to such intelligent creatures was a real salvation, Mike thought. He was glad that she offered a deal. He himself wanted to talk to her. The lady said 1 drop was too little, 5 were needed. Mike replied 2 drops maximum, otherwise he would let Cindy escape, and he had a way to make her a 5th rank. Then she said discontentedly, 3 drops of blood, and from that moment they are friends, and extended her hand. Mike agreed and shook her hand. Cindy was able to pull out the arrow. She was unhappy, and suddenly began to growl, after which all the zombies went crazy and began to attack even more strongly. But suddenly they parted because Mike appeared. He calmly walked between the crowd of zombies, which amazed all the people. Mike said something that seemed impossible to them. Still exists in this world. It turns out Mike knew this group, which also surprised them. Bart figured that they were focusing on the Jedi now. There shouldn't be any big leaks in the cities. Mike said how he knows about them doesn't matter. What matters now is that what surrounds them can become their grave. If they want to get out of here alive, what they got from the roulette, they must leave to him. Stan got angry and wanted to attack Mike, but Bart calmed him down. If Mike hadn't seen this Bart, he wouldn't have been able to understand for a long time who they were. The Yang army had never occupied a city in its previous life, but it had a terrifying number of troops that could bring order to any place. At that time, Bart was only an 8-star. He was strong enough to withstand individual relatively weak 9-star powers. If he and his 7th division were together, the 9 stars would have to retreat. These people in front of them are probably the future prototype of the 7th division. In any case, they have already contacted the Chamber of Commerce, so it won't be that bad to make another enemy. However, the Yang Army's reputation in their previous life was not bad, and as long as they knew what was good for them as people, there was no need to make things worse. Bart said he didn't want to ask how Mike knew about his army. He would only admit that they underestimated his mountain villa. But he does ensure that from now on, Mike and his team will be the focus of the Yang Army's attention. And since the guy knows about the Yang Army, he must know how powerful it is. A friend is better than an enemy. If they become their friends, they will know how good it is to have a friend like them. And if they become their enemies, they will know how terrible it is to have such an enemy. Mike asked if he was finished. Bart added that there was no point in saying too much. The choice was his. Then Mike declared that now not only the things obtained from the roulette, but all their things must remain here. Mike's impudence greatly surprised the boys, because not only did he not back down, but he even went further than he should have, although Bart made it clear to him that making them enemies was a bad idea. Mike added, "One more piece of crap, and they'll leave their weapons. If they keep talking nonsense, all their stuff will stay here." Bart got angry and asked if Mike thought he could beat them. Mike answered honestly yes. Then Bart shot up saying that no one dares underestimate them. Then he asked, "Does he know what this means? All the groups in the city will unite and be on his side. Does Mike see that he will have to deal not only with the overwhelmingly powerful Yang Army, but also with 1/3 of the city's surviving troops? If they don't get out of here, Mike's people, his friends, and everyone who lives in the mountain villa will die." But Mike amazed them again. He said he knew it was just an excuse and he knew the trick. Suddenly Stan informed Bart that Star America, Battle Group Ren, and other forces in the city had gathered to surround their army. Mike asked if Bart could see that he wasn't the only one who was constantly on the defensive, and asked if he thought his plan would work if his army was fighting both zombies and humans. Bart replied that he didn't think they could trap them completely and threw a magical steel glider, white level. For the survivors of the past life, it was nothing, just a piece of flying equipment, depending on the level and size of the function. The effect is also different. It can only be useful at a certain time. Bart and Stan hurried to get on the plane, but Peter was not going to run away. He told the soldiers that he would stay with them. As long as brother is free, even if they die, he will avenge them. Moreover, they will not have to die because the army of Yang is invincible, Peter shouted. Mike just said that the guys were very good at making things difficult for him. Bart wondered if Mike had something up his sleeve. Mike then admitted that he didn't know they had this flying thing. The defense was highly effective and stable, and even if long-range weapons could penetrate it, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the flight. And Mike added that he was a little offended that they were forcing him to use it. He took out a grenade. He added that the one in the white coat reacted quickly. Mike praised him and offered to test his boss. There was an explosion. Peter could not immediately understand what happened. Peter began to look for the team and his comrades. Bart asked what was going on here, why they all looked like that, and how many people they had lost, when Stan suddenly pointed to Peter's feet. Peter lost his legs after the explosion. This was too much even for Mike. Peter started to panic, and Bart was angry. Mike asked if he wanted to fight him now. Bart wasn't in the best shape. He ordered to pack his things, take Peter, and run away. People started shouting that they could fight him. Bart yelled at them and ordered them to listen to him. Stan ordered them to take off all their things. Mike disgraced the team. They left their treasure and took Peter and left. Mike thought that this Bart can make effective decisions. He is a real hero. The weapon made of magic stones is truly an invention of the new era. Such a crude crystal grenade has incredible power. This guy really deserves to be called the father of magic weapons in the future, and he was able to personally make 2 prototypes based on simple information from his head. Then Mike suggested going back to roulette using the magic stones of the Yang Army. After Mike spun the roulette wheel about 5 times, the wheel suddenly began to move, then fell into the ground. The lady growled at the zombies and all the zombies followed her back. Then Mike's temporary team ran to him. Alex asked if he really got everything on that wheel. Bill added that the wheel that started the carnage was finally gone. Mike replied that one day she would appear again and once again provoke the most direct mortal battle between humans and mutants. Sam asked what to do with these things, Mike replied. As usual, they would sell it for cheap. Although they had a great harvest this time, they also encountered problems with many forces, especially the Chamber of Commerce and the Yang Army. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't matter. He has no conflicts with these animals. It's probably just a matter of time before they start to consume everyone. The Yang Army is good at attracting other forces, but now that the various forces in the city have obtained this equipment, will they still cooperate with them so easily? Moreover, Mike is a craftsman, so if he has enough materials, he will be able to mass-produce very interesting and strong armor. This gray-level equipment should be used to strengthen the city's residents. After all, they still need to work together to fight the mutants. The woman from the other group approached Mike and asked if he had time to talk. Mike replied, of course, they should discuss their cooperation in detail. The lady came to Mike with the monsters and immediately asked him to give her blood. Mike replied that she should not worry. He is a man of his word when it comes to his people. Mike threw her a bottle, but it turns out Cindy also got as many drops of blood as Lady. Then the lady said that she would take all the remaining blood that Mike had and give him whatever he wanted. Mike replied unless she had a lot of third-rank stones in her hands, and hinted that those monsters were third rank, but Lady refused to kill them. The lady got angry and left. From that day on, the city will welcome its zombie queen, a super intelligent queen of the 5th rank. It was just a pity that this queen was not destined to be too reliable, Mike thought. Suddenly we are shown the man from the Chamber of Commerce, who was roasting meat over a fire, and 2 strange people were standing in front of him. The girl asked if the man had brought them here so that they could watch him eat. The man replied that before starting work, one must eat one's fill. The strange man said he knew a little about this golden throne and asked if they could just wait. But the boss replied that Mike had already become a 4-star. Although the 3 of them are not afraid of him, it is better to be on the safe side, because their cities are still in the process of rebuilding, and they cannot afford to make any mistakes. Then he promised that this time he would let Mike feel what it was like to be attacked. The guy asked Mike why they didn't go with him. Mike replied that it would be better if they finished everything here, and then in half a month they could come back. Mike thought that these 2 had no ulterior motives, so it would be better not to involve them for now. Alex asked if the way back would be smooth sailing, right? And the guy suggested gathering a few people to accompany him. Mike replied that he was too poor to pay for it. Alex asked with displeasure if he was the beggar. Alex said that Mike must have a plan, or he wouldn't have done that. She added that he should be careful and even kissed Mike. She said it was just a deposit. This time he had the blueprint. She wanted first dibs on buying the gear from him when it was ready. Having said this, Alex immediately left. Mike thought that this woman, as in her past life, should be rewarded for everything. Brad was talking to the crowd. They might not have known what was going on, but that's okay. They don't need to know everything. All they need to know is that today they are dealing with a man who poses a serious threat to them and knows their biggest secrets. False benevolence will do nothing but accelerate the extinction of the human race, and they will prove to the whole world, even the universe, that they are right. Then the man brought out a huge mirror, and Brad said that before that he would show them a good show. Suddenly Mike appeared in the mirror. He was calmly walking along the road. Suddenly an airplane appeared, and a voice from the airplane said that he was sending a gift to Mike. The package fell and a huge level 5 or even level 6 monster burst out of it, and Mike was thinking about what profession the guy on the plane had. A voice came from the plane, saying that his combined index was 5.78, and he was not far from evolving to the 6th rank, possessing boundless strength and the ability to control lightning. Not only can it strengthen itself, but it also has super high attack power. Even many 6th rank monsters are no match for it. It is a pet of the Chamber of Commerce. Mike whistled and his pet immediately appeared. The dog did not waste time and also developed to the same level as that monster. He gave all the evolutionary blood he had left to Yoke, and even though the little dog hadn't yet evolved to the 6th rank, he was getting closer and closer to this obstacle. Then Mike pulled out his gun, and although it was hard to hit accurately at that range, it would be enough to scare off that guy in the plane. The masked girl said that the pet was a 5th rank pet and the owner was a 4-star pet. She admitted that both the pet and the owner were powerful. The man said that this reflection shadow was really good. He asked if it was used to get first-hand information, right? Their 3-star and 600 warriors are enough to crush the 4-star guy without any help. Just as Brad said that they were going to attack the guy now, a man appeared in the sky and shouted that their battle was not over yet. It turned out to be Bob, who managed to survive. He told Brad that he wanted to thank him for giving him a chance to be reborn, freeing him from the shackles of being the first in the city. The girl said that this 3-star was too arrogant and underestimated the power of the Holy Throne. The man said that anyone who fought without a weapon was a fool. Suddenly Kate appeared and said that it was not good for a crowd to fight against one. After all, it was the business of mountain villas. But it was very inconvenient to disturb Bob. Kate said she wanted to see what those Chamber of Commerce holier-than-thou types Mike was so afraid of looked like, but now she was a little disappointed. It turned out that not only Kate came, but also Mike's entire team. Kate said that their value was much worse than theirs. Ken said, "King against king. They have no right to worry about their boss except their boss." The girl asked to be allowed to find out if the one who claimed to be king against the king had an army to fight against the Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly Steph appeared. On her back was a bow that belonged to Mike. She said that king against king is right, but she doesn't mind fighting with the girl. The man ran up and said that the 2 groups had joined forces and surrounded them, and Brad then realized that Mike had known about his plan all along. Brad then said there was no point in talking and agreed to fight Bob, to which Bob asked if he was using the human spirit transformation. Brad got angry and shouted that he should not be underestimated. His hands turned into weapons and he attacked Bob, but it seemed that he was confident in himself. Kate challenged the cold-eyed guy to a fight. She attacked him with lightning speed, but he managed to dodge. Suddenly the guy shouted, "Mother Earth!" Then some strange liquid surrounded him. He told Kate that she would become food for Mother Earth, but Kate only laughed. Steph took out her arrows and thought, this bow is a weapon that cost her group 3 3-star potions. But this was not enough for Mike. Steph also gave him 10 bottles of 2-star potion, 300 bottles of 1-star potion. You could say that Steph and her team were almost bankrupt. However, it was worth it. Because Steph has an archer's profession, she will soon be able to return what she paid. The girl said that no one has tried to kill her for several months. Steph is first. She may have an advantage against the other holy thrones, but she won't have any luck against the girl, the masked girl said. The same man who had stolen Agnes was standing nearby, and he realized that this time all of Brad's actions had been guessed. Suddenly Agnes appeared, and the man asked her why she came alone. Did she really think she could kill him alone? Agnes replied that she was alone. The guys could have set up an ambush, but she refused because she had told him earlier that she would feed his hands to the dogs. The man said that he feels like a budding professional in her. Her boss is good. He is ready to invest in her. She is even a 3-star. He continued to chatter. Then Agnes said that he was just afraid. Otherwise, why would he talk such nonsense to irritate her? Suddenly, her hair turned dark and her body turned pink. She said that Mike was the man she would serve for the rest of her life, because he pulled her out of hell. The man became angry when he saw the pedigree. Mike got 2 pedigree crystals from the roulette, one of which he gave to Agnes. Then the guy got worried and again said that he could give her another chance to be faithful to him. But of course, Agnes sent him away. She quickly turned around and hit the guy, but he also hit her right in the fist and shouted that this was his profession, a warrior of rhythm. Agnes's fingers broke from the blow. The boy screamed that her lineage allowed her to walk through shadows. But now it was daytime. She couldn't handle him. The guy started repeating how he gave her a chance, but Agnes ordered him to shut his mouth, then called the Reaper of the Dead. At this time, Yoke was fighting with that level 6 monster. The monster was throwing lightning at the dog, and Yoke was responding with his spikes. The monsters were clearly losing. Yoke continued to attack him. A man from the plane shouted that it was impossible. The Thunder Beast could not lose. But that's what happened. Then the man said that he would tell the boss, and next time he would bring a 6th-rank beast and wait for Mike to die. However, something more frightening happened. A dragon appeared. Yoke no longer has fighting power. After the battle, he was too tired. Mike picked up the dog and ran, but suddenly the dragon entered Mike's mind and asked where his pet was. His voice had a strong psychic attack. It is impossible to follow the original plan where they all return to the villa. The dragon will be incredibly difficult to kill, let alone escape. The only ones who can defeat him are Lady Cindy, the Yoke, and only this full team. The dragon told Mike to bend his knee, then he will receive an honorable death. The dragon attacked the first time with his fire breath, but Mike used his boots, dash skill, and managed to escape. But the dragon wasn't going to give up just like that. He created a fireball and threw it at Mike. The guy threw his pet to the side, and the ball was already right above him. Mike miraculously managed to escape from the rubble, but the dragon was already right in front of him. He again told Mike to kneel down to receive an honorable death. But Mike thought he would be honored. He is a man with a weak soul. It is almost impossible to resist such mental attacks. Mike will either go crazy or become an idiot. And at a distance, unusual vibrations were observed, Mike noticed. He realized that his cooperation with others had borne fruit. Kate and the others were also caught up in the fierce fighting when Mike suddenly turned to the dragon. He has one last way to deal with the dragon, but he always thought that it was a way in which he would die along with the dragon. But now it seems that he still has a chance to survive. And as for the dragon, his life or death depends on luck. The dragon asked what his plan is. Mike always wondered where the dragon and monsters came from, if the Jedi were just a place for monsters, or if it was some kind of weird change. The guy took out his key, which he found at the very beginning of the apocalypse, and opened that very dimension with it. Mike told the girls that each of them now faces a very difficult obstacle that they must overcome together in order to look to the future with more confidence.